Right, Madam President, and the time is 9:01. We can call the meeting to order.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Colleagues, staff, members of the public, it is 9:02 a.m. on May 19th, 2026, and we are calling this regular board meeting of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors to order. We'll start with having the clerk of the board provide information on how the public can participate.
Members of the public, the instructions to participate in today's meeting can be found on the published agenda. These instructions provide information on how to submit written comments and also how to participate via Zoom. Live interpretation of this entire meeting will be provided in Spanish. To access live interpretation services in Zoom via a laptop or computer, please click the interpretation globe icon and select the Spanish language. If you're using a smartphone or tablet, please locate the three-dot menu, select interpretation, then select Spanish language, and finally click done. At this time, I'll ask our interpreter, Victor Hernandez, to provide these instructions in Spanish.
Thank you very much, Kim. Good morning, President Corso and honorable supervisors, Mr. Callagy, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Mates, all county staff, members of the public, Victor Hernandez, Spanish interpreter. Buenos días, miembros del público. Les queremos dejar saber que las instrucciones para participar en lo que es la reunión de hoy se pueden encontrar en lo que es en el orden del día que ya ha sido publicado. Las instrucciones le van a dar información de cómo presentar sus comentarios tanto por escrito y también por Zoom. También les queremos dejar saber que se les proporcionará interpretación en vivo de toda esta reunión en español. Ahora, para poder acceder al servicio de interpretación en vivo por Zoom, ya sea con una computadora o una portátil, haga clic en lo que es el icono del globo terráqueo, es decir, un mundo que aparecerá al fondo de su pantalla, y después seleccione el idioma en español. Ahora, si usted está usando un teléfono inteligente, una tableta, busque el menú de 3 puntos, seleccione interpretación, luego seleccione el idioma en español y por último haga clic en done o listo. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you for those instructions. We will now move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in the pledge. Perfect timing. We'll begin with roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller?
Here.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Here.
Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
And President Corso?
Here.
All present.
Thank you. We'll now move on to honoring the life of and board member remarks. Do any of my colleagues have comments? Supervisor Mueller.
Colleagues, yesterday we lost a beloved friend, a hometown hero, and an incredible patriot. Al Adravino passed away at the age of 102 years old in Half Moon Bay. He was born and raised in San Mateo County, and he loved this county and this country dearly. He lived a life of service to the end. He served in the military from 1943 to 1946 in the U.S. Engineer Corps, did his basic training at Fort Belvoir, Virginia, stayed as an instructor until 1945 and was sent to the Pacific Theater on special assignment. He participated in the final assault of World War II on the island of Okinawa, the costliest battle of the Pacific in terms of casualties. When he returned from war, he was engaged in so many civic activities. He was the chair of the school bond committee that built the Half Moon Bay High School in its present location. He was a member of the unification committee that unified 3 separate school districts into one. He spent 7 years on the Half Moon Bay Planning Commission and twice was chair. Then he spent 12 years on the Half Moon Bay City Council, 4 times mayor. He was the one-time chair of the San Mateo County Council of Mayors. And he spent 12 years as a director of the Coastside County Water District and twice as chair. In 2023, I was honored to nominate him to be the Veteran of the Year for San Mateo County with his son-in-law, John. And it was really one of the great pleasures and honors that I have had as a supervisor to get to know him. Any room he was in, he commanded attention, but it was through his humility and kindness and wisdom. There have been many times I was with him in public settings, but I always recall sitting next to him. He was so kind. He and the family were so kind. They'd always have me sit next to him in the parade, and kids would walk up to him just to shake his hand, and he would entertain them and immediately inspire them to patriotism and all that is good in this country. John, his son-in-law, Farmer John Muller, when he shares the story that when he came home from war, having served the country, that Al sat him down and reminded him that his service didn't end in war. His service to the community required that he continue to be a giver and not a taker. And that's how Al lived his life. Al was married to his wife, Ida, and they loved to travel. They had dear long life friends. They traveled the world. They celebrated big and small moments of life, and they'd make friends with people on all their trips. Their openness and kindness evident to all who met them, whether it was in Italy or Malta or a cruise of beloved trips to the big island of Hawaii. They would go all over California, and they loved to golf together. But he was just beloved by the community, and he was whip smart to the end. If you sat in a room with him and you walked up to him, he would put you through the paces on policy immediately. It was my honor to be with him this year on Good Friday, and he loved his life so much, and he loved his family. He loved his kids, his grandkids, his great-grandkids, and he loved his community. And he was ready to talk and laugh about all three and share his kindness and wisdom with me. And we definitely talked politics, which he loved to do so much. But he also shared how much he loved his wife, and he missed his wife, Ida. And if there is any consolation we have today in his passing, it's that he's with her again.
Thank you, Supervisor Spear.
I too would like to take a moment and pause and talk about Al Adravino, who I have known for probably 40 years. Mr. Half Moon Bay, I know a lot of people would like that moniker, but I really think it belongs to him. And to Ada and to John, you extended his life so much by the incredible care that you provided to him in all of those years. On another note, I'd like that we pause for a moment and think of those who died at the Islamic Center in San Diego yesterday, and find a way to help our young people recognize that hatred of people of other religions, hatred of people generally, needs to stop, and we need to redouble our efforts in that regard.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, I have a few. I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that we have an item on the consent agenda to bring attention to National Gun Violence Awareness Day, and I'm proud to have co-sponsored this item with Supervisor Spear. June 5th, 2026 is National Gun Violence Awareness Day, and people across the country will wear orange during Wear Orange Weekend, June 5th through the 7th, to raise awareness. And I want to quickly highlight our gun violence prevention program launched in 2022. Since then, over 5,000 restraining orders and applications have been reviewed, and approximately 1,100 firearms have been surrendered, seized, legally sold, or transferred, and kept out of the hands of potentially dangerous people. And I do hope to bring our DA to the board to share more about this impactful program soon. I also want to bring attention to another item on the consent agenda. May is Foster Care Awareness Month, and on today's consent agenda, the board is honoring Betsy Rose and Paul Franklin upon their retirement after 30 years of dedicated service as resource parents, formerly known as foster parents. Through their compassion and commitment to opening their hearts and home to children in need, they have made a lasting impact on many lives in this county. And the county does continue to seek individuals and families interested in becoming resource parents. It's especially important in an area like ours that has a high cost of living. We want children and young people that are from this county to stay in this county. So if you would like more information on that, you can go to helpsanmataeokids.com. And then finally, this month is also Myositis Awareness Month. Myositis is a group of autoimmune diseases that cause chronic inflammation that makes daily life difficult and painful for about 75,000 people in the United States. And our county is committed to supporting the health and well-being of our community and raising awareness of public health issues like myositis. And with that, I will finally read our county's land acknowledgement. We honor and affirm the rights of the Ohlone and other indigenous peoples who call the unceded territories of the San Francisco Bay Area their traditional homeland. We pay respect to the ancestors, elders, and relatives of indigenous peoples for their historic and current contributions to San Mateo County, and we commit to an ongoing effort to bring about healing, inclusivity, and deeper collaborative partnerships.
To the chair, I have one more.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead, Supervisor Gaucher.
Thank you. I wanted to add something to honoring the life. I wanted to just recall something that's on the consent calendar as well, and that is honoring Private First Class Helmet Fred Burlett. The return of First Class Helmet Fred Burlett is a heartbreaking and heartwarming story. He died in 1944, serving his country in World War II in the Pacific Campaign. 81 years later, he has finally returned home. His niece, 94-year-old Ruth Green, who called him Uncle Helm and remembered him as a favorite uncle, was on hand to pat his coffin last week at San Francisco International Airport. He was only 27 when he was killed in the war. He was posthumously awarded the Purple Heart, Combat Action Ribbon, Marine Corps Good Conduct Medal, Asiatic Pacific Campaign Medal, and Marine Corps Expeditionary Medal, among others. He was killed on the first day of fighting in the Battle of Saipan. Helmut Burlett will be buried tomorrow at the Golden Gate National Cemetery in San Bruno. Supervisor Spear and I are proud to represent the Board of Supervisors by introducing a county resolution honoring his life and his sacrifice. Our Veterans Commission will also be on hand to honor him throughout the day. From the funeral home ceremony to the interment at the cemetery, his return is a reminder of what Americans have accomplished and sacrificed in the Second World War, and we are all grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we can move on to public comment. This is the portion of the agenda that is set aside for members of the public to comment on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors, but that are not on the agenda for today's meeting, for matters that are listed on the consent agenda, and for matters that are set for closed session. We'll be keeping public comments to 1 minute. If a speaker goes over time, I will give them a warning to wrap up, and after that warning, I'll ask the clerk to cut the mic. This is to ensure equity of voice for all of our public commenters. Thank you, and let's begin with public comment.
Right, we have received written comments which were submitted and provided to the president and the board members, as well as on the public website. Reminder to those wanting to speak on regular items 1 through 14, please hold those comments until the item comes up individually. We'll first take comments from chambers and then comments from Zoom. We have 2 speaker cards for chambers. First, we'll start with Sofia Notarizon and then Joaquin Jimenez.
Good morning. My name is Sophia Natianson, and I'm a resident of Redwood Shores West in Supervisor Gaucher's District 4. I'm here about San Carlos Airport. The FAA data shows that local training loop operations are at about a decade high. And the Part 150 noise compatibility study has not been updated since 2017. The FAA itself recommended that the noise exposure maps be updated around 2021, but that has not happened to date. The county's own airport staff confirmed that runway 12 operations meaningfully reduce noise exposure to my neighborhood, but my follow-ups about implementations have gone unanswered. I am respectfully requesting that Supervisor Gaucher's office meets with me about 3 specific asks. One is runway 12 preferred operations for training loops. Another one, updating Part 150 noise study with the current maps. And lastly, installing a noise monitor in Redwood Shores West. Thank you.
All right, Joaquin Jimenez.
Good morning. My name is Joaquin Jimenez. I am a candidate for a supervisor, District 3, San Mateo County. I've been a resident of the coast for almost 40 years. I want to give my condolences to the family of Al's passing. One of the reasons I landed in Half Moon Bay, it was because of Al. My father is a retired farm worker, and he came to Half Moon Bay to work for Al back in '79. Moved to Half Moon Bay in '87. So the reasons that I'm running for county supervisor is to protect the legacy that Al and John have actually worked on very hard to continue, to protecting our farming industry, our ranching industry, our food production, and giving opportunity to new farm workers, and to continue to support the farm workers in the coast. San Mateo County coastside is the largest farming community in the Bay Area, and it's very important for us to continue to protect the legacy that many people have worked on. Joaquin Jimenez for County Supervisor. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and go to Zoom for comments. It's a final call for public comment. Please go ahead and get your hands raised. We'll start with Ann and then Liz Snyderman. Ann, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I am requesting the board pull item 20 off the consent agenda and present the proclamation declaring May as Jewish American Heritage Month as part of the regular agenda. It is insulting to throw this proclamation into the consent agenda while you have acknowledged AA, NHPI, and American Muslim Appreciation Awareness Month in presentations and awards category of the regular agenda in the last 2 board meetings. Jewish leaders should be brought in to speak to the public and photographed with the board as their proclamation is presented. The county should celebrate diversity and heritages equally. It would be nice if this board of all Democrats would show equal respect for all of the county's residents and work to bring all peoples together to live in harmony. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Liz Snyderman and then Sabrina. Liz, please unmute and begin.
Hi, my name is Lisa Snyderman, and I've lived in San Mateo County for the past 11 years as a disabled artist living with dermatomyositis. And I've been battling this rare disease since 2008 and was hospitalized during a severe flare in 2010 that left me unable to move my muscles. I had to relearn how to sit, walk, sing, and play music again. Organizations such as the Myositis Association and Myositis Support and Understanding have been instrumental in supporting my journey, and advocating for Myositis Awareness Month is one way I can give back and help others feel seen, supported, and hopefully diagnosed earlier. So I just want to acknowledge and thank President Corzo and San Mateo County for recognizing May as Myositis Awareness Month and helping to spread awareness for this rare disease. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. Lisa, next is Sabrina and then Martin Fox. Sabrina, please unmute and begin. Sabrina, please unmute.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm here. I come in the peace and love of Jesus Christ as one of the people, suri juris, who hold all political power, as declared in the California Constitution, Article 2, Section 1, and the U.S. Constitution, Amendments 9 and 10. The California Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, A, every person may speak freely and write and publish his or her sentiments on all subjects. A law may not restrain or abridge the liberty of speech. You are the instrument we, the people, created, and we created government because we are a constitutional republic, not a democracy. The word republic is at the bottom of the flag. You remind you as you pledge your allegiance. You are bounded by oaths to follow the Constitution and not violate the God-given rights of the people. They are inalienable. California Constitution, Article 1, Section 7A, a citizen and class of citizens may not be granted privileges or immunity not granted to the same terms of all citizens. The right of free speech is given to us by God, and the right of redress of grievances to the government is codified in the Constitution. Neither one of them can be abrogated by our county board or their charter. Maxims of law are clear. The main object of government is the protection of personal rights and private property, and a usurpation of exercise of powers to which another has a right to. So tyranny is the exercise of power beyond right, which no body has a right to. Thank you.
All right, next is Martin Fox and then Yasmin. Martin, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, President Corso and my fellow veteran County Attorney, Mr. Niblin, Supervisors Spear, Mueller, Gauthier, Canepa, and County Executive, Mr. Callagy. Thank you for your service to the county. Please make the county safer and healthier for persons living with serious mental illness and their families by supporting the immediate reintroduction and passage of the repeal of the Landerman-Peter Short Act, a top county state legislative priority, and defunding Disability Rights California and the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley, who defend the immoral Landerman-Peter Short Act, a top county federal legislative priority. California's and San Mateo County's residents need a Dorothea Dix type of inspired, compassionate mental health treatment system. California's Landerman-Peter Short Act is one of the 10 worst involuntary mental health treatment laws in the 50 states. Please help the parents and the guardians of adult children living with serious mental illness who need our relief. Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Yasmin and then Michelle Stevens, our last two speakers. Yasmin, please unmute and begin.
Hello, my name is Yasmin Abdusami Oakley. I am a legacy community member of East Palo Alto and a descendant of American freedmen, descendants of formerly enslaved and emancipated Americans. I am also the lead organizer for East Palo Alto for Reparations. On May 13th, I sent this board a formal civil rights grievance and request of conflict interest investigation regarding the 2026 East Palo Alto Juneteenth Festival. I have received no response, and I'm here to record for the official record. County funds entities, county-funded entities, specifically individuals of Live in Peace, East Palo Alto Community Archive, and EPA Center acting as the EPA Juneteenth Committee, may be using taxpayer dollars while running a closed-door exclusionary Juneteenth planning meeting. They have completely locked out legacy Black voices, as we have already been essentially legislated out of the state and county. They have hidden their planning meetings from the public and engaged in ideological gatekeeping regarding how Juneteenth is celebrated. Because of this corporate and privatized
Thank you. That's
takeover
your
of
time.
the public holiday,
Thank you, Yasmin. That
we are
is your time.
actively calling on community.
All right, next we have Michelle Stevens. Please unmute and begin.
Hello, board. I come to you with the love of Jesus Christ, suri juris, as one of the people with all power. I am in strong opposition to item 1, swearing in the ceremony for Supervisor-elect Jackie Spears and Supervisor-elect Lisa Gouther. While elections confer office, the United States Constitution, 10th Amendment, reserves to the people all powers not delegated, including the right to scrutinize and hold accountable every exercise of governmental authority. No ceremony can override the people's retained right to demand strict constitutional fidelity from the representatives. California Constitution, Article 1, Section 1 guarantees every person the inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And Article 2 affirms that all political power is inherited to the people. Officials must serve within these limits, not expand them. Americans' maxim of law is clear. The main objective to government is to protect the personal rights and private property, and equity will not aid an act that exceeds lawful authority. This board must swear in its members with a solemn public comment to uphold the supreme law
Thank
of
you.
the
That's your
land and
time.
reject any overreach. Thank you.
That is your time. Thank you. And that concludes public comment.
Okay, we are bringing it back to the board. Go
just,
ahead.
if I could, Madam President, I just wanted to speak very briefly. There was a public comment regarding the East Palo Alto Juneteenth planning meeting. And I just wanted to note that I did have the opportunity to quickly do an inquiry into that. And I want to be clear that there's no county funding that's involved in that matter. It's purely a matter of the city of East Palo Alto. They fund it. They are responsible for organizing it. And I'm not aware of any county supervisor who's involved in the planning of that particular event. So I just want to make sure the record was clear for that.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for their comments. We will now move on to take action to set the agenda and to approve the consent agenda.
Madam President, I'd like to remove items 29 and 40 from the consent agenda and place them on the regular agenda. I'd like for us to go ahead and pass item 20 since it is in May, but then arrange to have an actual presentation made to the community in early June.
Second. I can support that.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that that motion is clear. Is that all good according to the county attorney?
I'm sorry. I heard 29 and 40, but I wasn't clear on the treatment of the two things. One was going to be continued. Was that the?
No, the third item, item 20, will be passed today on consent because we're talking about the month of May. But we would like to make a presentation to the community at the next board meeting with the actual resolution.
Thank you. Got it. And item 40 was going to be moved to the regular agenda. Thank you. I think it's clear. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, and I heard a second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. With that, we will move on to item number 1. Let me get back to item number 1 here. Okay. Item number 1 is a proclamation designating May 17th through the 23rd as Emergency Medical Services Week. And I'm proud to sponsor this item. I would like to invite Travis Kuzman to speak on this item. And before Travis comes up, I just wanted to quickly share that as chair of the Medical Center Board, I have the privilege of hearing about the great work of our highly coordinated network of emergency response agencies, and I'm happy to share that we have many here today with us. Grateful to see so many representatives from organizations that make up our emergency response, the San Mateo County EMS agency team, public safety communications team, the American Medical Response, our pre-hospital EMS group, and Fire JPA, folks from Mills Peninsula Medical Center, our largest 911 receiving hospital by volume, and home of the groundbreaking mobile stroke unit, and also, I believe, some police chiefs and our assistant sheriff. Thank you all for your dedication and service. And with that, I'd like to invite Travis to share on this item. And Travis is the director of Emergency Medical Services of the Emergency Medical Services Agency. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, President Corzo, honorable members of the board, County Executive Kalagi, and the leadership team here with you, as well as members of the public. I'm Travis Kuzman. As Supervisor Corzo mentioned, I'm the director of the county's Emergency Medical Services System. Thank you so much for your support and for recognizing the vital healthcare safety net that the EMS system provides for our community. This week's EMS theme for EMS Week is particularly relevant. It's improving outcomes together. It's the perfect embodiment of the teamwork and the commitment to clinical excellence that's a hallmark of our EMS system here in San Mateo County. Joining me at the podium is Dr. Gilbert, our EMS medical director, and as well in the audience, numerous members of my team and a large contingent of the first responder community that actually does the work, boots on the ground, hands-on patients. They're truly the backbone of this 911 medical response system, and also committed to advancing County Health's emergency preparedness program. Collectively, myself and team are both humbled and proud to have the opportunity to coordinate the provision of emergency and disaster medical services within this county, both for the residents and for its visitors who call upon us 24/7, can be anywhere at any time, and the system's ready to serve. At its core, the county's public-private partnership approach to EMS delivery puts the need of our patients first, always. Our system's clinical performance is amongst the best in the state of California and frankly nationally as well, and is something that we're very proud of and that other communities in the state frequently serve to emulate. I wanted to share some highlights from this past calendar year with you. Typically when we measure performance, we look at it from January through December. But this past year, so 2025, the EMS system responded to 72,000 plus calls for service. That's about one EMS call every 7 minutes. The EMS agency newly accredited 60 EMTs and 37 paramedics to work within the local 911 system. All county accredited paramedics became actively credentialed in pre-hospital trauma life support, reinforcing our collective commitment to optimizing care for the critical trauma patient in the field. Here's a remarkable one. 62% of patients in cardiac arrest, meaning those individuals who are unconscious, unresponsive, don't have a pulse, and are not breathing in our county, who have a rhythm that can be defibrillated either with an AED or can be sustained by CPR until paramedics arrive, survive in this county. That's almost twice the state and national benchmarks. Truly exceptional performance that points to how the system comes together to take care of those people who need it most. For our STEMI patients, those that are having critical heart attacks that can lead to death easily, that are identified within our pre-hospital system, the median time from first medical contact, when our EMS personnel get to them in the field, to when they're actually in the suite at the hospital, having definitive care either by a balloon inserted to open the artery and or a stent being placed, is 84 minutes. That's against the national standard of 90 minutes. For our stroke patients here, Supervisor Corzo, you mentioned the mobile stroke unit. Our median hospital arrival time to when those patients receive life-saving clot-busting medication in this county is 35 minutes. It decreases to 27 minutes when the mobile stroke unit is involved. The national standard is 60 minutes or less, 85% of the time. So I truly couldn't be more proud as the director of the system of its extraordinary performance. I would like to invite all first responders that are in the room to come up and join us at the podium. And as they come up, I'll recognize a few of the leadership individuals by name. I know it's a bit of a crowd, so I'll keep going as they come up here. But we're deeply grateful for their partnership and the life-saving work that they do. With us here, Ametria Sidney from San Mateo County Public Safety Communications, which serves as our emergency medical dispatch center for all medical dispatches countywide. Chief Mark Lorenzen, who is with the Menlo Park Fire Protection District, but is representing all fire service participants here this morning as their liaison to the Pre-Hospital Emergency Medical Services Group. Regional Director Rick Ornelas heads up AMR's operations here, our 911 ambulance services provider for the exclusive operating area that the county is responsible for primarily. Chief Matt Sampson from South San Francisco Fire Department, providing paramedic first response and ambulance services within South San Francisco. Dr. Alana Spacoini. She's the medical director of the mobile stroke unit, but she's here representing not just that unit, but our entire hospital and specialty care system here that serves our residents and visitors. We're deeply grateful for all that she's invested in the system as well. And then Chief Stenquist, who is currently the president of the Police Chiefs and Sheriff Association in the county, representing all of law enforcement. And I did see in the back Sheriff Bender and his staff as well. You all are certainly partners in the system and welcome to join us as well with search and rescue. No doubt that that's a critical component of the EMS system as well. So no, we've got a lot of folks. Thank you again, Supervisor Corzo, members of the board and county executive leadership for your strong support of this emergency medical services system. It truly takes a village to pull this off and see the sorts of survival that we see in the patients that we have the privilege of serving here collectively as a team. So happy EMS week to all of you, and thanks for the time this morning here at the meeting. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Don't go anywhere just yet, but I do believe we need to take public comment, and then we'll take a motion and vote to approve the proclamation.
Thank you, Madam President. We'll be taking public comment on item number 1 for the proclamation of Emergency Medical Services Week. I do not have any speaker cards for chambers, so we will be going to Zoom.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have 2 hands, now 3 on Zoom. Michelle Stevens, followed by Sabrina. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hello, Board. I come to you as one of the people, Siri Juris, without political power. Mr. President, supervisors, and fellow citizens, I rise in opposition to Agenda Item 1, the proclamation designating Emergency Medical Services Week. While we honor first responders, the U.S. Constitution limits federal and state governments in enumerated powers. The 10th Amendment reserves all powers to the states or the people. Yet an endless ceremonial proclamations dilute general governance and risk territorial, turning local boards into platforms for symbolic politics rather than core duties. California Constitution, Section 1, Article 2, Section 1 declares that all political power is inherent in the people. American maxim of law, state laws serve public good, not performative gestures. Another maxim, what is not especially granted is withheld in government should focus on essential services like funding EMS infrastructures, not proclamations that cost staff time and district from real issues as recruitment shortages and response times.
Thank you.
This
That's your
item
time.
exemplifies the missions create, prioritize,
Thank you,
act
Michelle. The President has called your time. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I come in the peace and love of Jesus Christ as one of the people, Suri Juris, who hold all political power. Supervisors and residents, I rise against agenda item number 1, EMS Week proclamation. The U.S. Constitution, Article 1, and the California Constitution, Article 11, emphasize limited government focus on protecting life, liberty, and property. Taxpayer-funded government time spent on proclamations diverts resources from actual public safety. The 5th and 14th Amendments protects against arbitrary government action. Yet routine symbolic resolutions normalize expansive bureaucracy without accountability. American maxims of law are clear. The public good is the supreme law, but the empty gestures do not serve it. No one is bound to do the impossible, yet counties face real EMS challenges like staffing equipment not addressed by proclamations. Equity delights in equality. All county priorities deserve equal scrutiny and not preferential symbolism. Our EMS professionals deserve concrete support, competitive pay, better equipment, and streamlined regulations, not another proclamation. Uphold the constitutional limits of government. Vote no on item number 1. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. Anne, please unmute and begin.
Thank you so much. And thank you to all the first responders. I am so very grateful for everything you do every day. As a daughter of a retired firefighter, I know well the sacrifices you make to protect each and every one of us every day. And your commitment to our community is amazing. And I just can't thank you enough from the bottom of my heart. Thank you, each and every one of you. Also to the board, if you would please consider funding a stroke unit for the coast, that would be great. We could really use the help. The Mid-Coast in particular has no health care, and we could use a designated ambulance and a stroke unit to be able to respond to those on the coast. The cost of ambulance trips are extremely expensive as it currently stands. And if you would purchase the ambulance for the coast, we could have the volunteer association and not have to put the cost on those living there. Thank you so very much. And again, thank you, first responders.
Thank you, Anne. And back to you, Madam President.
Thank you. With that, I'll bring it back to the board for comments or a motion.
I just had a comment.
Oh,
I just want to
go
say
ahead.
again before we adopt, happy EMS week. It is so important that we recognize the work that you do. It's saving lives, and you're representing all of us here. So here in California, we celebrate your work, and we're not ashamed of doing so. Also, I want to say how timely it is for the stroke unit, because just this Saturday, I had the pleasure of opening up Health Matters at Stanford, and I was able to interview Dr. Greg Albers, who is doing a lot of amazing work in the area of stroke care, where he is like increasing the time where you actually can respond from 3 hours to 24 hours. But looking at the work is important. So I think it's very timely that we're here representing you and acknowledging your work, and the fact that I was there Saturday having that conversation. So again, congratulations, happy EMS work. We appreciate you from the bottom of our hearts.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa.
I just really want to thank you, Travis. I want to thank you, Dr. Gilbert. This is a very, very complex system, right? There's a lot of moving parts. I think AMR, I want to thank you in particular for your service. It's not easy to have all these ambulances. I think the number you had cited was every 7 minutes, was that correct?
Correct.
And so the volume is just really huge. And then, the chiefs, the fire chiefs, the coordination that takes place, it seems simple, but it's highly complicated. But Travis, I think you really deserve a lot of recognition. I think you've dealt with so many difficult and hard decisions, but you've always done it in such a graceful way. And so we're lucky as a county to have you and both Dr. Gilbert. So thank you.
Thank you. If I could just respond for a quick second, I appreciate it. It's really not about me. It's about, the team as a whole. And I'm really fortunate that we have the spirit of collaboration that we do in the system. And as I, mentioned in my remarks, just this focus on putting the patient at the center of everything that we do and always trying to solve for that person and what's best for them. I think that's really what holds the system together. But appreciate
You're
you
so
and
humble,
your support
Travis.
too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to echo, just say it's from 911 call to getting the patient to the hospital, even our great hospitals in this county, that really allows us to have such great numbers. So hats off to all of you.
Thank you. I just wanted to briefly share a quick story. My friend and I went rollerblading for her birthday a couple years ago, and literally within 30 seconds of me letting go of her hand, because she was like, I got this, she fell and she actually broke her elbow, and it was Redwood City Fire that responded to help take care of her. And I think for everyone that has witnessed a medical emergency, it's really difficult to see someone you care about and not know how to help them. So I would just want to thank each and every one of you for your role in being that emergency response and making sure that people in our community get the care that they need, that they get to a hospital that is able to treat them from strokes to, a broken elbow. It's, we recognize that difficult work, and we want to thank you for meeting people at kind of their worst moments and showing them care and dignity through that. Supervisor Spear?
Travis and Dr. Gilbert and all of you here, the numbers you shared with us are stunning. And it should make every person who lives in San Mateo County feel more confident and comfortable that when they need someone, they will be there in a flash and beat every other national statistic that exists. So thank you all very much.
Okay, happy to take a motion on this. Oh, a motion. Okay, we had a motion. Second. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear? Aye. Supervisor Mueller? Yes. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We'll now present you the proclamation and take a quick picture. Thank you. We are bringing it back to item number 2, a proclamation designating May 17th through the 23rd as National Search and Rescue Week, sponsored by Supervisor Mueller.
Thank you, President Corzo. So today, we've brought forward a proclamation designating May 17th through May 23rd, 2026 as National Search and Rescue Week, and also a resolution honoring and commending San Mateo County's search and rescue teams in recognition of that week. Today, and in front of us, we recognize the extraordinary teams, volunteers, and professionals who answer the call when people are lost, injured, stranded, or in danger, often in the most difficult terrain and under the harshest conditions imaginable. Search and rescue represents one of the purest forms of public service. These individuals leave their homes and families at a moment's notice to help complete strangers in time of crisis. Each specialized team brings unique skills and capabilities that together form one of the most effective and respected search and rescue systems in California. Their success is built on rigorous training, strong teamwork, mutual trust, and countless volunteer hours spent preparing long before emergency occurs. In April of this year, a friend, Greg Garcia, invited me actually to Memorial Park, and it was a very stormy day. The rain was coming down, it was pouring, and I immediately regretted the fact I hadn't brought my Jeep. I entered into Memorial Park and it was empty, not a soul. And I thought I wasn't even sure I was going to find him. And I imagined it was perfect conditions that you could imagine someone hiking in this weather and the weather changing and finding themselves in an absolute drenched torrential rain. And I found the group, and I was so incredibly impressed that while everyone else in the county was home in the warmth and watching TV, enjoying their families or doing whatever they were doing, here in the middle of this storm were volunteers learning and teaching each other and sharing community and getting ready for that moment when they would be called into action. And some of them were called on to spend the night in those rains, in that storm. I just want to extend my sincere gratitude to the units and the leaders who work tirelessly to save lives and will assist in presenting. And frankly, what I asked that day was, had they ever been in front of the board? Had they ever been honored? And I learned that they hadn't. And so I wanted to bring them here today, and I have their team member leaders from the Cliff Marine Unit, Walter Williams, from the Communication Unit, Gary Velbaum, from the San Mateo County Search and Rescue Unit, Shiraz Quadri and Jake Mandel, from the Bay Area Mountain Rescue Unit, Devin Lozano, from the Mountain Search and Rescue Team, Christine Fries, from the Air Support Unit, Robert Dobel, and from the Dive Team, Dave Durr. And I have two things. I have the resolutions, which you just all saw, but I also have commendations from the board to present to each of these leaders so that they can share them with their team and so that they understand how much the county appreciates the work that they provide to the community. So at this time, I'll go ahead and yield. Did you want to say something, Sheriff Binder?
Thank you. Welcome, Sheriff Binder. And while you're walking up, I want to say that's the biggest stack of commendations I've ever seen. So good job to you and your team, Supervisor Mueller.
My team said everyone, and I said everyone.
Welcome, Sheriff Binder.
Thank you very much, Vice President Mueller, President Corzo, honorable members of the board, County Executive Callaghy, County Council, Mr. Niblin. I am truly honored to join you today in recognizing an extraordinary search and rescue volunteer group from the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office. Standing behind me are...
San Mateo. Old hat, San Mateo County.
Oh my gosh.
Old hat.
Sorry, 27 years. I do that every once in a great blue moon. I'll get past it, I promise. San Mateo County Sheriff's Office. These professionals standing behind me are leaders and representatives of more than 300 volunteers of more than 6 teams that volunteer their time. These professionals are the very best of what community partnership looks like. When the community needs our help, they are the steady hands in moments of uncertainty. They give their time, their skills, and their expertise freely and selflessly. Over the past few months, I've had the true privilege of experiencing their dedication firsthand. On Christmas morning, when most people were waking up to spend time with their families, they answered the call to search for a lost hiker in Edgewood Park. In the pouring rain, without hesitation, they showed up. They left warm homes and holiday traditions behind because someone in their community needed their expertise and needed their help. Because of their commitment, that person was reunited with their loved ones on Christmas. When I think about the true meaning of public service, I think about that day and I think about our volunteers. Their impact is truly astounding. In 2025 alone, members of San Mateo County's 6 search and rescue teams donated nearly 50,000 hours of service across more than 200 missions. Those numbers are truly phenomenal, but what they really represent is commitment, heart, and care for their fellow neighbors. To all of our volunteers, I want to express our sincere gratitude on behalf of everyone at the Sheriff's Office and the county. Thank you for your time, thank you for your sacrifice, and thank you for always being there when our community needs you most. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. With that, I will believe we can hear public comment, and then we'll close out with remarks and a vote.
All right, we'll be taking public comment on item number 2 for the proclamation of National Search and Rescue Week, as well as the resolution honoring. And we do not have any speaker cards, so we'll be going over to Zoom. So I'll turn it over to my colleague. Madam Clerk, please begin.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have 3 hands raised, so we'll start with Sabrina, followed by Ann for item 2. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I come as one of the people surrogers who hold all political power in the peace and love of Jesus Christ. I rise in strong opposition to agenda item number 2, the presentations of the proclamation designating National Search and Rescue Week and a resolution honoring and commending the county search and rescue teams. While the service of volunteers is admirable, the U.S. Constitution grants government no enumerated power to issue official proclamations or symbolic resolutions endorsing specific weeks or groups. The 10th Amendment reserves all non-delegated power to the states and the people. California Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, guarantees every person the inalienable right to liberty and the pursuit of happiness. Government proclamation that inserts the board into symbolic advocacy exceeds proper governmental functions and risks creating official preferences. American maxims of law are clear. The main object of government is the protection of personal rights and private property and upholding the law of God. And equity will not aid in the act that exceeds lawful authority.
Thank you. That's your time.
Thank you, Sabrina. Next speaker is Ann, followed by Michelle Stevens. Ann, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. And thank you all, each and every volunteer and everyone who makes our community better. I cannot thank you enough for all you do and your dedication. It's people like you that make our community what it is, a really special one. And this county is a very special county. Thank you all, each and every one of you. I don't know what else to say other than thank you. I am so utterly grateful. Have a great day.
Thank you, Ann. And we'll go to Michelle Stevens. Please unmute and begin.
Hello, board. I come to you with the love of Jesus Christ, one with all power, the people. I stand firmly against agenda number 2, the proclamations and resolutions for National Search and Rescue Week, the United States Constitution, 10th Amendment, 9th Amendment to protect the people's retained rights and limited government. It is enumerated sphere, issuing official government endorsements and honors is not among the lawful functions of this board. California Constitution, Article 2, Section 1 states that all political power is inherited in the people, and Article 1, Section 1 protects liberty from unnecessary government intrusion. Symbolic resolutions function compelled by government speech that diverts time and resources from core duties. American maxim of law confirms the law is no respecter of persons, and it is against equity for government to exceed its proper sphere. Supervisor proclamation serve no legitimate public purpose and risk viewpoint discrimination.
Thank you. That's your
This
time.
item exceeds the board's, thank you.
Michelle. And that concludes public comment. Back to you, Madam President.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring it back to the board for some quick comments.
I'll go ahead and move the item.
Okay, great. Okay, we have a first and a second. I'll just quickly say thank you so much for all that you do. I think about folks when they lose, not lose, but when a person is lost, an elder or a child, it's you all that get out there and make sure that they are able to come home, and appreciate all of your expertise. And with that, we will present you with the
Can we do a quick roll call vote?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot about the roll call. Yes, absolutely.
All right, Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
And President Corso?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we are now moving on to item number 3, a proclamation designating May as Older Americans Month and an annual report by the Commission on Aging.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Canepa is the sponsor. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Today, we are proud to recognize Older Americans Month and celebrate the older adults who continue to strengthen San Mateo County through their wisdom, leadership, and contributions to our communities. As one of the fastest growing populations in our county, older adults deserve continued investment in programs and services that support independence, health, mobility, and connection. This year's theme is Champion Your Health. It reminds us of the importance of prevention, wellness, and ensuring every resident can age with dignity, purpose, and community support. I'd now like to invite Lee Pullen, our director, and the commission's chair, Irene, to give their presentation. So thank you. And I just want to say before we get into the presentation, I've been with this commission for about 9 years, and the work that you've done, Lee and the commission, is really top notch. So I just want to personally thank you before we get into this presentation.
Thank you so much, Supervisor, and thank you and your office for the support over the years. And good morning, President Corso and members of the board, as well as Mr. Callagy, Niblin, Mates, and members of the public. Again, Lee Pullen, Aging and Disability Services, a part of San Mateo County Health. And I am just here to introduce to you our new chair this year, Chair Liana, and it's her first time. It's her first time to be before you, but she's got everything well prepared here to give you a good update on what your commission, our advisory body, has been doing this past year. So I'll turn it over to Irene.
Thank you, Lee. Good morning, President Corzo and members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you so much for allowing us to briefly highlight and summarize the work of the Commission on Aging. The presentation today will be an overview of who the Commission is, the statutory role we serve, how we organize our work, the accomplishments over the past year, and going forward, what our priorities are. Next slide, please. The Commission on Aging was established in 1969 to help maintain, enhance, and improve the quality of older adults in San Mateo County. The Commission is made up of 17 commissioners. We hold 10 monthly meetings every year. We have 3 standing committees through which we accomplish our work, and 2 main roles. Commissioners reside in cities throughout the county and are charged with advising and advocating on behalf of the older residents, both in the cities and the unincorporated areas. Next slide. The 2 main roles are to advise and advocate, and they're grounded in both the Older Americans Act and the Older Californians Act. Under federal law, the Commission advises on matters related to development and administration of the area plan and its related operations. Under state law, it serves as the principal advocate body on behalf of older adults within the planning and service area. Next slide. The 2 main roles to advise and advocate are grounded in both. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Okay, I'm too far. Okay. Information is key. To do this effectively, commissioners need to understand both available resources and the evolving needs of older adults. We build that knowledge through continuing relationships, direct contact with older adults, and ongoing education. Much of the Commission's work happens through committees, which gather pertinent information, identify relevant projects, and help implement work plans that move priorities forward. Next slide. The Commission currently has 3 standing committees for 25-26. The Information Resources and Community Engagement Committee works to advocate for effective means of disseminating information and about services and resources for older adults, and to strengthen relationships with communities throughout the county. The Social Isolation and Transportation Committee focuses on being informed about advocating for local transportation for older adults in San Mateo County, while also supporting programs and services for older adults facing social isolation. The 3rd committee, the Aging Readiness and Family Caregiver Support Committee, works to increase awareness and advocate for older adults to create a personal plan for healthy aging. Together, these committees promote successful aging in place. In addition to the standing committees, we also have 2 ad hoc committees, the Help at Home Update Committee and the Legislative Advocacy Committee. Next slide. During 25-26, the Commission's accomplishments included maintaining a presence at public events, such as senior health and wellness events, providing information and education, and educational opportunities and presentations, strengthening its relationship with Samtrans, and advocating for improved transportation options. The Commission also expanded relationships with local organizations that support older adults, collaborated with the Youth Commission on Intergenerational Connections, advanced advocacy for senior legislative issues and priorities, and updated the Help at Home Guide. These activities reflect both the advisory and advocacy roles of the Commission in action. Looking ahead, next slide. Looking ahead, the Commission's priorities include distributing the updated Help at Home Guide, participating in the Community Enrichment Advisory Committee, providing age-friendly overview, identifying advocacy goals at the local, state, and federal level, and to continuing support for older adults and family caregivers across San Mateo County. Last slide. Thank you for your time and your continued partnership in supporting older adults, adults with disabilities, and family caregivers throughout San Mateo County.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that report. We will now bring it back for public comment.
We're taking public comment on item number 3 for the proclamation of Older Americans Month, as well as the annual report from the San Mateo County Commission on Aging. We do not have any speaker cards from chambers, so we'll be going to Zoom. Turn it over to my colleague, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have 3 hands raised, and Anne followed by Michelle Stevens. Anne, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I am happy to see an acknowledgement of older Americans. Since 63% of all San Mateo County residents age 55 and older are living below the poverty line, the county should focus on providing affordable housing to these older Americans. The county should designate Cypress Point and Moss Beach as affordable housing for 55 and older. There are no funding restrictions that would prevent this declaration that the board can make today. What better way is there to show your appreciation for older Americans than to provide safe and secure housing for them in Moss Beach? Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Michelle, followed by Sabrina. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hello, Board. I come and oppose item number 3 because the fundamental principle of American government is limited power restrained by law. The Constitution was written to prevent government from expanding authority through political influence rather than lawful process. California Constitution states that all political power is inherent to the people. The 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution reserves powers not delegated to the federal government, to the states and the people, whose principles remind us that government officials are not fiduciary, not rulers. American maxim of law declared, he who exercises authority must show lawful authority. Another states the law respects substance, not appearance. A public press conference concerning funding disputes should never be replaced. Transparent constitutional debate. I respectfully urge this board to place constitutional restraint, financial responsibility, and public accountability ahead of publicity.
Thank you. That's your time.
Thank you, Michelle. We'll go to Sabrina. Please unmute and begin.
I'm going to pass on this one. Thank you.
Okay. And that concludes public comment. Back to you, Madam President.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments from my colleagues?
I'd just like to make the motion to accept the proclamation and the annual report by the Commission on Aging. Yeah, go ahead.
There was a tie, but before we do roll call, Supervisor Mueller.
I just wanted to thank Supervisor County for bringing this and to share that in furtherance of Older Americans Week. We have collaborated with Aging and Disability Services to provide an event that will take place on Friday, May 29th, 2026 from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. at Senior Co-Siders located at 925 Main Street in Half Moon Bay. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just briefly share that I'm grateful for the work of this commission and for the elevation of one of the largest populations, growing populations in our county, and really elevating those needs and making sure that there's connections to our young people as well. I think you talked about that with the youth commission. Is that what it's called? Yes.
Thank you.
So thank you so much for your wisdom, for your work, and we're grateful to the commission.
Madam Chair, I wonder if I could make one other comment. My senior brain
Please.
got this. We want to continue our liaison also with Supervisor Canepa's office, which will be ongoing and a priority for that, and we really welcome all the collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe we're ready for a roll call vote.
Supervisor Spear, Supervisor Mueller,
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher,
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa,
Yes.
and President Corzo.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, we do? It's 12? What? No, wait.
I mean 10.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, my gosh, I know I'm tired.
Okay. We are now moving on to item number 4, which is a presentation on our 2026 state and federal legislative session. And I'm happy to welcome our Chief Legislative Officer, Connie Juarez Durrell.
I am having a hard time with it. Sorry about that. Okay, I will try to do my best. Good morning, President Corzo, honorable members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, and Mr. Mates. I'm Connie Juarez Durrell, the county's chief legislative officer, and I'm here today. I'm joined by Eli Aguayo, a legislative analyst in my unit, and together we'll be providing your board with our second quarterly update on state and federal legislative matters. Next slide, please. Okay. So before we begin, I think it's important to note where we are currently in the state legislative session. One back, please. There you go. So as you can see here on the calendar, the fiscal committees have met, so the appropriations committees have completed their work.
Connie, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I want to make sure people on Zoom can hear you. Can you lift it up a little bit so it's there? You go.
It keeps going down.
Yeah, I think just like kind of.
Okay, I'll just hold
there
it.
You go.
There.
No, I think you can let it go. There.
All right. As I was saying, the fiscal committees have completed their work. So all bills with a state cost have now been settled. The House of Origin deadline is on May 29th, and policy committees will resume their work on June the 1st. We're all noting that on June 15th is the budget bill deadline, and then July 2nd is policy committee deadline for the second house. And August 3rd will be the return of the legislature from summer recess. Next slide, please. So, as you all know, Governor Newsom released his May revision to the state budget last Thursday, and the administration is proposing a $350 billion spending plan that balances the budget for both year 26-27 and fiscal year 27-28. So, revenue projects, the administration is projecting $16.5 billion more in revenue over the 3-year budget window than had been anticipated earlier this year. The increase is driven by a $13.5 billion jump in personal income tax revenue, primarily due to a spike in capital gains. To address projected deficits in future years, the May revision proposes a deposit of $3.6 billion into the rainy day fund and sets aside nearly $10 billion more for fiscal year 27-28 in a separate fund. In terms of revenue solutions, the administration is proposing 3 new revenue streams estimated to bring in approximately $3.6 billion in general fund revenues in 26-27 and growing to $5.1 billion in 27-28. The most notable of these is a digital pre-written software tax. And this new tax is estimated to yield $450 million in 26-27 and $900 million annually thereafter to the state's general fund. The proposal would also increase local sales tax revenues by $560 million for cities and counties in 26-27 and $1.1 billion in 27-28 and annually thereafter. In his press conference, the governor suggested that counties use the new tax revenues to address the impacts of H.R. 1. However, most of the sales tax and use tax revenue is not a general purpose discretionary revenue source, and some local sales tax revenue is allocated to both counties and cities. Only the 1% Bradley Burns Uniform Local Sales and Use Tax is a local general purpose revenue source for counties. CSAC estimates that about $560 million would be generated in 26-27, and only about $13 million in general purpose Bradley Burns revenue. The other portion of the revenue must be used for specific purposes like transportation, realign public safety programs, and existing health and welfare programs. However, the proposal would not provide sufficient funding to mitigate the impacts of H.R. 1. In terms of budget balancing solutions, the May revision does not propose any significant new ongoing expenditures. Overall spending reductions and reforms account for $411 million in total spending in 26-27, growing to $711.9 million by 29-20. And there are a lot of proposals, but some of the notable ones include increased monthly premiums for adults with unsatisfactory immigration status. So their premiums would increase by $20 per month to a new total of $50 per month starting in July. An updated medical asset test limit, which reinstates the Medi-Cal asset limit for seniors and disabled adults to $2,000 for individuals and $3,000 for a couple, effective January 2027. Shifting Medi-Cal beneficiaries with UIS from managed care to fee-for-service, and this will result in increased costs at the local level. An IHSS cost shift that was proposed in the January budget has been maintained, and this would go into effect in 27-28. One other thing to note is that the May revision does not include the counties 23-24 and 24-25 in lieu VLF backfill of $158 million, and this is not a surprise to us. In terms of HR solutions, can we go to the next slide, please? So this table outlines what was asked by CSAC and a number of affiliates regarding revenues for counties to implement HR 1. So you'll see on the right in the green column the issue that was identified as activities, programs needing funding, and then the following columns include the requests that were put forward by CSAC, which was approximately $9.5 billion in total. What was included in the May revision for both the 26-27 fiscal year and 27-28 fiscal year. And unfortunately, the May revision does not propose the necessary funding to help counties implement H.R. 1, limiting increases to Medi-Cal and CalFresh eligibility work, but not at the amounts needed. So as you can see, there was, for next fiscal year, there was an ask of $1.9 billion, and the May revision only includes $104 million in general fund spending. And for 27-28, the request was for $4.5 billion, and there's only $33 million included in the May revision for those activities.
Can I ask a question really quickly? So I just want to make sure that the public understands the takeaway here. So please correct me if I misstate this, but essentially, counties have always been responsible for indigent care and running public hospitals, if we have them, at the expense of the general fund for the county. And so with the loss of health care benefits from H.R. 1 at the federal level, we were asking the state for funds to help offset that burden. And essentially, what I'm seeing here is that the state has given us less this year than last year.
That's correct. And again, as I say, this is the governor's version of the budget. So, and I'll talk about that in a minute of what happens next.
Thank you.
If we could go back to the previous slide. Thank you. In terms of other notable proposals, the May revision proposes to maintain $500 million in additional funding for the HAP program, the Homeless Housing Assistance Program. That was committed in last year's SB 131. But CSAC is advocating for $1 billion in 26-27 and for around 7 to be implemented so that funds can be distributed by by this year of September. The administration is also proposing new requirements that counties, cities, and continuums of care must meet to be eligible for funds. And these include housing element compliance, pro-housing designation, encampment guidance compliance, and local match requirements. And finally, the May revision proposes trailer bill language focused on the waiving of development impact fees that would incentivize and in certain cases compel counties to waive development fees that would be assessed on affordable housing projects. So this is a high-level overview of the May revision. My unit is currently working on a more detailed report with local information that will be coming to you shortly. So, next slide. Next one. Thank you. Okay. In terms of VLF and H.R. 1 advocacy, in addition to closely monitoring the state budget discussion, my unit has been heavily focused on advocating for a full reimbursement of the county's in lieu VLF shortfall and a permanent fix. And what you see here is just an overview of some of the recent advocacy activities that we've undertaken to ensure that that happens. Again, I won't go through all these, but just to say that we're laser focused on this right now, and we will be pushing very hard for a full reimbursement in the coming weeks as the state budget is put together. I will call out the activities related to H.R. 1. On May 6th, directors Cunningham, Chawla, and myself participated in the Urban Counties of California's H.R. 1 Lobby Day, and we updated all of our delegation members on the impacts of H.R. 1, and we will continue to keep their offices updated on the potential impacts of various proposals to the county as they are released. Next slide. So now I'm going to transition to Ellie, who's going to talk to you about the bills that we've acted on in the past session.
I'll leave the mic as is. Good morning, President Corzo, members of the board, County Executive Callaghy, County Attorney Niblin, and Assistant County Executive Mates. Again, my name is Elia Guayo, and today I'll be providing a high-level overview of several bills the county has taken action on during the 2026 legislative session that align with the county's legislative session program. As a reminder, we prioritize and take action on bills flagged by your board, county departments, and our state associations, including UCC and CSAC. With that said, I'll touch on 7 bills today, 5 the county supports and 2 the county opposes. These bills range from health and human services to agricultural weights and measures, as well as other issues. So starting with support, first on the list, we have SB 417 Cabaldon. This bill would authorize a $10 billion Affordable Housing Bond Act to be placed on the November 2026 ballot to fund multifamily, supportive, and other affordable housing programs. The measure must be signed by the governor no later than June 25th in order to qualify for the November 2026 ballot. So this bill is now before the Assembly pending a floor vote. Next, we have SB 1422 Durazo. This bill would delete provisions of existing state law that freeze program enrollment in full scope Medi-Cal coverage for undocumented individuals. The bill recently passed out of the Senate Appropriations Committee with amendments to phase out the enrollment freeze based on age groups if certain budget conditions are met. So this bill is on the Senate floor waiting for a vote. AB 2081, Stephanie, would require the Department of Healthcare Services to expand capacity in the Medi-Cal Home and Community-Based Alternatives Waiver, which allows vulnerable Medi-Cal patients to receive care in their homes or community-based settings rather than institutional facilities. This bill is on the Assembly floor pending a floor vote. Next, we have AB 1643 Nguyen, which would strengthen the reliability and consistency of California's child support payment processing by improving coordination between the courts and local child support agencies. This bill, unfortunately, was held in the Assembly Appropriations Committee last week and is now considered dead. Next, we have SB 949 Becker. This bill would establish the Santa Cruz Mountains as a resource of statewide significance that requires special protection. And this measure is currently at the Assembly desk awaiting referral to a policy committee. Next slide, please. Now moving to opposition, we oppose SB 1327 Reyes. This bill would remove electric vehicle charger inspections from the regulatory jurisdiction of the county sealer and place it under the California Energy Commission. This bill was recently held in the Senate Appropriations Committee and is considered dead. Lastly, we also oppose AB 2508 Hoover, which would remove certain program costs from electric utility rates and instead fund those programs through a new state treasury fund supported by the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. This bill was also held in the Assembly Appropriations Committee and is considered dead. So as I just mentioned, the last 2 bills are no longer advancing, so we are pleased with those outcomes. And we appreciate our department staff working with us to help stall them in committee. In your packet, you'll also find more information, including the current list of bills we're tracking to date, and copies of position letters were also sent to your board, sent to the board. Lastly, just to wrap up my portion of this presentation, this week our unit will be attending the CSAC Legislative Conference in Sacramento alongside Supervisor Gaucher, our CSAC rep, and Supervisor Mueller to further engage in these policy discussions. So with that, I'll pass it back to Connie. Thank you.
And just to wrap up, in terms of federal actions, so late last month, after months of disagreement over funding for Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Border Patrol, Congress approved the fiscal year 2026 Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. This action ended the partial government shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security and its agencies, such as the Federal Emergency Management Agency. The FY26 DHS funding bill was the final FY26 spending bill to be signed into law, with the other 11 26 appropriations bill being signed into law in early February. Congress is currently working on an appropriations bill for fiscal year 27. The process began with President Trump's fiscal year 27 budget proposal. The fiscal year 27 proposal included $1.5 trillion for defense and proposed cutting $73 billion from domestic discretionary programs. And it's important to remember that this budget is merely a proposal. Congress will not act directly on it. Instead, the House and Senate Appropriations Committees will decide how to fund the government for next year. As seen in the previous fiscal year, Congress is likely to reject many of the president's proposed cuts, especially for key programs like the Community Development Block Grant. The House Appropriations Committee has announced a schedule to consider and mark up all 12 bills of the fiscal year 27 appropriations bill by the end of June. Again, this year, members had the opportunity to submit community project funding requests, formerly known as earmarks, to the Appropriations Committee for consideration. Members have now publicly shared the list of community project funding requests they have submitted to the Appropriations Committee for consideration, and I'm pleased to share that our members submitted 2 county projects. Congressman Mullen included the Middlefield Road project on his list, and Congressman Liccardo included the Coastside Generators project. Each member is limited to submitting only 20 projects to the committee, so it's quite a competitive process to make it on the list. The Appropriations Committee is scheduled to consider the bill that could fund these projects next month, so we should know more in a month's time. Furthermore, Congress is also working on an extension to the Surface Transportation Reauthorization Bill signed by President Biden in 2021, which is scheduled to expire on September 30th. This bill authorizes multi-year federal funding and sets national policy for highways, public transit, rail, and safety programs. Both House and Senate committees are working on putting together a new reauthorization bill, which the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee will be considering later this month. For the past several months, the House Financial Services Committee and the Senate Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs Committee have both been working on bipartisan comprehensive housing legislation. Provisions under consideration include reauthorizing the Home Invest Partnership Program and increasing eligible uses for community development block grant funding, both issues of importance to the county. While the House and the Senate have each passed their own versions of a bill, both have done so with bipartisan majorities, demonstrating Congress's strong interest to get a package across the finish line. Later this week, the House is aiming to vote on an updated housing package that they hope will pass the chamber and be able to garner the necessary votes in the Senate as well. And finally, the House and Senate Republican leadership, along with the White House, are continuing to work on another budget reconciliation package. Budget reconciliation is a special process Congress uses to pass legislation that directly affects the federal budget, such as changes to taxes, spending, or debt limits, while only needing 51 votes in the Senate rather than 60. This narrowly focused reconciliation package seeks to provide a total of $70 billion to fund ICE and CPB through the end of the Trump administration. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions from my colleagues? Okay, I have a question. So it's come to my attention, at least, that there is an effort from the federal administration to bring an ICE facility to a former correctional facility, a federal correctional facility in Dublin. I know we reached out asking if the priorities that we approved today on our consent agenda would allow for your office to send a letter on behalf of the county opposing that effort.
Yes, Supervisor. So we did receive your email regarding that particular request for a letter, and we're currently looking at the updated legislative program to see if we have a policy that would give us the ability to oppose that particular action.
Okay. Because some of these are very time sensitive, when do you think we can expect the response on that?
Today, the legislative program is actually on the consent calendar,
Yes.
so we'll be able to do that today.
Okay. Um, Thank you. So I just want to kind of, for the public and for my colleagues here, the intention of having these reports every quarter is so that we are getting updated on the advocacy efforts of our county and, hearing about the work that you do. So I would say for my colleagues, if there are ways that you think we can improve this quarterly report or better inform the public, and please feel free to reach out to Connie with that feedback. I do think that, on many of the other bodies that we sit on, we get these kinds of reports on a regular basis, and they are important so that we are aware, so that we also understand that if there are bills or issues that come up in the community and they are aligned with our legislative priorities, we are able to advocate for support or opposition of legislation. I think it's something that we can do more of at the county level, and so that's the intention of this report. Any other comments? Supervisor Spear?
Thank you. I have a little bit of knowledge about earmarks, and I think that we have got to redouble our efforts to get funding from our congressional representatives. And I would like to recommend to the county executive, that we start that process much earlier so that through the fall of this year, we can identify the projects that would have the greatest saliency, and also look at opportunities we may have to work with some of the cities on some of these projects. The inclination is to sprinkle around the $20 million around the county, to cities and the county. But in truth, I think we can make a very strong case that our share should be slightly higher than what it is now, which is really quite small. And if our requests are significant, I think we'll gain greater traction with the congressional offices as well. So, but I think that process needs to start much earlier than it does so that we're prepared.
If I could, through the chair. Yeah, I think that's a really good suggestion. And in thinking about this, it would probably be best if this board weighed in more on the decisions as to what to submit for funding. So what I'd like to do next time around is get our department heads to submit, bring it to the board, and see if the board's priorities match with what we're submitting, or to pick out a few that are high priorities with this board to submit, and really work with our congressional team to ensure that they understand this is the board's wishes.
Thank you. I also wanted to bring attention to another assembly bill that wasn't on our list, but I would like to make sure is elevated for review and for potential support. That is Assemblymember Liz Ortega's AB 2465, No Taxpayer Dollars for Family Separation Act. I believe it should be included in our legislative priorities, and I again want to highlight that I do think that as a county, when there are bills that are aligned with our county priorities and our legislative priorities, that we are actively supporting those bills. So just wanted to elevate that one for everyone. And Connie, I want to thank you and Ellie for the presentation and for the continued work and advocacy. And we appreciate the efforts to keep our county and the public informed and represented on these important legislative issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do believe this is just a presentation. So with that, we will move on to public comment. And then we do need to take a motion to accept this, correct?
That's right. It's agenda is accepting the report.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be taking public comment on item number 4, the quarterly informational report on the 2026 state and federal legislative sessions. We do not have any speaker cards for chambers, so we will be going to Zoom. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have 2 hands raised, Michelle Stevens, followed by Sabrina. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hello, Board and the members. I rise in strong opposition to agenda number 4, acceptance quarterly of informational report on the 2026 state and federal legislative sessions. The United States Constitution, 10th Amendment, reserves to the states and the people all power not expressly delegated to the federal government. Local boards have no enumerated authority to actively monitor, influence, or implement federal and state legislative agendas that expand government beyond constitutional limits. California Constitution, Article 1, Section 1 guarantees every person inalienable right to acquire, possess, protect property, while Article 2, Section 1 affirms that all political power is inherited in the people. Using county resources to track and potentially advance legislation that burdens taxpayers and property owners violates these protections. American law maxims of law are clear. The main object of government is protection of the personal rights and private property.
Thank you.
Equity
That's
will
your
not
time.
act aid. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I come in the peace and love of Jesus Christ as one of the people, sui juris, who holds all political power. I stand firmly against item agenda number 4, the presentation and acceptance of May 26 quarterly report on state and federal legislation sessions. The United States Constitution grants local government no power to insert itself into federal or state legislative processes. The 9th and 10th Amendments protect the people's retained rights and strictly limit government to its delegated sphere. Monitoring and reporting on legislation often serves as a gateway to lobbying with public resources. California Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, declares the inalienable rights to life, liberty, and property, directing county staff and time to declare this type of legislative tracking diverts resources from core productive functions and risks advancing measures that infringe upon the individual rights. American Maxim of Law confirms it is against equity for free men not to have free disposal of their property, and the law is no respecter of persons. Government must not use the people's funds to pursue political agendas. Reject item 4.
Thank you.
Thank
That's your
you.
time.
Thank you. Back to you, Madam President.
Okay, bringing it back to the board for a vote or a motion.
I move approval.
Thank you. Is there a second? Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear, Supervisor Mueller, currently absent, Supervisor Gaucher,
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa,
Aye.
and President Corzo.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Thank you. I would now like to request a 5-minute break before we move on to the next item. Do we need to vote on that, County Attorney Niblin?
No, you can just
Thank
declare
you.
a recess.
Okay, 5-minute recess.
All right, the time is 10:55 a.m. and you may call the meeting back to order with all 4 supervisors present and Supervisor Canepa currently absent.
Thank you. We will now move on to item number 7, a resolution to authorize the Chief of San Mateo County Health to execute agreements with mental health and substance use disorder contracted providers. I'd like to invite Dr. J. Africa.
Good morning, President Corso and honorable board members, county execs, colleagues, and community. I'm J. Africa, the Director of Behavioral Health. So again, the item really is for your consideration to allow our chief or their designee to sign and amend agreements for our mental health and substance use providers. And this is really because we shifted from CalAIM in fiscal year 24-25. If you remember, we paid our contractors 1/12, and the shift to CalAIM to fee-for-service really allowed our providers to bill according to the services that they provided. So the good news is that our providers actually have been billing and increasing their utilization. So some of them are actually more than we expected. So we are needing to amend the contracts to just add more funding so they can continue providing the service until the year ends. So I'm happy to answer any questions related to that.
Thank you. Any questions from my colleagues? No? I'll just briefly say that I remember this being a huge concern for many of our contractors, and the transition was difficult. But this was something that we elevated a couple years ago, and you have seen it through. You have supported our contractors to getting to this place where really what this means is that we are serving more people in our community, and that is something worthy of commending and recognizing. So thank you for this, for bringing this item forward, and I also want to thank our behavioral health contractors for doing that hard work and making sure that we're serving more people. So with that, I think we can move on to public comment, and then I'll be happy to take a motion.
All right, we're taking public comment on item number 7. We do not have any speaker cards for chambers, so we will be going online for Zoom. If we could turn it over to my colleague, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have 2 hands raised. Michelle Stevens, followed by Sabrina. Michelle, please proceed.
Hello, Board. I rise against item 7. The $8.3 million CalCAM mental health contract increases the U.S. Constitution, protects property via the 5th and 14th Amendments against deprivation without due process. Every tax dollar taken is property seized. California Constitution, Article 1, Section 7, and Article 11 affirm local self-governance and equal protection, not Sacramento mandated spending sprees. Maximum of law are clear. A man's home is his castle. Yet this drains resources from homeowners and businesses. Equity abhors forfeiture. Do not forfeit taxpayer funds, unaccountable programs. The law favors the vigilant. We must vigilantly oppose government expansion that threatens citizens, its revenue sources, rather than sovereign individuals. A true public health requires accountability, not automatic funding hikes. Uphold the constitutional limits
Thank
on
you. That's your
spending and
time.
local priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I come in the peace and love of Jesus Christ as one of the people, surrogers, who hold all political power. The Supervisors, I oppose agenda item number 7, authorizing $8.3 million in new contracts and fees for mental health and substance use providers under CalAIM. The U.S. Constitution 10th Amendment reserves powers to the states or the people, limiting expansive government programs. California Constitution, Article 13, demands prudent taxation and expenditure for the public good, not blank checks to contractors. American maximum law declared the power to tax is the power to destroy. This spending burdens taxpayers without proven local accountability. No one is bound to do the impossible, yet endless fee-for-service expansions ignore root causes like family breakdown and personal responsibility. Public money should not be used for people's money should not be used for public purposes, not perpetual contract enrichment. CalAIM's top-down approach expands bureaucracy over results. Demand transparency, performance metrics, and local control before approving millions. Reject item 7 and prioritize fiscal restraint.
Thank you. That's your time.
Thank you. Back to you, Madam President.
Okay, bringing it back to the board for a motion. Is there a second? Approval by Gaucher. Motion by Gaucher. Is there a second? Second by Spear. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear, Supervisor Mueller, Supervisor Gaucher,
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa,
Aye.
and President Corzo.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. With that, we will move on to item number 8, a public hearing regarding County of San Mateo vacancies, recruitment, and retention strategies. Our Director of HR, welcome, Michelle Kuka.
Good morning, President Corzo, members of the board, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Mates. I'm Michelle Kuka, the interim HR director. I do have a full presentation today, but in the interest of time, I am going to move through it rather quickly, but of course, I'm always available for questions. So I am here today to provide you an update on the county's vacancies and recruitment and retention strategies as required by Assembly Bill 2561, which came into effect in January of 2025. Before going into the specific vacancy data, just some high-level statistics about our county workforce. We currently have 6,131 authorized positions. 5,300 of those are filled. Our average workforce age is 44. And 61% of our workforce has been with us for more than 5 years. We have seen a reduction in the percentage of current county employees that are eligible to retire. That number is now 18%. Our recruitment and retention data, as you can see over time, it has remained fairly steady. We average over the last 8 fiscal years of over 560 recruitments and an average of 16,000 applications per fiscal year. So our applicant numbers remain consistent. A key metric that I always am proud of is our internal promotion rate. Currently this fiscal year, as of the end of March, 76% of our promotions into management position have been from internal staff, and into non-management positions, it's 43%. So we really believe in developing our own county employees and getting them ready for that next step in our organization. Our vacancy rate over the past several fiscal years has remained fairly steady. We are currently at 12%. Again, all of this data is as of the end of March of 2026. The number is slightly higher than last year because, as you know, in March, we have a large number of retirements. And so the data does capture all of this year's retirements up to that date of March 29th. The Assembly Bill requires us to really speak to the vacancy rate per bargaining unit. Most of our unions only have 1 bargaining unit. Some of our larger unions, like AFSCME, has 11 bargaining units, and SEIU has 5. So although this is a lot of information on one slide, this chart was included in the board agenda packets for your closer review. But I am going to be highlighting the bargaining units that have a vacancy rate over 20%. The first bargaining unit I want to draw your attention to is our organization of sheriff's lieutenants. As you know, this is one of our newest bargaining units. They are showing a 20% vacancy rate, but it's only 3 vacancies. And that's because their bargaining unit is very small, 15 total budgeted positions. And those vacancies are due to internal promotions up to captain. And they have already offered positions to those sheriff's lieutenants. The next bargaining unit is our AFSCME communications unit. This is our communication dispatchers in the Public Safety Communications Department. As you can see on the slide, they have 63 total positions, and as of the end of March, they have 13 vacancies. The great news about this particular group of employees is they have done extensive hiring, and they have 8 new staff that are scheduled to start training in June. So that will significantly bring this vacancy rate down. Our third group is our institution services managers. This, again, is one of our new bargaining units that was just established. Again, because it is such a small bargaining unit with only 10 total positions, their 4 vacancies put them at a significantly high vacancy rate. You will see that with the next group, our Probation and Detention Association main unit, which consists of our deputy probation officers and group supervisors who work in the Youth Services Center. They also have a high vacancy rate of 49%. They have 164 total positions and 81 vacancies as of the end of March. Probation has been working on a couple different ways to address these large vacancy numbers. The first one is they are strategically looking at their staffing and hiring in order to ensure that they're adequately staffing for all of the changes that are coming through to the work that they're doing. There are some legislative changes that are coming down the pike that may require them to increase staffing at the Youth Services Center, given the significant change in youth or young adults that are now housed in the Youth Services Center that previously were not. It may require additional staffing. As well as our probation officers, where legislation has decreased the length of time that probationers need to remain on probation. And so they're actively looking at their current staffing structure, which contributes to these numbers. For our probation officers and group supervisors, we've also really focused on ways in which we can enhance the recruitment process. to get them the most qualified applicants so that they have them ready to hire, given the difficulty that they've had filling these vacancies. So we, in 2025, started a continuous recruitment where we were accepting applications on an ongoing basis for both of the classifications of deputy probation officer and group supervisor. Both of those positions require a standardized test by the state in order to be qualified for the position. And so we were able to hold that testing on a rolling basis so that probation can continually do their hiring and get qualified candidates into the background check, which is the other extensive barrier that has been placed on these positions. Both the time it takes to complete the background as well as the disqualification factors that are included in that background process. Our high demand positions haven't changed in many recent years. They continue to be social workers, mental health professionals, doctors, physicians, psychiatrists, stationary engineers. What has changed is our really extensive collaboration with the hiring departments in order to ensure that we are working together to reduce barriers to getting the most qualified applicants into these positions. So as you have noted on the previous slide, none of these classifications have exceeded that 20% vacancy rate that we're focused on today. Our recruitment and retention challenges are also pretty consistent. Our competitive labor market, cost of living, affordable housing, commutes, evolving work environment, those are consistent throughout the years. We are constantly evaluating our benefits programs, our commute alternatives programs, exploring employee housing, and really how to support our employees while they are here at work so that we can reduce some of these challenges. We have also had some great success in establishing some recruitment strategies that have helped us really focus on attracting those who are driven to public service. And some of those ways in which we've done that is our inclusive hiring process, where we've moved away from extensive advanced degrees and focused more on skill development and skills for our job classifications where an advanced degree is not required. We've worked on reducing recruitment timelines or revising the recruitment process to reduce some of those barriers and getting qualified applicants in as quickly as possible to support those departments who need the positions filled. And we spent a lot of time working on targeted career fairs, both career fairs we have put on as an organization and career fairs we have attended in the community where we can do some targeted outreach for some of our harder to fill positions, as well as positions that require special skill sets that we would want to attract. One of our most influential initiatives that we have really enhanced over the last year and a half has been our information sessions through LinkedIn Live, where we have had some great outreach in collaboration with our hiring managers. They're basically live info sessions where candidates can join virtually, so they can join from anywhere, learn more about the positions, what the hiring manager is looking for, really hear the passion about the work that we do. And then they have it open during the recruitment period, and we have seen a great return on investment for those events. Overall, we've had 19 different LinkedIn Live events, which has generated an applicant conversion rate of 35%, and 13% of those applicants have reached the eligible list. And we've made 4 hires from those direct LinkedIn Live attendees. So it's a great way for us to get the word out during the course of the recruitment. Other recruitment strategies are talent pipelines. We have expanded our workforce development partnerships. Our internships remain strong and steady. We've had some great success over the past couple of years where our interns have been able to be successful in that internship process. Sometimes they leave us to return back to school, and then they come back and get hired as a regular employee for our county workforce. It is a great way to keep that talent pipeline moving. We've also, as you know, with your support, have instituted several hiring incentives that have also increased our hard-to-fill recruitment applicant pools. And not only do we need to focus on recruitment, but we need to make sure that we're retaining the employees that we're bringing into our workforce. One of our key initiatives over the next year is to really analyze our onboarding and new hire experience and work with our hiring departments in order to determine ways in which we can enhance that process to ensure applicants, as they come into our workforce, have all of the information they need and are successful from day one. We also have our extensive holistic well-being initiatives where we're really focused on the whole employee. We're focused on their social health, their financial health, their medical health, to really make sure we're providing them the support so that they can be successful in their day-to-day duties as they're performing the difficult work in our communities. And under career development, this is where we've really expanded and helped our current employees be ready for those promotional opportunities when they become available. One of the talent programs I'd love to highlight is our Talent Accelerator program. This is a new program that we instituted in 2024. It's a series of courses that employees can take where we're really focused on journey level or entry level positions. It's for non-managers or supervisors. And we provide them with the core skills that they need in order to be ready for those promotional opportunities. It comes with a coaching component, and we've had some great success. 23% of the participants in that program have already been hired into promotional or work out of class opportunities. And this slide showcases some of the participants from that program. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Any questions from my colleagues? Supervisor Spear?
Thank you. Well done, Michelle. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much for that presentation. I really want us to develop a campaign around live here, work here. The more we can get folks that are young adults of families that live here, the better. And I think we need to work with the community colleges more closely, tailoring some of their curriculum to the jobs that we have within the county. So I would really like to work with you on that. I really think that's a way to really maximize our talent pool. I also am concerned about overtime. So I would like, and through the county executive, I would like to really drill down at what our overtime costs are running us and what kind of steps we can take to address that, because obviously it's connected to the vacancy rates in some of these positions as well. So thank you. That's all I have.
Yes, I can work with the county executive on that.
Supervisor Canepa?
Great, thank you so much. I appreciate the presentation. Can you talk about departmental vacancies? So in terms of prioritization, are you able to identify percentages within the departments? Because what I did not see in this slide was that I saw it broken out by unit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the legislation specifically asks us to break it down by bargaining unit, not by department, but I do have that data for you. When we look at departments who have over a 20% vacancy rate right now, public safety communications, which matches the one of the bargaining units, the sustainability department is just over 20%. Again, they're a small population, so a few vacancies make a big difference. And that's also true for the Department of Emergency Management. So they have a few vacancies, but it does push them over that 20%. And then the county executive's office also has a 27% vacancy rate.
Great, and just so I know, having vacancies from a management perspective, or maybe Mr. Calley can answer it, or you can answer it. What's the value in having vacancies and unfilled positions?
Sure. So it really depends. There could be a lot of different factors that a department can be strategically using in order to maximize their budget. So with the financial constraints that we kind of see heading our way, departments are being more conservative with their hiring. They want to make sure that they're only filling positions that they absolutely need to fill, so that we don't end up in a situation where we have to lay off employees. That's always the worst case scenario for us as we hit some budget challenges moving forward. Another reason is that sometimes we need to reevaluate the ways in which we're providing services to the public. So while departments are doing that, they may fill the work with limited term or extra help staff while they're evaluating what they may need on a full-time regular basis. And the third reason could be for budgeting purposes, where a department doesn't quite know what the future looks like. And again, they'd rather keep those vacancies to save some budgeting dollars and really put those towards things like efficiencies in the department, maybe some building enhancements that they may need, and refunnel that money where they need it the most. And that may require them to keep some positions vacant. We also do see a small population of departments who leave positions vacant to offer work out of class opportunities, which are great development opportunities for staff in order to gain some experience at a higher level position.
And if I may add, it is really a good question. It's something that we look at all the time, but the work does change in some of the units. If you look at probation, if this board will recall, we've pulled $20 million out of probation because of the population change. I mean, it's decreased incredibly. How many kids are at YSC compared to what they were fully budgeted for? And remember, every department is budgeted for full allotment of their employees. And then some of the work has changed over the time too, which really allows the department an opportunity to look at how they would better meet the needs of the community. And those needs are constantly changing through the years here. So it allows an opportunity for flexibility in the running of the departments. And then that money that comes back is split at the end of the year on the fund balance side of things that comes back to the county and stays in the department to help bolster their reserves. But it's something that we constantly look at and we have to be aware of. And there may be some departments, quite frankly, that have had department vacancies for a period of time, and we'll be looking at them and saying, we don't think we need this money anymore in this department, and pulling it back in like we did with probation.
And finally, I'd like the county executive to look through the different departments and understand, and maybe you can provide feedback. Are there any departments, I think of a couple, that may be revenue generating, that may make sense for them to have additional positions? And so I think when we move forward with this, identifying within our organization where there are potential revenue generating opportunities in light of sort of our current financial position.
Yes, absolutely. We do that sometimes. And what I do ask the department when they come to me with those requests is to make sure that they fill up all the vacant positions. And once they do that and there's opportunities to generate more income, we absolutely take a look at it. But you're absolutely right. There are some departments that have the capability of doing that.
Yeah, and I just think, I know, just through my travels throughout the state and talking to, other folks, executives or supervisors, they do prioritize that. It really does make sense because there is an opportunity within the budget to gather additional resources. So I just want to thank you. Got a great presentation, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I also want to thank you, Michelle. I think this is an excellent presentation, very detailed, gives us all of the information we need. I wanted to ask about PDA. I think I agree with most of the points that Supervisor Canepa shared here. But in terms of PDA, because they have, I'm seeing two lines here. So the institution services and then the Probation and Detention Association. Those are big numbers, 40%, 49%. How many positions are we actually talking about there? I'm looking here. Oh, I see. 81 positions and then 4. So I'm going to focus on PDA,
Yes.
not institution services.
Yes.
So I'm curious about what the caseload is for each probation officer and whether, I think Mr. Callaghy shared that we are going to be looking at that area, but I mean, do we actually need 164 positions there? Is every probation officer that's working now way over caseload, like double by double? Or
So, that question is more suited for Chief Keen to answer. But from what I'm aware of, in working closely with the probation department, is that in the Youth Services Center, as the county executive has stated, their population has significantly decreased. And so the number of staff that are allotted, so half of PDA is group supervisors, who are staff who only work in the Youth Services Center. The other half of the population is deputy probation officers. So I'm going to answer the question in two parts. For the Youth Services Center, because the population has decreased, the staffing does need to decrease a little bit and still keep the mandatory ratios that are required by the Board of Standards and Corrections. So the probation department does a great job of ensuring that we meet and often exceed those staffing standards because of the needs of the organization. But it is smaller than the number of staff that we have needed in the past because the youth population has been reduced over time. The deputy probation officers, I don't have exact case numbers, but it does vary depending on their assignment. Some deputy probation officers work what they call court cases, where it is very limited indirect supervision, and they have higher caseloads as opposed to our high-intensity probation clients who need greater supervision. Those caseloads would be smaller. So there isn't a standard caseload. It depends on the actual assignment. But again, the probation department has been working closely with PDA on their staffing models. And as I mentioned, we are actively working with the department on increasing their hiring and their recruitment efforts so that they have the staff that they need to fill the positions that they have.
thank you. I know we have on our agenda builder a study session for juvenile justice, so I think this could be an important item that we discuss during that time, just to make sure that the budget for that department is appropriate, but also that we continue to make sure that young people there have all of the support and supervision they need. I also wanted to ask about I was going to ask about PDA, but seeing the total positions, I'm going to take that one back. Okay, so high demand positions: social workers, mental health clinicians, clinical health professionals, physicians, stationary engineers. I'm not seeing, so it's definitely a high demand. Oh, actually, for the probation, do they have signing bonuses? Do we already do that for those positions?
They have not requested. So for the hiring incentive, in order to be able to offer it, the department head does need to request that a classification be added to the hard to fill list and request that we offer that hiring incentive. They have not requested that, and so we don't currently offer it for their positions.
Got it. And then for the high demand positions, I'm looking here at the list. I'm having trouble seeing. So, for example, for social workers and mental health clinicians, what are the vacancy rates for those roles?
I don't have it broken down by classification, but I'm happy to get you that information after the board meeting today.
Okay. I'll just share that for these positions. I know as a county we have talked about moving towards more in person, and before coming to the county myself, I was a nonprofit social worker, and I had this perception that I think may still be true. I don't know because I've never worked in a department here at the county, but that the flexibility that I had as a nonprofit social worker is what made my life work, so that I could be present for my family, so that I could juggle all of my responsibilities. And so I think that is still something we should be very mindful of maybe we can do focus groups in the community and see what really are the hurdles. Is it the long application process? Is it the being in limbo for a long time? Is it I think we should find out what those barriers are so that we can make more progress on filling these positions. And absolutely, I think, affordable housing and long commutes is a big issue for us. I know as a board, we are committed to exploring and to hopefully creating more affordable housing, workforce affordable housing. So I'm excited to see that on the list here. And then in terms of the competitive labor market, I mean, we're government, right? We're the biggest local government in this county, and so I'm curious. We're competing with our neighboring counties. Then,
Correct. So we are competing with our neighboring counties, especially as some of our workforce lives out of the county. They have to drive through those other counties to get here. That poses a challenge for us. But also some of the positions on this list are there's a small applicant pool. There's a small group of qualified applicants out there, and we're also competing with the private sector. So take the stationary engineers, for example. It is a small group of the community who is qualified to do that body of work. One of our current initiatives is to work on a talent pipeline to train and build up an apprenticeship program for stationary engineers to build that talent pipeline to help fill those vacancies. So we're partnering with the community colleges as well as with the Labor Council in order to ensure we can find the most qualified trainers to assist with that program, and then there'll be an on-the-job training component. So we're really trying to look at ways to build internally those talent pipelines and within our community. Supervisor Spear mentioned, looking at our community colleges. There's also an important need to engage with our high school age students. So that is another initiative that we will be working on so that people are aware that this is a great place to work from an early age so that when they are ready to jump into employment, they know the vast amount of careers that we offer here.
absolutely. Thank you. Those are my questions. Supervisor Gaucher.
Sure. Thank you, Michelle, for the presentation. It is so important. For somebody who's worked for a city, I know that there have been times where we've held positions for cost-saving reasons as well. But again, this is a great report. I'm often thinking about the organizations that are laying off. I hear and meet so many residents who are stressed now because they've been out of work they've been laid off, they've been out of work for a year or so. What can we do to try to bring those individuals in, or how are we working with the larger organizations that are doing these mass layoffs as well?
Yeah. So that really comes down to our engagement practices. Many of the employers in our local community that are laying off are people who aren't used to looking at local government as an employer. They don't know that we have our own technology services department that has a need for the types of services that they are skilled in. And so really looking at ways in which we can outreach to those who haven't thought about county government. LinkedIn has been a great resource for us. As I mentioned, the LinkedIn Lives. It's a great way to really target and do direct outreach to applicants who may not even be job searching or who may have been recently laid off, and link them to our active job postings. And the more we can have that presence for people who aren't used to looking for county government jobs, the greater we'll be able to expand to those larger organizations, private agencies in our county that are experiencing layoffs. We also do closely monitor our other local jurisdictions as they're laying off and try and look for ways to strategize recruitment efforts to target those employees who are at risk of being laid off or being laid off.
Thank you. With that, we do need to open a public hearing for this item. And so I'd
second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear, Supervisor Mueller, Supervisor Gaucher,
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa,
Aye.
and President Corzo.
Yes.
Motion passes to open the hearing.
Okay, and I do believe, do we have any of our bargaining units or unions present?
I don't see anyone here.
Okay, then we will move on to regular public comment, and we'll have with a 1 minute limit.
All right, we'll be taking public comment on item number 8, the County of San Mateo vacancies and recruitment and retention strategies. Do not have any speaker comments from chamber, so I'll turn it over to Madam Clerk to begin Zoom comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have 3 hands raised. Raymond Jubala, followed by Sabrina. Raymond, please unmute and begin.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to start off by saying that I love to see the support and empowerment of the current employees at the county level. I love to see the core problem focused solution approach and program implementation. I also wanted to acknowledge the number of women that I saw in the presentation, especially on the slide about transitioning to upper management. So just because seeing typically underrepresented communities being empowered, encouraged, and supported in moving up in their career journeys is just very refreshing to me. I also definitely just want to say that I appreciate focusing on the boosting of transition-aged youth because they are the future. They are our future, and so making sure that it's not a demographic that is left out is very important. So thank you all.
Thank you, Raymond. Sabrina, followed by Ryan Shannon. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I come in peace of love of Jesus Christ as one of the people, suri juris, who hold all political power. I oppose agenda item 8, the public hearing and update on county vacancies and recruitment and retention strategies. The U.S. Constitution 10th Amendment reserves powers to the states or the people, limiting government expansion. California Constitution, Article 13, Section 1 requires prudent use of public funds, while Article 11 emphasizes efficient local governance. American maxim of the law state, the power to tax is the power to destroy. Chronicle vacancies and endless retention strategies drain the people's resources without results. No one is bound to do the impossible, yet the process ignores the root causes like excessive bureaucracy, poor management, and uncompetitive policies. The people's money should not be used for only public purposes, not perpetual studies and hearings that fail to deliver a lean, effective workforce. Demand real reforms, streamline hearings, cut red tape, and tie to pay to performance. This hearing is performance governance. Reject item 8 and insist on substantive
Thank you.
action.
That's your
Thank
time.
you.
And I wanted to acknowledge that Ryan Shannon is a union representative, so he will get 5 minutes.
Thank you. Ryan, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. That was going to be my first question. Good morning, President Corzo and members of the board. My name is Ryan Shannon. I'm a union representative with ASME Council 57, representing over 2,200 employees at San Mateo County. Many of you know my background, but for those that don't, prior to becoming a full-time union rep, I worked for about 21 years as a communications dispatcher at Public Safety Communications with the county. I want to quickly apologize for not being there in person today. I'm currently on previously scheduled vacation, but given the seriousness of these issues and the impact they're having on our members, we felt it was important that ASME still participate in today's hearing. While today's hearing focuses on departments and bargaining units identified with vacancy rates over 20%, I do want to note that these numbers can sometimes mask the serious staffing problems with individual divisions or classifications that are not separately broken out in the countywide data. There are several areas across the county experiencing significant staffing and retention issues like social workers, stationary engineers, and many more. Today, however, I'm here specifically to speak about the crisis at Public Safety Communications. I want to be clear that PSC does not have a staffing problem simply because dispatch is a difficult profession, which it is. Every dispatch center deals with stress, trauma, overtime, and demanding work. What makes PSC stand out is that employees no longer have confidence in the department's leadership or workplace culture. This is not just about morale anymore. It has a direct impact on retention, operations, and public safety. Dispatchers frequently leave PSC not to leave the profession, but to work for neighboring agencies here within San Mateo County. In some nearby communication centers, entire shifts are now staffed largely by former PSC employees. The county is losing years and decades of institutional knowledge at an alarming rate and replacing it with a constant cycle of new employees who are then expected to train and operate inside an already unstable and chronically understaffed environment. Employees are not leaving because they can't handle the dispatch work. They're leaving because they no longer believe PSC leadership respects their time, well-being, or ability to maintain any reasonable quality of life outside the communication center. We have dispatchers working extreme amounts of overtime while planned staffing drops continue. On the law side of the communication center, employees report that there will soon be only 9 dispatchers left to cover 20 assigned shifts. That's 9 dispatchers for 20 shifts. Employees are working 14 and 16-hour days routinely and reaching the maximum allowable 48 hours of overtime per pay period, while mandatory overtime has effectively become the norm. To put this in perspective, even with the overtime protections AFSCME has fought every contract to negotiate, employees can still be scheduled in ways that leaves them with only a single guaranteed day off during a 2-week period, while continuing to work extended shifts and mandatory overtime. And even then, employees are still criticized or pressured to do even more when they dare to try to take time off or choose not to work themselves to the absolute limit. This is all while the county continues to reject stronger employee protections and safeguards despite the obvious risks these conditions create. The county needs to acknowledge that operating an emergency communications center through chronic vacancies, mandatory overtime, exhaustion, and burnout is not just a staffing problem, it's a public safety issue. Earlier this morning, the board recognized EMS Services Week and the essential role emergency responders serve in protecting this county, but those responders depend on a functioning and stable communication center behind them. Dispatchers are responsible for handling critical emergencies involving the public and coordinating responses for law enforcement, firefighters, and paramedics throughout this county. These conditions are creating a dangerous operational climate where the county is one exhausted employee away from an avoidable tragedy. Employees are being asked to do work additional shifts while physically worn down, sick, or dealing with serious family and medical situations. One employee recently described being repeatedly asked to assist with additional overtime coverage while dealing with a serious personal medical circumstance. The employee simply wrote, "This is inhumane." At the same time, employees continue reporting inconsistent staffing practices, lack of communication, retaliation concerns, shifting operational expectations, inadequate training, favoritism, inconsistent discipline, and management decisions that continue to make conditions worse instead of better. Last year, a neutral arbitrator found that PSC leadership unlawfully retaliated against employees for protected union activity, violated the MOU, selectively enforced workplace rules against union activity, and unlawfully terminated an employee. Following that decision, AFSCME formally requested the board intervene in an independent investigation into PSC leadership and workplace culture. We received no response. Despite those findings, employees continue to report many of the same concerns regarding retaliation, favoritism, treatment by leadership, lack of trust in management, and fear of speaking openly about workplace issues. AFSCME is asking this board and county leadership to take immediate action. For years, employees have raised concerns regarding all of these issues. Multiple consultant reports over the years and decades have identified many of the same operational and organizational concerns, yet the conditions
Thank you,
inside-
Ryan. That's your time.
So is that 5 minutes?
Yes, it was 5 minutes. If you want to
I'm
wrap
not
up
a-
briefly, that's fine.
Yeah, I just want to double check. I'm not aware of a time limit for our union presentation, so.
I think it's the discretion of the board president to determine appropriate lengths of comment, and 5 minutes is certainly within the range of discretion.
If you would allow me to wrap, I only have maybe
Go ahead.
a minute left.
Go ahead.
Sorry. At this point, employees believe that the problem is no longer a lack of awareness. The problem is a lack of intervention and accountability. And even with all this, most employees remain fearful of retaliation for speaking publicly or formally attaching their names to workplace complaints because they know this management team will go after them, just as the arbitrator found they've done previously. When employees are this exhausted, this understaffed, this fearful of retaliation, and this lacking in confidence in department leadership, the county should not treat this as a routine labor issue or simply a recruitment challenge. This is now a leadership and operational crisis that demands board action. AFSCME believes that immediate outside review and oversight of PSC operation in workplace culture is necessary. This is a crisis. And I just want to comment on the presentation from Michelle Kuka. She talked about HR having 60% of employees have been with the county over 5 years. In PSC, it's actually the reverse. 60 to 70% of full-time dispatchers were hired in the last 5 years, which is the opposite of a stable workforce that we've seen elsewhere. Additionally, the county presentation made it seem like the problem is being fixed. We've heard that from PSC for about 20 years now. Just give us one more hiring group, wait until next year or the summer or the winter. There's no confidence from employees that this management team can retain employees long-term. They are habitual offenders. They were on the 20%. They were about 20% vacancy last year. They will be again next year, barring a miracle. We've attempted to negotiate both hiring incentives and longevity incentives for this group, and the county has rejected all of them. I have more comments, but I understand my time is up.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have one more speaker, Michelle Stevens. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Supervisors, I come to you with the love of Jesus Christ, one of the people without public power, without political power. I had this big speech wrote out, but I think I'm just going to talk from the heart here. You guys are pushing around money like it's, nobody's business. You have areas that are struggling and you're trying to take money from them to give to areas for your own political pleasure. I've told you guys 1,000 times, I want you all to be successful, but to leave one certain group out of money and making them work all these hours without overtime pay, without the support they need, to give extra support to the ones that you feel desire it or need it, you all need to stick to the Constitution. The Constitution is y'all's rules, what you have to go by. And you don't do that. You do it all for political theater, and then you leave the ones just hanging that need the help. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Michelle. And that was our last speaker during the public hearing, Madam President. So I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the board for additional comments, and if there are none, we can move to close the public hearing. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher? Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corso?
Yes.
Motion passes to close the public hearing.
Thank you. I want to just take a moment. I think as we all saw, the presentation was really about vacancies. As a board, we don't discuss negotiations publicly in the setting. That is more appropriate for closed session. I think we can discuss some of the issues raised in that setting at a later date. So I think we should do that. So moving it back to the board, we do need to we need a motion to accept the update on county vacancies and recruitment and retention strategies.
So moved.
Second? Thank you. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corso?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We are moving on to item number 9, a resolution and public hearing of the Entrada Way Slip Out Repair Project. And I welcome our PDU?
Director of Public Works.
Okay, but I'm like PDU, Public Works?
Public Works.
Which one? Okay, Public Works. Our new Director of Public Works, Tori Newman. Welcome, Tori.
You're right, though. The PDU is now under Mr. Newman.
Good morning, President Corso, honorable board members, Mr. Callagy, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Mates. I'm Tori Newman. I'm the Director of Public Works. I am joined here in chambers by the Assistant Director and County Engineer, Christoph Lasai, who is available to speak on this item to any technical details if needed. I'll be providing presentation in support of the item that you have before you, which is related to the Entrada Way Slip Out Repair Project. Including our recommendation for the certification of the initial study, mitigated negative declaration, as well as the adoption of the resolution of necessity. So resolution of necessity is needed as we have not been able to secure the rights voluntarily. This project cannot proceed without access to the affected properties. Delaying the project increases the risk to the roadway, utilities, and public safety for the La Honda community. To familiarize you with the location of the project, Entrada Way is located in the unincorporated community of La Honda, which is right off of Highway 84, approximately 8 miles south of the Skylonda community. The actual work location shown here in the dashed red line is on and near Entrada Way, where the La Honda Creek, indicated by the blue line, passes underneath Entrada Way in through a 30-foot wide culvert. Entrada Way is the primary ingress and egress for the community of La Honda, which is home to approximately 300 properties. There is a secondary means of egress from La Honda, which is Redwood Drive. However, Redwood Drive is a very narrow, windy road and certainly isn't ideal for daily use or emergency response vehicles. Next few slides will show you some of the existing conditions at the project location. The first slide is a view of Entrada Way looking west towards Highway 84. In the bottom right corner, you'll see circled in red where we've installed a temporary culvert pipe that was installed to collect and direct some of the water from Entrada Way, which has contributed to the erosion and slip out. This slide gives an indication of what that slip out looks like from the shoulder looking down into the creek. You can see the temporary culvert pipe is exposed on the top. Everything to the right of the red line is eroded shoulder from the Entrada Way. In this photo, you see on the left is where an emergency repair was made, where we added boulders and the culvert pipe toward the top of the photo. This was to stabilize the bank temporarily and direct the water from Entrada Way past the area of erosion and direct the water down into the creek. The circle on the right is actually the location and gives you a rough idea of the size of the 30-foot wide culvert. At the time of this photo, the flow in the creek is at its low flow condition. The next slide shows you the conditions of this creek under heavy rain events. La Honda Creek experiences high volumes of water during heavy storms, as shown in this photo, and this is what occurs during large rain events. Water backs up on the upstream side of the culvert, as you can see in the photo on the left, where right now at that time the culvert is near capacity. There have been instances where the water line has risen to the point of overtaking Entrada Way. The photo on the right is to give an indication of the volume of water that's spilling off of Entrada Way into the La Honda Creek on the upstream side of the culvert. Not only is Entrada Way the main ingress and egress for the community of La Honda, it also contains critical infrastructure that the community depends on, including overhead communication power lines, PG&E joint utility pole, and the blue line indicates a water line that serves the La Honda fire station just on the other side of Highway 84. If Entrada Way were impacted, there's a high likelihood these utilities would be impacted as well. So what options have we considered? There were seven alternatives that were evaluated. We've ranked them based on three criterion. One being habitat and geomorphic performance, which we weighted at 25%. Impacts and risks to infrastructure were weighted at 50%, and the project implementation complexities and cost were ranked at 25%. Each alternative was ranked by our consultant team of structural, civil, hydraulic, and permitting experts. Of the 7 alternatives considered, alternative 2B was ranked the highest. This alternative consists of a vegetated and engineered log slab known as an ELS structure and a retaining wall extension parallel to Entrada Way to protect the roadway from future failure. Another component of this alternative is to install new storm drainage structures at Entrada Way. What's shown here in the 3 circled red circles is 3 new storm drain drain inlets. Sorry, which would be piped underground and across the street, delivering all the water from Entrada Way to the downstream side of the culvert. And this will greatly reduce the volume of water in the upstream side of the culvert, which will provide some relief while the county works towards a bridge to replace the undersized culvert. Next couple of slides are going to give you some ideas of projects that have been completed by the same design team. This photo shows one of the engineered log structures. This is prior to any backfill with soils or revegetation, but this is to show you what this engineered log structure would look like, where the vertical logs are driven into bedrock to ensure they're stable, and the horizontal logs are anchored together with chains to withstand the flows of the creek under high storm conditions. On the left is another project that was completed by the same design team. And on the left photo shows a vegetated soil lift after it's been installed. This is immediately after install. You can see the lifts of soil on the left and right side of the bank. This is prior to any vegetation taking place. However, the photo on the right is that exact same stream 1 year after construction completion. As you can see, the vegetation rapidly reestablished and provided habitat for the sensitive species in the area. To address this slip-out project, we required working outside the county right-of-way. This project does create impacts to property owners due to required easements. Without these easements, however, the project cannot be constructed. There are three types of easements that we require, one being the permanent easement, and there are two of those, one for the engineered log structure, as well as one for the downstream side of the creek culvert spillway. There's a 10-year monitoring easement that allows us to monitor and make sure that all of the new vegetation and improvements are established, and the temporary construction easements are just to allow us enough room to actually construct the project. On this slide, the blue lines indicate where property lines are, as well as you see the vertical down the center is Entrada Way. So on this slide, it's just an idea of what each required easement consists of. The two that are purple are the permanent easements. One's for the engineered log structure, one for the spillway. Within the red lines is the 10-year monitoring easements that would allow us to make sure that the vegetation has been established and that the structure is working properly. And then the orange is for the construction easements. This is another way to look at the different easements required. Properties B and C require all three types of easements, where properties A, B, and C all have temporary and 10-year easements. Property D, there's already an existing drainage easement there, so no additional easements are required. And the county does have some existing drainage easements immediately adjacent to the culvert. Here we'd like to provide some important details both to the initial study and mitigated negative declaration, as well as a resolution of necessity. Outreach with property owners began in November of 2024. There has been multiple meetings and site visits conducted. The design was reviewed with property owners, and adjustments have been made where feasible, including possible modifications to the construction fence alignment, as well as planting more mature trees for the ones that are removed. A notice of availability to adopt the mitigated negative declaration was issued to the public in December of 2025. Initially, no responses were received, but the department reached out to property owners to extended the response period. A response was received from one property owner and was taken into consideration. A mitigated negative declaration was ultimately found to be the appropriate action to take. The CEQA analysis and initial study were prepared in accordance with CEQA guidelines. The department stands by the analysis and the finding that specific enforceable mitigation measures and construction best management practices reduce the potential impacts to a less than significant level. Implementation is tied to permit conditions, biological monitoring, and established performance standards. The project design incorporated a biostabilization-based design measure and robust best management practices to avoid impacts to environmental resources. Because the sensitive nature of this environment because of the sensitive nature of this environment, we will be obtaining all necessary permits, including a stream bed alteration permit. We submit our initial study to California Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, U.S. Department of Engineers, and NOAA. We provide the initial study, and if they find that any information is missing, they direct us to make the necessary changes. They will not issue a permit until CEQA has been satisfied. We have provided the initial study and mitigated negative declaration to all of these agencies. California Fish and Wildlife has had minor comments which were incorporated into the design. During construction, the project has a certified and credentialed biologist on site to monitor construction and site conditions. If they identify any environmental concerns, such as the presence of a sensitive species, they stop the project until the concern can be mitigated. As I mentioned before, there have been multiple meetings and site visits with the property owners. Montrose Environmental, who is also on the Zoom call and available to answer questions if there are any, did give us this statement that the final initial study and mitigated negative declaration states that the comments received during public circulation period for the draft initial study and mitigated negative declaration did not raise any new environmental issues or provide information signifying that the proposed project would result in additional impacts or impacts of greater severity than described in the circulated initial study mitigated negative declaration. In conclusion, the initial study mitigated negative declaration provides a legally adequate level of environmental review for the proposed project pursuant to California Public Resources Code 21080C and 21081.1A and CEQA Guidelines 15070. In the department's opinion, the public draft initial study mitigated negative declaration and final initial study and mitigated negative declaration response to comments documents provide a legally adequate level of environmental review under CEQA, and that the information submitted during stakeholder engagement did not identify new environmental issues or substantially more severe impacts that would require preparation of a separate EIR or CEQA. In relation to the resolution of necessity, Real Property Department has obtained independent appraisals. They provided formal offers to all affected property owners in March of 2026, and only one property owner to date has accepted. The other two property owners have not accepted our offers, but we continue to work with them in an effort to address their concerns. We have followed the specific process laid out by California state law in regard to California eminent domain process. This process includes notice of intent to appraise, providing a summary of the appraisal to owners, holding the public hearing, a resolution of necessity, which we're doing here today, which would authorize a county attorney to file an eminent domain lawsuit, deposit the probable amount of just compensation with the court, file a motion for prejudgment possession to begin construction, and then the trial will be held on the adequacy of the compensation to the owners. The risk of delay to the roadway and the embankment failure are great. A severe storm in 2026 could have catastrophic impacts, including the loss of the embankment and roadway, which would significantly impact the community with the loss of critical utilities, impacts to emergency response, and of course the ingress and egress of the community of La Honda. We have postponed this item 3 times to ensure that the department has taken time to investigate and consider any options, as well as property owner input. In summary, the department recommends in summary, the department's recommendation before you today is to certify and adopt initial study, a mitigated negative declaration, which allows us to stabilize Entrada Way, as well as adopting the resolution of necessity to acquire easements for the Entrada Way slip-out repair. This will authorize the county to initiate the acquisition, secure property rights to allow us to proceed with construction, and if approved, we would begin construction this year with all the work outside the creek, including the storm drain improvements to Entrada Way, and then we would complete the project within the creek in the year of 2027, because at this point in the season, if we started, we would not be able to complete the project within the creek. With that, are there any questions?
Thank you. I do want to make sure we have time for questions. Did we have a representative from the county attorney's office that wanted to talk a little bit more about eminent domain?
Actually have two of my colleagues who are available, Mr. Fox and Mr. Wong, who could speak to. In particular, I think it would be important for the board to know what findings the board would be making in connection with adopting the resolution of necessity. Maybe Mr. Fox could speak to that. I think it's important that we have that information before you and on the record.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. In general, the eminent domain process includes a number of required steps. The slide that Mr. Newman just presented describes the order of operations, but I want to focus specifically on the fact that the adoption of a resolution of necessity is really only the beginning of the process of ensuring that the rights of property owners are respected in the whole process. The amount that each property owner is due to be paid is subject to intensive scrutiny and analysis, and nothing about today's action is final with regard to the amounts that are required to be paid under the Constitution to ensure that private property owners' rights are respected.
Thank you. And I just wanted to, again, dovetail. Just to be clear, as the board is considering the resolution of necessity, the findings that the board's asked to make, and this is in the resolution that's in the packet, but I think it may be just for the benefit of the public as well, the board's being asked to find and determine that the public interest and necessity require the project. So that's on the basis of kind of what's in the board packet and what staff has shared with you. That the project is planned or located in the manner that will be most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury. That the easements, the property interests that the county is looking to acquire by eminent domain and described in the resolution of necessity are necessary for the proposed project, and that the offer required by Government Code Section 7267.2, together with the accompanying statement, summary of the basis of the amount established as just compensation, was actually made to the owner timely. So those are the things ultimately that you would have to find in order to adopt the resolution of necessity, and I just wanted to ensure that we flag that for you.
Thank you. I think we will now move on to questions for Tori, and if we have anything legal, we will raise it at that time. Supervisor Kenneth.
Hey, Tim, can you just stay up here, Tim? Can you just talk to us, Tim, about since I've been on the board, we've never done an eminent domain. Can you remind me if we've ever moved forward with something similar to this in the action?
In fact, it does become necessary occasionally for the board to adopt a resolution of necessity in order to proceed with eminent domain. You have done so in the past. Typically, it has involved a property owner who, at a minimum, was supportive of the project and was willing to negotiate with the county with regard to the amount of just compensation. So there are a couple of examples.
What makes it different now? And I'm sorry to interrupt you. What makes it different now?
It isn't different now. It's just that, to give an example, the Middlefield Road improvements required the adoption of a resolution of necessity in order to widen the street and allow for the construction of additional sidewalk amenities. And the board adopted a resolution of necessity, making all of the findings that Mr. Niblin just described to you exactly as you're being asked to do so now. In that particular instance, the adjacent property owner whose property was most impacted was supportive of the project of widening Middlefield Road and building those new elements. It was simply a matter of then negotiating about what the value of those easements were. And the law provides a process for the amount of compensation to be negotiated between the county and the property owners. I think really the only difference that you're seeing here is that the county provided those offers, and the owners have not engaged on valuation so much as they have objected to the project being built at all.
And so my understanding, reading the staff report, is that there is one owner, as stated, that has agreed, but you have two others that have not. Is that correct?
So one owner has accepted the offer. A second owner is now on board with the project, and then another one is here in Chambers as well in support of the project. So,
Okay, so
at
they're
this
all-
point we
so-
have two in support and one that's opposed, or one that hasn't, not necessarily opposed, but has not accepted the offer. But the second property owner has indicated they intend now to accept the offer as of yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Mueller?
Just a couple questions. If this project, when it is completed, will it enhance the stability of the creek banks?
Yes, both sides of the creek would be more stable after the project's completed.
And without stabilizing those creek banks, is there any jeopardy to the roadway?
Yes, we believe that there is imminent jeopardy to the roadway. We've seen the roadway continue to erode. The heavier the storms get, the worse the erosion is going to continue. At this point, the temporary means that we've put in place with the boulders and the pipe, they slow down the erosion, but by no means are they stopping the erosion. And the further it gets closer to the road, the more chances there are the road is going to collapse.
And if that road collapses, is there any other exit point for the people who utilize that roadway?
Yes. However, the only alternative is Redwood Road, and the main concern there would be in the event of an emergency, whether it be an earthquake or a fire or whatever the emergency might be, and the need to evacuate. That road, I've driven it myself, is very narrow. As a matter of fact, when I drove it recently in my F-150, there were two mothers walking their children in strollers. I had to pull off to the side of the road to let them through because there's not enough room to pass both one pedestrian and one vehicle. So in the event of an emergency, to have potentially more than 300 properties trying to evacuate plus emergency response vehicles trying to get in, it would create a catastrophe potentially.
Or if you had a storm system like you had in 2023 and
Exactly.
you lost the road and then you had to wait to improve it, all of those people would have to take this other road first.
The entire duration of the project, that's correct.
Right. And the improved break, will the enhanced stability of the creek bank be a benefit to the property owners along the creek, even those who are objecting?
Yes, it would. It would improve the stability along both sides of the creek. It'd benefit property owners in the immediate vicinity as well as property owners upstream and downstream. It would be helped by this project, and it would help to prevent future impacts associated with creek bank movement and the channel erosion.
And then the last question I have for you is, what is the window to get this project done?
Christoph, what is the actual construction window this year? Through October 15th, right? So through October 15th, and at this point, again, we have to bid the project, get a contractor on site, and get the work started. We would limit this year's work to everything we can possibly do outside of the creek, which would include the improvements on Entrada Way, which again will greatly reduce the volume of water that's spilling into the upstream side of the culvert, which we believe would be a huge improvement. And then anything else we can do outside of the creek, we would aim to complete this year in preparation for next construction season when we can get in the creek and actually perform the actual creek work.
And I just want to, before I stop, want to thank you and your team. I put you guys through your paces on this for a long time. So I really appreciate your work trying to work through property owners, bringing multiple maps for me to look at it over and over again and really understanding what this is.
Yeah, we've appreciated the opportunity to communicate with the property owners and establish the relationship there, and we will continue to try to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, I had a question as well. So in my recollection, this is the first time that I've been part of an eminent domain hearing, and so I just wanted to ask a question to clarify for myself and the public. Is there any way to do a project like this that is necessary for public safety without doing eminent domain? Like, could we do the project and not take property?
Unfortunately, the work that is required in order to do this is outside of the county's right of way. Our right of way consists of Entrada Way. The work that needs to happen is outside of that shoulder. So it is in fact in the creek, which is private property.
But could we do the project on private property, or that's not legally allowed, correct?
That's right. We would need some form of easement in this case. We actually have 3 different kinds of easements. We're talking about permanent monitoring for 10 years, and then the construction easements. There's just no way for us to encroach on private property without having those rights.
Okay. When I think about the topic of eminent domain, it's come up in the context of some of our transportation work in the county, but for me, this is very, very different. So just wanted to raise that point. I believe we are ready to take a motion to open the public hearing. Thank you. Roll call.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes to open the hearing.
Thank you. So we will now open the hearing, and if any property owners related to this item are present, they will have 5 minutes to speak.
Madam President, I know that this public hearing is specific to the resolution of necessity, but I was wondering if you might entertain at this time as well, if the board might entertain at this time as well, comments that people might have with respect to the initial study or mitigated neg deck. Just since we're taking comment, it might be appropriate to entertain comment on that subject as well.
Great. So public comment on both items then.
Yes, I would suggest that.
Thank you. Okay. We will set the timer for 5 minutes. I believe we are getting some packets passed around. Please go ahead, get started whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name's Kevin Pinger. I'm a property owner from La Honda, California, the uncooperative one everyone's talking about. We wonder what our time started already. Is that the total amount of time we get, or is that for each one of us? We each have a package. We would ask for some leeway here.
I'd defer to the board president. If additional time appears reasonable after Mr. Pinger's concluded, I think that would be within your discretion.
Okay. Please get through as much as you can, and we do want to hear from each person, so please go ahead.
Okay. We sure appreciate that. Let me see. I said my name's Kevin Pinger. I'm a property owner from La Honda. I'm here to talk about, one thing I'd just like to talk about is the weather up there. We're pretty remote from the city. We have frequent power outages, severe wind, pounding rain, and it's a very scary place in the winter time when the power goes out and it starts to rain. We can see the creek from our front window, and we watch it. We stay up all night long. We have auxiliary pumps, gas-powered pumps, whatever, ready to go. And the position of the creek where it is now gives us some amount of time. There's a secondary channel. There's a main channel that's far away from our house. And near to our house, there's a smaller channel. And there's kind of like an island in the middle. So we know when that rain starts coming down that channel right near our house, we have very little time. So we're really on our toes at that point. Anyway, okay. So in 1973, a 55-foot pier bridge was removed, probably due to poor maintenance, and was replaced with a 30-foot culvert. The 30-foot culvert was protected by concrete sack walls on each side, keeping the bank from eroding. Let's see. So we've had a lot of problems communicating with the Department of Public Works. The previous Department of Public Works that we initially dealt with is not there anymore. Now we have Tori as the new Department of Public Works. We requested from day one, there's a whole list of things here that they're supposed to do. They're supposed to have a meeting, discuss the purpose of the project, design alternatives, proposed project design, existing conditions after project, temporary and permanent easement, open discussion, site walk to visualize project. Now, we found this to be disingenuous. We determined that the project was obviously locked in stone before they ever went for any comments. So our comments fell on deaf ears. We didn't know what to do. We went down to the county office and talked to the previous director of Public Works, said it's not fair to the public, nor is it fair to us to put this project out for public review on 1929 survey maps that don't even address, nor do they show the impact to our house, which is the only house that is in any danger when the river comes up. There's no occupied properties to the east, anywhere. There's plenty of room all around us. We're the only house that's affected that's on the upstream side of the culvert that would be affected in a flood. We're the only house. So we discussed the issues. Weren't able to, before the project went out for public review, we said you have to change the maps. Christoph was there. He's a witness. We told him you must change the maps to show our neighbors and show the community that our house is involved. And they had no survey. We had a current survey accepted by the county of San Mateo, stamped in great detail, that they refused to put the modifications on our drawing. As a last resort, we went to Mr. Mueller here, supervisor, to his office. We told him, look, they won't listen, they won't adjust, they won't take any of our comments. And we were very happy that Mr. Mueller was able to get them to at least draw our house on the map and start to work through the process. I request additional time. I'm not even halfway through. We talk about taking my property. I request at least another 5 minutes, if not more.
I'm sorry, I do want to give time to the other property owners that are here and want to share. So we all have your slides. We have reviewed them. Appreciate your comment, but I do want to make sure that we are balancing the opportunity for everyone involved to speak and doing this in a.
I protest that. I want that on the record that I've requested additional time. You refuse to give it to me. You're talking about taking my property. You all say you have not had another eminent domain case that you can remember. I suggest you give me some latitude here and at least let me finish this.
We can put 2 more minutes on the clock. Please be concise with your points.
Okay, anyway, we appreciate Supervisor Mueller at least getting our property on the map. If you guys have a handout, if you could turn to page 3, I think I could wrap this up here real quickly. We say that, let's see here. The project is not in the public good for the reason that it doesn't do anything to raise the capacity of the drainage. The drainage is rated at a 25-year flood rate. The county standard is a 100-year. It's way inadequate for the water that goes through it. If you look at slide number 3, and then the final reason is that it's not the public good is that if you look at slide 3 to the right-hand side, the dark blue lines going down, that is the present culvert and the width of the culvert. Below the center line of the drawing, there's 2 red lines. That is the size of the culvert of the pier bridge that was removed at 55 feet. If you look back up to the center and over to the right, you'll see a yellow line, and to the right of that, you'll see a red line. Directly above the red line, directly adjacent to the red line and the yellow line, you'll see the log crib wall as proposed. So if they were to put in a 30-foot replacement bridge, it would be right at the edge of the log pile. If they went to a 60-foot span, which still, in my opinion, wouldn't be adequate, 30%, maybe 40% of the crib wall would have to be removed to install a proper bridge. If you went to a 90-foot, which is the red line, the entire crib wall would have to be removed. We feel that that is wasteful and not in the public good because of the destruction that would have to be done to the creek, not only in the first place to put the crib wall in, but in the second place to take the crib wall out. A bridge is required for safety. And it's not an option, it's required. And you put us in jeopardy every time it rains with a 25, with the culvert that's installed, puts us in jeopardy every time it rains. And this project will not change that. Does not change the culvert, does not change the fact that there's too much rain to go through that little pipe. It's very scary to be there in the wintertime. I don't think any of you would like it. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Do we have another property owner? And want to be fair with time, so I also want to share that. Yeah, we'll put 7 minutes on the clock. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Honorable members of the board, my name is Carrie Ferguson. My partner and I, Kevin Pinger, we worked with the planning and building department between 2008 2015 to build our home at 8800 La Honda Road. Unfortunately, since this agenda notice was placed Friday afternoon, we received late notice. Our experts weren't able to attend. So I'd like to go ahead and read some excerpts from letters that we'd like to make sure get into the record. They're in the packet that I handed in today. I also want to comment that I noted that the Director of Public Works avoided to identify photos in the scope of the riparian corridor that will be removed from our property. That corridor would need to be removed to alter the creek channel toward our house. And that removing those trees, they will be gone forever. Effectively, it'll remove every single tree on the back of our property. All the shade, all the peace and joy we have from that property on the backside will be gone and place our infrastructure in danger. Going back to the letters that I have here in front of me, I have biologist Ralph Osterlein. He's forester number 38. He's very familiar with this property. In a letter dated March 8th, he says that, and these are comments in regard to the initial study. He said, excessive grading and perennial stream channel causing numerous environmental and visual impacts are shown. The proposed design specified for the removal of 20 riparian trees. The owner's development permit in 2012 was restricted to 4 trees maximum, and that was not within the riparian corridor. We were specifically void from going into the riparian corridor. We had a core log barrier and could not touch any of that corridor, and that's the very corridor that the county will remove in this project. The 4 trees were in the center of the property. They were trees that they deemed were okay to be removed. Ralph continues to say in a letter dated May 14th, 2026, the riparian area is dominated by a historic overstory of alder and willow trees, which provides dense shade for maintenance of terrestrial habitats and for maintaining stream temperatures in La Honda Creek. In addition, these mature trees provide privacy and noise attenuation for the owners. Of note, the trees provide a flood barrier, shade, noise dissipation from the bar and the county maintenance yard across the street. And we particularly enjoy sharing annual crop of blackberries with the birds, and that's very true. It's dense with blackberries that'll all be gone. My letter to you dated March 8th, 2026 addresses potential removal of the 20 riparian trees, as he had stated in his earlier Letter, my professional opinion that an environmental impact report should be conducted to make sure that no other options than to remove the riparian corridor are available. The project also proposed is excessive. A gabion basket wall, which could effectively be constructed to stabilize the eroding east bank. The west bank is completely stable. There is no jeopardy on the west bank. Without removing the west bank riparian habitat, which they are proposing to remove, the county assesses more creek capacity appropriate measures, such as an open span bridge. The rocks that they had placed the county had placed in 2017 in the east bank slip out, those rocks were there for 9 years. They maintained that slip out for quite a long duration of time, certainly plenty of time to evaluate measures to repair that area. The only reason why it washed out is that they allowed the drainage to continually wash behind those rocks, and eventually those rocks were put back into the creek. So an alternative measure which we have proposed to the county would be to go ahead and put those rocks back in there, stabilize them with some sort of mesh or retaining material, backfill that area, remove the utility poles, and that's an easy thing. We've seen a pole removed in one place in less than 24 hours. All that infrastructure could be taken care of easily while they go ahead and pursue other measures that would not impact our land. And it's an effective land grab. This is not an easement. By altering the creek bed, you are taking land from us. You are changing our property rights. Our deed goes to the center line of the creek, and this would take land from us. Another letter, which was included with my comments to the county in the initial study comment period, was from Lee Brazing. This was not responded to by the county's consultants. I'd like to just capture a few things in their letter. The county is requesting the client to either dedicate or the county may claim through eminent domain a portion of their property. Our clients have expressed to their deep desire that all their property, to keep all their property, and the buffer previously mentioned as it helps prevent flooding on their land. The property is also very constrained due to requirements for septic and well, for drinking water, which is located very close to the creek in the work zone. Removing a portion of the land near the real property line would constrain their well and septic system even more, potentially compromising the effectiveness, and it could just condemn our house if it were interfered with. A simple look at the creek flow up and down the stream from the bridge shows that if the bridge is relocated to a better position, the hairpin curve and all the remediation work proposed on our client's property is unnecessary. Additionally, there is room on the easterly side of the creek where the severe erosion is taking place to better lay back the grade to a more suitable slope and thus prevent future erosion. There is an existing telephone pole on the east bank, as I said, that could easily be removed and replaced. The engineer also talks about the flood levels, I think are very important to note. It's our understanding, the engineers continue to say that the engineered log wall that's being proposed, it provides a natural habitat, but it's not a replacement for the natural corridor that we have. The irregular root system and layering of logs along the side of the creek can lead to severe blockage and flooding, not addressing the blockage and creek of the migration issues. Attempting to reroute the creek and placing the engineered log structure into the natural turn of the creek is only a temporary measure, and it increases the likelihood for future flooding of our property. Should a bridge be studied and ultimately decide on as a final recourse, it will eliminate the need to impact our client's property, and the county would not have to go through the extreme measures and significant drastic measures of the eminent domain. I'd also like to point to a couple comments that were made to the initial study. There were two agencies who commented, Caltrans and also the California Department of Fish and Wild Game. The county's responses by their contractor, Montrose, were not sincere. The California Department of Fish and Wildlife's letter dated January 13th said, CEQA guidelines, section 15.130, adequate discussion of cumulative impact should include a list of past, present, and probable.
Thank you. If you could please wrap up.
Can I have 2 more minutes, please? Future projects.
1 more minute, please.
Okay. 2 more minutes, please.
I want to be fair to everyone's time, and we've gone way over time already. You've been speaking for nearly
Okay.
8-9 minutes, so if you could please wrap up.
Future projects should be considered and the cumulative effects. The project proposes installing a significant structure that would need to be removed and if an eventual bridge were installed. Additionally, when a government agency stresses important concerns with project's environmental impacts and failures to analyze project alternatives, which may address the root cause of a stream bank erosion at La Honda Creek, it matters, and you should consider the county letters very carefully, and I urge the board members to read them before coming to a resolution of necessity. In conclusion, I'd like to say that the county claims it is significant risk to the public infrastructure, yet they fail to address the overlying infrastructure problem. An undersized culvert. The taking of land through eminent domain should be very last option, and only after all alternatives have been exhausted. We've provided the county with several hybrid alternatives, including stabilizing the East Bank alone. We request that the Honorable Board carefully review all of these letters before coming to a resolution of necessity. And I'd like to enter into the record the 2 letters from the biologist, my letter from the engineer, as well as I have a letter from my eminent domain attorney, which is included in the packet, and I urge that you do read this before you come to any resolutions on this matter. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, and I believe we have one final speaker, and let's put, I think that was 8-9 minutes. Please go ahead.
My name is Charlie Mahoney. I'm the Vice President of the Cuesta La Honda Board, and we have agreed to the easement request of the county. We've worked on, well, the entire community has been extremely worried about Entrada Road for decades. It's suffered through many events, going back to the El Niños of the 90s. We reviewed the whole project with the County Public Works, and the board has agreed to it. We're also providing the county with laydown areas. We're adjusting our community chipping programs to accommodate the county, and we're highly in favor of this project. I understand, we all know that it really needs a bridge, but from what the county has told us and Public Works has told us, the attempts to fund and build a bridge is somewhere on the order of 10 years. We cannot consist with this project not going forward and losing that culvert, which is quite possible. And if the Redwood Road access that exists, one of the La Honda Fire Brigade trucks actually had to squeeze through and hit a tree trying to get out during a fire. So the whole community is extremely concerned. And besides Cuesta La Honda, there are 8 or 9 other private landowners with multiple dwellings above us, and that's their only access. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe that is all of the property owners for this item. And with that,
I have a question.
yes, let's bring it back to the board for questions. Thank you. Supervisor Spear?
Thank you.
Madam President, I would just note that if there are other members of the public who want to speak, whether or not they're property owners, we should probably accommodate them.
That's right. Apologies.
Yep.
Okay, so let's finish public comment, and then we'll close the hearing and then take questions.
All right, we're going to be doing public comment on item number 9. We have 2 speaker cards from Chambers. First, we have William Vanderveer and then Matthew Henderson.
Please go ahead.
My name is William Vanderveer. I'm the principal of Clearwater Hydrology, a water resource and hydrology consulting firm in Berkeley. we were retained by Kerry Ferguson and Kevin Pinger to review the available environmental documentation presented for this project and to also conduct a field investigation. And I can report on what my findings are here, and hope I have more than 18 seconds. So I did walk the property. I looked at the existing conditions. The things that jumped out at me right away were that, and I had briefly reviewed some of the documentation at that point. I noticed that the slip out was a severe failure. It is endangering the roadway. In the long term, it should be fixed. There's also excessive erosion on the left bank, which would be the east side of the channel as the approach to the culvert. The right side, which includes the Ferguson-Pinger property, is not unstable by any means.
Thank you. If you
And I
could please
speak
wrap
about
up.
this from the geomorphic perspective, which is what the perspective was for the environmental consultants and their design alternatives. The alternative that was not investigated was a clear span bridge instead of the existing culvert. The culvert
Thank you so much. That's your time.
only has about 25 years, maybe 20 years of life left, and the alternative should be investigated for expanding.
Thank you. That's your time.
Recouping the former bridge footprint.
All right, next we have Matthew Henderson.
Okay, let's put 2:15. I need to be fair to everyone, so just please stick to that time.
I will
Thank you.
try to be briefer than that. Thank you very much, Madam President. Just before my time begins, if I could check and make sure that the letter that I emailed yesterday afternoon is part of the record.
Anything received by 5 p.m. is
Is
part
this
of the
the letter from Miller Star?
Yes.
We have that letter. It's
Okay.
part of the record.
Yes, my name is Matt Henderson with Miller Star Regalia. I represent Kerry Ferguson. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. As I'm sure you can tell, my client is quite passionate about this issue, hopefully understandably so. I'll be brief. The CEQA analysis for this project does not withstand legal scrutiny for a very simple reason. An ISMND cannot stand where there's substantial evidence of a potential environmental impact. And here, the county's own documentation demonstrates the existence of that impact because the BMPs for protecting special status species in the creek expressly account for a take of those species. And as the DFW said in its letter to the county, an incidental take permit must be obtained if the project has the potential to result in take of plants or animals listed under CESA. If the project will impact CESA or limited species, early consultation is encouraged as significant modification to the project and mitigations may be required. Additionally, issuance of an ITP is subject to CEQA documentation. So you're going to have to get an ITP from DFW, which has to go through further CEQA review. The same is true of the streambed alteration permit, which also has to go through CEQA review. So you've piecemealed the CEQA review, and you have evidence of uncontradicted evidence of potential impacts, significant impacts to the environment. And so I honestly don't think that an ISMND is the way to go here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
All right, just confirming 2 minutes and 15 for online comments. Okay, we'll be going to online for comments. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have 2 hands raised. Michelle Stevens, followed by Sabrina. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hello, Board. I'm just here to remind you that in, let me find it here. Oh, geez. In this repair project, the United States Constitution, 5th Amendment is clear. Private property shall not be taken for public use. Also, California Constitution, Article 1, Section 1 declares the inalienable right of all peoples to acquire, possess, and protect property. This action directly violates that fundamental guarantee by forcibly burdening private land for localized repair project. Americans' maxim of law is clear. It is against equity for free men not to have free disposal of their own property, and the main object of government is the protection of personal rights and private property. This board must reject the resolution. Of necessity, uphold the supreme law of the land and protect private property rights. That is y'all's job. To be successful, you're going to have to stick to the Constitution, and the Constitution says that your job is to protect these people's private property. It is not to put a project on them and take their land. And it sounds like you all don't even have all the information that you need. You have people pushing back with legal rights against the environmental laws that you all already have in place. I suggest for this board to be successful that you look at everything, not just what's going to make you profit or what's going to get you votes. Once again, be successful, board, and uphold the law of the land, which is the Constitution. And the Constitution clearly says you do not have the ability to be able to take people's property from them. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you, Michelle. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I come in the peace and love of Jesus Christ as one of the people, sir, jurors who hold all political power. I stand firmly against agenda item number 9, certifying the mitigation negative declaration and proceeding with that with eminent domain for easements on properties in La Honda and for the Entrada Way project. The Constitution's 5th and 14th Amendments protect against deprivation of property without due process of law. Government cannot casually seize entrance in private land when voluntary options and the supreme law of land exists. This sets a dangerous precedent of regulatory takings. California Constitution, Article 1, Section 1 explicitly guarantees the inalienable right to acquire, possess, and protect property. Forcing easements on landowners for La Honda Road and adjacent parcels infringes on this core right without owner consent or demonstrates absolute necessity. American maxims of law confirm equity will not aid an act that exceeds lawful authority, and the law is no respecter of persons. Government must not override the individual property rights for convenience. Reject eminent domain of item number 9. Honor God-given protections in the Constitution for private property. One of the things that you guys, we repeat, we do the fundamentals to repeat it because it's a necessity for you to understand. You are in maladministration. That is bad administration, but you're knowingly do it would put you into malfeasance. You have constantly deprived the rights of the people. Our rights come from God, not from government. The people are above government. We are not the ones that consent to be governed. You are. You are the public servants and trustees. We are the beneficiaries of those trustees. This is why we repeat, you took an oath. That oath is sacred. And if it's a false oath, it's perjury. And there is accountability for perjury. So uphold your oaths to the Constitution. You are bound by them in the United States Constitution. Those are God's laws. Those are for the people, not for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabrina. And back to you, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Bringing it back to the board for final round of questions and comments or a motion.
Madam Chair, it's become apparent to me, and maybe I can ask the question of Tim on this. This has come under the Public Works, correct? So this has not gone before the Planning Commission or any sort of land use body. Is that correct?
That's correct. This is a public works project.
Public Works project. Colleagues, I can't support what's before me today. However, that being said, one of the things I'd like consideration for is to whether to move this to August or a date that is appropriate. I just think in terms of public outreach, we just haven't met the mark. I do have concerns around this issue of eminent domain. I think we have several property owners here, and I don't recall my time on the board. When you talked about Middlefield Road, that was distinctly different than what we have here. And so I think this warrants more conversation, consideration. My hope would be is that staff would work in concert with the property owners, and then it comes back before the board. But today, I just don't feel confident in moving forward with this particular item. But down the road, things are subject to change. I'm open, but right now, I just feel that the process is not working. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller?
Yeah, so respectfully, I see this as a public health and safety issue. And I've spent a lot of time trying to go ahead and address the issues that were brought to our office to get things onto the map, to look and see how the creek has changed over time, whether or not there's been sediment that's changed. All that being said, I am in looking at some of the arguments that were day to day with respect to CEQA. I haven't heard this before. But I am not willing to put this over to August. I mean, that's right when rainy season is coming upon us. So what I would be willing to do is just to go over the new materials, but that's it. What we've got is what we've got for 2 weeks. And then the next time this comes before us, make a decision how we're going to move forward to give everyone their due process in order to go through it. But that would be the limit, because we are running up against a public health and safety issue. And if you have alternative evidence that you don't think that culvert's going to collapse under a major storm system, I suggest you to present it between now and then, because we have to rely on our experts in public works who tell us it is in threat of collapse. And that is a major problem for the residents who live in the area. And I understand there's discussion about, well, it should have been a bridge. Unfortunately, that's not what's before this board right now. And we don't have 10 years to wait based on what our experts are telling us. And so that being said, I am willing to put this over 2 weeks to go ahead and take into consideration the new materials that have been presented to us and anything you want to present before that time period, if my colleagues would support that.
Let's also make sure to close the public hearing if that's the choice.
Thank you. So let's close the why don't we actually just finish our comments and then we can close and take a vote? I think that's a direction. Go ahead, Tori.
Can I add one thing? So there's some public noticing requirements, and that's one of every time that we postpone this, we have to renotice. So there's 21 days.
Not if we continue the hearing.
Okay.
If we continue it to a date certain.
We will continue to a date certain. We don't have to read.
And then the notice is deemed to carry over to the continued
so
date.
Just want to make sure we
right.
yeah.
Right.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so let's close the public hearing. Is there a motion to close? Thank you. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes to close the hearing.
Okay, and then I think I heard direction but not a clear motion. And before we take a vote on that.
You want to everyone should get their comment in. So.
Yes. Supervisor Spear, did you want to add anything?
I would. In many respects, this is a Hobson choice. On the one hand, we have the health and safety of 300 people that live in that area and the risk that's associated with that road collapsing or having to get out in emergency. And then we have the interests of the parties, one of whom is still objecting to it. I do think with the addition of the material that was presented today, the prudent thing to do would be to continue this hearing for 2 weeks. But I do have a question for Tori. It has been said now a number of times that the 25-foot culvert cannot sustain bad rain weather. So even if all the money is spent to improve the road, if the culvert cannot retain the water, where are we? And why aren't we making a bigger culvert?
So the 30-foot culvert is undersized, and we recognize that. We do understand that something else has to happen, but currently we were faced with a situation where if we don't do anything, there's a likelihood that Entrada Way will slip away. We have to do some improvement. So this project is what stabilizes the creek bank while we consider what the alternatives can be. If it's a bridge, that's something to be determined. It needs to be studied. It needs to be designed. currently we have to do something, and that's what this project accomplishes, is stabilizing the roadway while that is considered.
But if in fact it can't retain the water and move the water through and it floods, aren't we still back in the same position?
No, if the culvert was to hit capacity, it will overtake the road, and yes, that is certainly a concern. However, we wouldn't necessarily lose the road in that condition. It would overtake the road, and it may residents may be required to use an alternative exit. However, the road would still remain if those waters were to subside. And just to be clear, the instances where that road has ever been overtaken are very, very few and far. It doesn't happen very often, and I'm not even sure the last time it did happen. So while the creek will certainly hit capacity and that culvert will certainly get towards its limit, it's not very often that it would actually overtake that. So what we're doing is we're stabilizing the bank enough that water won't continue. When that water has risen, it won't erode the bank.
So in some respects, this is a Band-Aid until a more permanent solution can be had?
It is a temporary means of it. Well, it's not a temporary means. It potentially could be a permanent solution. However, that wouldn't resolve the capacity issue of the 30-foot culvert. That still has to be addressed. And I'm happy to, Christoph, do you have anything you want to add to that from an engineering perspective?
So we do have it on our work plan to start looking at the long-term solution next year. We've identified some grant funding that we're going to be pursuing to better understand what it would take to replace the culvert with something more sufficient. So once we get through this project, it is going to be on our work plan to look at the larger
Okay,
culvert.
let me ask this question. If in fact you get the grant funding and you can replace the culvert with a larger one, do we need to still do all the other aspects of this work, and would we have to also take an eminent domain action?
So the longer effort is probably on a 7 to 10 year horizon.
No, I understand the timing. I'm just trying to understand the eminent domain component. Would you still need eminent domain in order to do the larger culvert?
Yes, we believe we'd have to look into it. I mean, we need this project to kind of get us that runway while we look at the larger project. We'll do everything in our power to look at the larger project to see if we can keep it within the county right away, but we don't know yet because we don't know what that analysis looks like, right? Whether it's going to be a bridge or a larger culvert, that's what we're going to start doing next year.
All right, thank
Does
you.
that answer your question?
Not satisfactorily, but it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just want to thank you for the presentation. If I'm understanding correctly, this is needed so that the road does not wash out
Correct.
within this time frame. I do understand that. But in looking at the culvert, it also looks like there's sediment that has built up maybe in the culvert as well. And is that an option to remove some of the sediment also to give you more capacity during the time while we're trying to figure out what a long-term solution would look like?
Yeah, as part of this project, that would happen. Any sediment would be cleared out. This does actually lower that line of flow a little bit, so it does create some additional capacity and flow, not a great amount. So it's not like it's a resolution to the undersized culvert, but this project does do that work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So to summarize what I'm hearing, we need to do this immediately so that for this rainy season coming up, the road is protected so that in the future, the capacity could be increased and potentially a bridge can be built to benefit all of the residents of this community, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And when did this process begin? I think you mentioned that earlier, but just to recap.
So the emergency bank repair, I believe, was 2018 is when the emergency bank repair happened. So immediately after that, of course, the discussion started about how do we resolve this issue. Studies were performed, and ultimately this initial study of mitigated negative declaration was the outcome of those, and that's what's got us to where we are today.
Thank you. And from what I heard from some of the property owners that this applies to, they have some ideas for other potential fixes for this issue. But in your opinion, why are those not sufficient?
Any solution that we implement today has to take into consideration all the permitting requirements as well, and that's what this project does. So, unfortunately, some of and that may answer part of the question that you have is the extent of the work area is somewhat dictated by the permitting requirements. There are certain things that we have to do per the permitting agencies, which to some degree dictates how large this area of work is, which does impact those easement, the sizes of the easements. So I think we have certainly considered, again, during the postponements that we have to date, I've spent a great deal of time talking with the residents, talking with the property owners to understand what the concerns are and try to challenge the engineering team, which has done an amazing job of getting this thing together, challenge them to determine whether there's anything we could do to lessen the impact to property owners. And we have come up with some options, but they're very minor compared to what, compared to the impact of taking anybody's property, which we would prefer not to do if there was an option.
Thank you. And then, so I just want to talk about what would happen if, it sounds like, the supervisor whose district this is in is okay with delaying 2 weeks, but tell me what would be the county's responsibility if during these next 2 weeks, or not these 2 weeks, but during the next rainy season, this road is washed out and we have not begun the work? Would that open the county up for litigation or, God forbid there was a tragedy? What would be the implications for the county?
Well, Madam President, it's some important questions. I mean, it would be somewhat speculative, but we would, of course, try to rely on every immunity that we have. But it would not, be beyond our experience that we might deal with litigation related to all of that.
Okay, and then I also just want to talk about, I think for me when I hear about this issue and we have received material in the past. I know this item has been delayed. I think you mentioned twice at least.
Three times.
3 times already. I think about climate change and how what used to be a 200-year storm is not necessarily the case anymore. Our weather has become more and more unpredictable. So I'm concerned for the safety of the residents in that community, and I personally would support moving forward with this today, but it doesn't sound like that's going to be the will of the board here. So I think unless there's any other questions, I'd love to hear a motion.
Yeah, I would just take issue with the fact that it be said it was delayed. This item was something that required greater work before it came to the board. But regardless of that, I'll go ahead and move the continued item for 2 weeks.
A couple of things. One, I think we need to go ahead and close the public hearing. I think.
Oh, we did.
Oh, we did.
Yeah.
Thank you. And just to be clear, I think the motion was going to be to continue this item to
our next meeting,
the board's next meeting, which I believe is June 9th. I want to make sure I got the date right because we're carrying over notice as well.
And there was one other question I have, and I don't know if you'll be able to answer today, but for council, is it possible to take an easement, and I don't remember this, but is it possible to take an easement contingent upon what would happen in the future of the next project? So if in the event a project takes place where we replace the bridge with the bridge such that has been talked about and that only relies the use of current right-of-way, could the easement that we are taking revert back to the property owners?
I think we could embed or at least research whether or not we could embed within the terms of the easement that we're taking, I guess what we might call a reversionary interest or an executory interest in the in the owner of the fee where the property would revert. That's something I'm hard-pressed to kind of analyze on the fly. But
that's why I say I'll give you the 2 weeks to figure it out.
Oh, I appreciate that. We'll take it and use it. But again, so the motion would be to continue to 9 o'clock or soon thereafter as the matter could be considered at the board meeting of June 9th, 2026. Just want to note that this action, the resolution of necessity, because of the way the law is written, requires 4 board votes. So that's in order for it to pass. So that just is a question of who's in attendance and the vote threshold in order for the matter to be carried.
Thank you. Can you please provide clarity on, will we be redoing this entire hearing at that date, or how will that continuance look? What will that
No,
look?
I think the board could pick up where it's kind of left off. This is a continuing an item. I don't think the board would need to entertain a full public comment again, et cetera. We wouldn't have to redo the public hearing. That's already occurred with respect to the item.
All right, so that'll be my motion, then, that we just continue the hearing where we are.
Okay, thank you. I hear a second, and roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes to move this item to be continued on June 9th, 2026.
Okay.
Madam President?
Yes.
Item number 10 is, I think, the next item, and I've had two wonderful students waiting here all morning to present. So if we could take that item up before we do anything else, I would really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Let's move on to item number 10. This is a resolution supporting California legislation for a climate superfund, and sponsors are Supervisor Spear and Supervisor Gaucher. And I'm not sure who wants to begin, but please do, whoever's ready.
All right, thank you. Last month we celebrated Earth Day, and this item on the agenda today is to add a statement on resilience to extreme weather events to the preamble of the county charter. The item before us right now is a resolution in support of Polluters Pay Climate Superfund, state legislation that will hold major polluters financially accountable for their share of climate-related costs. It's similar to other superfunds we have in California, which include Childhood Lead Poisoning Prevention Act, and would recover money from the largest fossil fuel polluters and dedicate it to projects in San Mateo County. These two students who I'm introducing now have worked very passionately on this issue and seek to have us support a resolution that would support California legislation for a climate superfund. So let me introduce to you Emily Ma, junior at Aragon High School, and Liam Horosisik, and I'm sure I masked something to that, a student at Kenyatta College. Those, please come up and make your presentations.
Welcome. Oh, I'm sorry. Supervisor Gaucher, did you want to make some comments as well?
I would, but in the interest of time, and this day has already been long enough, and we have presenters here at the mic, I will yield my time to the presenters.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, President Corzo, members of the board, and county staff. My name is Emily Ma. I'm a junior at Aragon High School, and I'm here to express my support for the Make Polluters Pay Climate Superfund. I'm currently 17 years old and very excited to graduate high school, pursue higher education, and perhaps even someday settle back down here in San Mateo County and start a family of my own. However, at the same time, I'm deeply concerned about the future of our community. In 2020, I experienced what the reality is for San Mateo to be ground zero for sea level rise. 11-year-old me was quite unsettled to hear people speaking calmly about the possibility of my hometown, Foster City, flooding. Thankfully, the city allocated $90 million taxpayer dollars to the levee improvement project. But in order to continue to protect our county from the many consequences of climate change, including not only flooding, but also droughts, air pollution, and heavier storms, we need the financial support of this climate superfund. I've called San Mateo County home for 17 years, and I hope to continue doing so for many decades to come. But my and my peers' ability to do so depends on whether we take action to support it now. We urge the board to help safeguard the well-being of San Mateo residents and all our fellow Californians by voting in favor of the Make Polluters Pay resolution. We're incredibly grateful for your consistent support for climate action, and we thank you for all that you do for our county.
President Corzo, members of staff, members of the board and county staff. My name is Liam Rozenchek. I'm a student at Kenyatta College studying environmental science, and I come to you today to express my knowledge and support for the Make Polluters Pay Climate Superfund in the state of California. To my peers and I, Make Polluters Pay represents an extremely unique opportunity for ordinary people to put our foot down against the existential threat of climate change, while also attaining much-deserved justice for all the environmental damage caused by these fossil fuel companies in California. Personally, I've been negatively impacted by climate change throughout my whole life, from going to football practice with N95 masks on because the wildfire smoke was too suffocating, to missing school because wildfire smoke was too toxic, and finally to scooping up buckets of water from my basement to prevent it from flooding due to heavy showers. I, and along with the rest of San Mateo County, can promise you that we have dealt with our fair share of problems brought on by climate change. We know we have support for this type of bill. In other states such as Vermont and New York, they have already passed their own climate superfund laws. Furthermore, according to a poll from Data for Progress, an estimated 74% of voters nationwide would support a climate superfund bill. San Mateo residents cannot afford to foot the bill for all the adverse effects fossil fuel companies have brought to our Golden State. Wildfires, torrential downpours, and other extreme natural disasters are only going to get worse. The LA fires alone costed $250 billion, and fire insurance is becoming increasingly unattainable by the day. Make Polluters Pay could provide much-needed funds for programs across San Mateo County, including building renewable energy infrastructure, expanding clean transportation, investing in compost and recycling programs, and finding strategies to make working land sequester carbon, all of which are actions outlined in San Mateo County's Climate Action Plan. San Mateo County holds a unique position in setting local climate policy, with many policy representatives such as Diane Pappin and Kevin Mullen maintaining offices there. Not to mention, it is home to over 700,000 residents. So far, 22 cities, 5 counties, and 3 school boards have already passed their own resolutions in support of Make Polluters Pay across California. San Mateo County follows suit. Other cities will likely do the same. I urge the board to support this resolution in support of the bill. We also tried to disseminate a video of other high school students also expressing their support for Make Polluters Pay. However, I'm not sure if that got through to you guys because there was some issues with the video, but not every high schooler could make it because we're all going through finals right now. I personally had to leave class to be here, and same with Emily. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure if we were able to receive that video.
Received in the public comments. It's in that packet, the written public comments. There's a link for the YouTube.
Okay, thank you. We will all make sure to watch that video. Let's bring it back to the board for questions, and we'll do public comment, and then I'll take a motion. Any questions or comments?
No questions. I just want to thank you for being here and thank you for taking the lead on this. We know that we're borrowing the planet from your generation and future generations, and we want to make sure that we're leaving it in the better condition. So I am in support of this bill, and I just appreciate you being here today.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything, Supervisor Spear?
I would just want to tell you that the only way this is going to happen is through you. And you are showing today how you have the ability to make public policy happen. So I hope you'll continue your advocacy.
Thank you. I will share that for me. It makes me very proud to see young people continuing to advocate for change. I know, when we are in a crisis like the one we are in, doing the same really isn't, I think, a good option. And so doing things differently, creating accountability, creating funds to address concerns, I think is very admirable. And I'm excited to support this and appreciate seeing you both come here. And I'm surprised that you're able to leave Aragon because it's my son's final week of school as well. And so thank you for being here. I know it was a big time commitment, and thank you for coming from up the hill here in Redwood City at Kenyatta. Let's move on to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
All right, we'll be taking public comment on item number 9, the resolution supporting California legislation for a climate superfund. We do have one speaker card for Chambers. Nancy Tierney, please come up.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Nancy Tierney. I live in Pacifica. I've been part of the statewide coalition working to establish a climate superfund, or Make Polluters Pay, for about a year and a half. Various groups also formed in regions throughout the state to urge local jurisdictions to adopt resolutions in support of Make Polluters Pay, like the one before you today. Since the board meeting on February 24th, when a number of us introduced the idea of adopting such a resolution, we have worked with staff from Supervisor Spears and Gauchier's office to get a resolution on your agenda. I'd like to commend those staff, notably Jessica, Ilham, and Chris, who met with us several times and crafted a resolution reflecting the conditions in San Mateo County. With your adoption of this resolution, we are better positioned to get our cities to follow your lead. And importantly, you, along with other jurisdictions in California, demonstrate the importance of a state climate superfund act. Thank you.
All right, we'll be going to Zoom for comments. I'll be turning it over to my colleague, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have 2 hands raised for item 10. We'll start with Michelle Stevens, followed by Sabrina. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hello, Board. I come to you as a child of God. I oppose this supporting legislation for Climate Superfund. The U.S. Constitution's 5th and 14th Amendments protect this. Also, the California Constitution, Article 1, Section 7, echoes these safeguards against arbitrary government action. The Superfund that retroactively taxes interest for lawful past activities. And also, it's not just taxing someone for what they're doing that you feel is wrong. There's a lot going wrong in California. The fires happened because there was no water in the reservoirs. That's all up to the government there. It is government action that needs to be corrected, not people who are trying to make a living through their companies. If these young people want a better California, then they need to look at their constitutions, and those are the laws for their government to be upheld. And that's what they need to be pushing for, is better government, not more taxes. They'll pay the taxes anyway. It's nothing, these big corporations, it will be nothing but just the skin off their nose.
Thank you.
It won't
That's
be
your
nothing
time.
to them.
Thank you.
You.
We'll now go to Sabrina. Please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I come in the peace and love of Jesus Christ as one of the people, sui juris, who hold all political power. I strongly oppose agenda item 10, the resolution supporting the California Climate Superfund. The U.S. Constitution's 10th Amendment reserves powers not delegated to the federal government, to the states, or the people. Yet this pushes expansive new taxation and redistribution beyond constitutional bounds and grant of authority. California Constitution, Article 13 strictly governs taxation and requires public funds serve legitimate public purposes, not vague climate liabilities or imposed retroactively. America's masters of law warn, the power to tax is the power to destroy. A superfund destroys economic liberty and burdens the people, businesses, and families with excessive taxes. No one can be compelled to do the impossible. Retroactively liability, past emissions, scientific, legal, or practicality reality. Public money should be used for public purposes, not political slush funds. This symbolic resolution invites costly litigation, higher energy process, and job losses while diverting resources from real local priorities. I suggest to young students read Loper Wright versus Raimondo with the SCOTUS ruling that the agencies do not have the granted authority under the Constitution to bypass people's
Thank you.
due
That's your
process of
time.
law. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment. Madam President, back to you.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the board for a motion.
Move the adoption of the resolution supporting the Climate Superfund.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller? Yes. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations. Okay. Next, we will move on to, let's see. We have item number 11 next, a special election to be held on November 3rd for voting upon amendments to the San Mateo County Charter.
I can commit we'd move through this pretty quickly if you want to take it up.
Let's do it.
All right. I think what we'd like to do, this is a kind of a tag team between the county executive and our office, but I thought we'd go ahead and take lead if that was okay with the county executive. Fantastic. I'm going to ask my colleague, Brian Pettit, deputy in our office, who's been very instrumental in working with the Charter Review Committee and just sort of shepherding this process. And I'm going to ask him to move expeditiously through the presentation that we put together.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Brian Pettit, Deputy County Attorney. Nice to be with you again today. So based on the board's direction at your last meeting, we have drafted an ordinance calling for an election on some county charter amendments, 4 to be specific, and I'm going to expeditiously take you through that ordinance. So quickly, just an overview of the ordinance. It approves 4 proposed charter amendments. I will walk you through each of those. It calls for a special election on November 3rd to be consolidated with the general election. It requests that the chief elections officer take steps to conduct that election. Each measure may be voted on separately by county voters, and each requires majority approval. And then lastly, it authorizes but does not require supervisors to submit arguments in support of the measures. So we wanted to take you through each of the 4 measures so that you know specifically what would be presented to the voters. So the first measure is the county policy on resilience to extreme weather events. Here's the ballot measure. It would ask, shall the charter be amended to add a provision to the charter preamble designating long-term resilience to extreme weather events as a county priority? So that's the form of the ballot question. Here is the specific text. So in the preamble, there's currently 1 paragraph. There would be a second added stating it shall be the policy of the county that long-term resilience against extreme weather events, including fire, flood, wind, rain, heat, drought, and sea level rise is a county priority to be undertaken collaboratively with cities, districts, and other public entities. Measure number 2, another county policy affirming the county's commitment to equal rights. Again, here is the ballot measure. Shall the charter be amended to add a provision affirming the county's commitment to the dignity, civil rights, and equal protection of all county residents? And here is the presented text of that addition to the charter preamble. It mirrors the language that I just presented and adds in a manner that promotes equity, fairness, inclusion, belonging, accessibility, and opportunity. The third measure, as you recall, is the measure addressing how the board fills vacancies in elected offices other than the Board of Supervisors. The ballot question would be, shall the charter be amended to extend the period in which the board is required to either call a special election or make an appointment in the event of a vacancy in an elected office other than the Board of Supervisors from 30 days to 60 days, and to require the board to conduct at least 1 public meeting to receive public comment prior to any such appointment. And here is the textual changes that would occur to the charter. So this would amend section 415 of the charter. So there are 2 references to the period in which the board has to make that appointment, being currently 30 days. We would change those to 60 days. And then there would be 1 sentence added addressing the public meeting, which would state, in the event that the board elects to make an appointment, the board shall hold at least 1 noticed public meeting for the purpose of receiving public comment regarding the appointment and the qualifications of potential candidates. And lastly, measure number 4 is the Independent Redistricting Commission. The ballot question, shall the charter be amended to require that supervisorial districts be reapportioned following each federal decennial census by an independent redistricting commission pursuant to applicable provisions of the Elections Code? And here are the textual changes. Currently, there is a reference to reapportionment in section 201, so that would need to be deleted. And then a new section 202.1 would be added, which states the 5 supervisorial districts of the county shall be apportioned in the manner specified in general law by an independent redistricting commission as defined and governed by applicable provisions of the Elections Code. So the ordinance that was provided to the board has each of these individual measures presented separately. So there are 4 measures included in the ordinance. Based on the board's discussion at the last meeting, another option for you to consider would be to consolidate the first and second measures, so the two that address policy statements that would be added to the preamble. So the alternative would be a ballot question that consolidates those two into one question, which is, shall the charter be amended to add both of those policy statements? The effect of consolidating those would be that both policy statements would need to be voted up or down together, so voters would not be able to vote yes on one, no on another. It would be yes or no on both changes, but it would reduce the number of measures from 4 to 3. Okay, last slide, next steps. Today, we have presented the ordinance for introduction. The board will determine which measures to include on the ballot. June 9th would be the second reading or the adoption of the ordinance. We also have a resolution that would be approved at the same time. Unlike most ordinances that go into effect 30 days later, this one would be effective immediately, and that would give us plenty of time to submit the ordinance and resolution to the Chief Elections Officer by the August 7th deadline for the November 3rd election. And hopefully that was quick enough. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Any questions for my colleagues? Okay, I just had a question about potential fiscal impact. So I'm thinking about the ballot. I know we pay per page usually,
It's roughly based on the amount of page material, et cetera.
So I guess. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say that we did a little preliminary work because we know you had raised this at the last meeting, and when I say we, I meant Brian. Did some work on trying to track down, sort of the fiscal impacts, and if we did all four measures, it would be about $1,075,000 to include all four measures on the ballot. If you were to consolidate, the the two preamble measures into one, it would be three measures, and that would still be about $975,000. Not much of a delta between those two. So that's kind of the numbers as we see them.
Thank you. I think savings is savings, no matter how much it is, in my personal opinion. And I think just for, I'm thinking about what it would tangibly look like on the ballot, and I think it would be the preamble with the climate change language, and then again the preamble with the equity and opportunity language. And I think for me it makes sense to combine them, so I would support that. Curious to hear where my colleagues are.
I think your mic was off.
Oh.
It was
Your mic
off.
was off.
Oh, okay. I was saying I could support combining them.
Does anyone else have thoughts? Okay. Is there a motion? Oh, we need to take public comment, actually.
All right, we'll be taking public comment on number 11. I do not have any speaker cards for chambers, so we will go into Zoom. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, we have 4 hands raised for item 11 for the introduction of the ordinance. We'll start with Pat W., followed by Michelle Stevens. Pat, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I am contacting you specifically to urge you to create the independent redistricting commission. A friend of mine spent a lot of time working on that last time, and her efforts were basically went nowhere thanks to the supervisors' work in basically ignoring the work that she did. Because the states are free to establish laws which do not involve the federal government, and the state empowers counties to establish charters, I support the amendment. They do not violate the U.S. Constitution in any way. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Michelle Stevens, followed by Sabrina. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hello, Board. I come to you with the love of Jesus Christ. I stand firmly against Agenda Item 11. placing charter amendments on the ballot for preamble statements on climate resilience and civil rights commitments, along with vacancy and redistricting changes. The United States Constitution grants no power for local government to insert ideological policy statements into a charter. The 9th and 10th Amendments protect the people's retained rights, limit government to its proper sphere. Such symbolic language risks becoming a tool for expanded authority and litigation. California Constitution, Article 1, Section 1 declares an inalienable rights of life, liberty, and property. Embedding vague comments to resilience and dignity opens the door for future burdens on taxpayers and property owners without due process. American maxim of law confirms it's against equity for freemen not to have the free disposal of
Thank
their
you.
own
That's your
property,
time.
and the law is no
Thank
respecter
you,
of
Michelle. The
persons.
president has called your time. We'll now go to Sabrina, followed by Sani Sethi from ACLU NorCal. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I come in the peace of love of Jesus Christ as one of the people, Surrey jurist, who holds all political power. Agenda item 11 is beyond your grants of authority. The ordinance calling a special election for charter amendments, adding policy statements on resilience to extreme weather events and dignity, civil rights, and equal protections, plus the changes to the vacancy and redistricting procedures are all repugnant to the Constitution. When they are repugnant to the Constitution, it makes them null and void. They are de facto laws. The U.S. Constitution sentimentally reserves the people all powers not delegated to the government. Placing symbolic ideological statements to the county charter exceeds the board's constitutional grant of authority and turns fundamental law into political messaging. California Constitution, Article 1, Section 1 guarantees every person the inalienable right to acquire, possess, and protect property, while Article 2 affirms that all political power is inherent in the people. Government has no grant of authority to embed vague policies and preferences that cause future regulatory overreach into our foundational documents. Americans'
Thank
facts and
you.
laws are
That's your
clear.
time.
The main object of government is the protection of personal rights and property
Your time
and
at this
upholding the
time.
law of God.
Okay, we're going to move on. Sani Sethi, followed by Sid Young. Sani, please unmute and begin.
Hi, my name is Sana, and I'm a resident of San Mateo County. I strongly support independent redistricting commissions. Now more than ever, we must do everything that we can to safeguard our democracy, and redistricting is one of the most critical pillars of our democracy that helps ensure all people are represented fairly. I was actually surprised to find out that San Mateo County doesn't use an independent redistricting commission model to conduct its local redistricting process. It seems like the vote to put this measure on the ballot would be more to catch up to the way many other jurisdictions in the state are currently conducting their redistricting processes. At the end of the day, voters should choose their politicians. Politicians should not choose their voters. And we should remove all potential conflicts of interest from redistricting now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sid Young, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I live in Ray Mueller's district, and when they did the supervisory lines redistricting before he was the supervisor, they had an independent committee. Actually, they drew up 2 or 3 maps, I believe, and it came to the Board of Supervisors. They brushed aside all of the independently drawn maps, and one of the supervisors drew it up himself. And I think if you're going to go ahead and trouble citizens to draw up a map, that you shouldn't take it away from them at the last minute and do it yourself afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. And that concludes public comment. Madam President, back to you.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the board for a motion or further discussion.
If I might, Madam President, we just, if it's the board's desire to go ahead and combine the 2 preamble revisions into one measure, I think we would be looking at sort of the same form of ordinance that's included in the packet with a couple of revisions that I would just want to highlight so that you're kind of aware of, and the public is aware of what we're looking to do. What we would do is, in the title of the ordinance, we'd be combining A and B into A, and we would be adding to the charter preamble policy statements on resilience to extreme weather events and a policy statement affirming the county's commitment to the dignity, civil rights, and equal protection of all county residents. And then the other two matters would remain as stated, except they would become B and C instead of C and D. So we'd be combining A and B. Look like maybe Supervisor had a question.
No, finish your
Okay.
statement, please.
So that's what we're going to do. And then we would be looking at what is currently Section 6 of the ordinance. We would be combining 6 and 7, so that would be one measure, again, for both of those preambles. And then we'd renumber to just sort of reflect that we were taking Section 7, which originally dealt with the sort of the equal protection measure, and we combine that with 6. So that was, when it comes back for final action, you would see those changes in the form of the ordinance. And otherwise, it would remain unchanged.
Thank you, Supervisor Spear.
I don't have strong feelings about the two, but they're unrelated. And my only concern is that someone would read it. It's a preamble. It's designating resilience and affirming dignity and civil rights, and just not pass it, not vote for it. So I don't have strong feelings. It saves a little money, but we're adding apples and oranges together in one preamble policy statement.
Supervisor Gaucher.
And I hear you, and in the light of, and I hope that you would understand this in light of what's happening with civil rights on the grand scheme, I don't know that it would make sense to really combine them. I think they should be two separate things. Right now, civil rights are under attack, so we need to make sure that, I would love to save money, but to keep equity and civil rights in its own container, I think would make more sense, and I hope you would agree with that.
I think they are related because they're both changes to the preamble, but if it's fine. I think we should just, take a motion and move forward with this.
I make a motion that we move forward with the 4 measures as stated before us.
So motion to introduce the ordinance as presented today with 4 measures.
Thank you. Roll call.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Aye.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. So I had not realized that it was 1:30 already, and yes, we have not had real food. So we do have a couple more items, but I propose that we break for a closed session during lunch and then return.
So, Madam President, yes, I'd ask for a motion to reorder the agenda so that you take closed session between the item we just concluded. I think that was 11 and item 12.
Okay. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Second? I heard a second from Supervisor Spear. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa? And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes to take closed session right now.
Thank you.
All right, the time is 1:34, and the board will be recessing to closed session.
Okay, we're back from closed session.
All right, the time is 2:37. You may resume.
Thank you. I'll go ahead at this time and recognize County Counsel Niblin.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I want to go ahead and report out of closed session that the board approved on a unanimous 5-0 vote the filing of an amicus brief in the case of Suncor Energy USA, Inc. v. County Commissioners of Boulder County, currently pending before the United States Supreme Court. Thank you.
And also just noting that 4 supervisors are present. President Corzo is currently absent.
Okay, we're going to go ahead at this time and take item 12 on the agenda. Adopt a resolution authorizing an allocation of grant funds to the American Cancer Society, Inc. in the amount not to exceed $7 million, $3,500,000 in fiscal year 2026-27 and $3,500,000 in fiscal year 2027-28 to support construction of the Bay Area Hope Lodge in San Mateo County, and B, authorizing and directing the county executive or designees in consultation with the county attorney to negotiate and execute a grant agreement with the American Cancer Society, Inc. to support construction of the Bay Area Hope Lodge in San Mateo County in the amount not to exceed $7 million. Mr. Callagy.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Very quickly, I've got Julia Gray in front of me here who will be doing a very, very quick presentation. And then I know that Supervisor Mueller and Supervisor Spear might want to add something. But Julia, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you for having me. My name is Julia Gray. As Mike Callagy said, I'm the Regional Vice President for the American Cancer Society, and today I really want to talk about an opportunity to make a huge impact for cancer patients right here in San Mateo County. We have the chance to bring the first Hope Lodge in California and the largest in the nation right here. Each year, we have 200,000 people, cancer patients, who travel over 40 miles to receive critical cancer treatment. What we don't often see is, cancer patients have to sleep in their cars. They have to decide between housing, gas, care, and sometimes just forego treatment, period. And it's not actually that rare. It's very common, including for patients here in San Mateo and surrounding areas in the Bay Area. So the American Cancer Society has a proven model through our Hope Lodge program. We have had this program in the country for decades. Today we have 31 Hope Lodge communities. We're very proud. Nationwide, providing more than 500,000 nights of free lodging annually and saving families more than $70 million every year. What's pretty wild about that is, despite being one of the best areas for cancer care in the nation, you can see on the map right here, we don't have a Hope Lodge west of Salt Lake City, and certainly not in California. The one that we are going to bring to San Mateo County will have 70 suites for patients and their caregivers, making it the largest in the country, and will serve more than 1,000 patients and caregivers annually. I want to be clear, it's not a hotel. It's truly a home away from home. For patients who are going through some of the hardest moments of their life, providing a place to rest privately, receive support, prepare meals, connect with others, and focus on healing instead of survival. And this is all at no cost. In addition, we provide transportation to and from treatments, to the store, to get medications, airport, all free. What makes this project especially meaningful for San Mateo County is and this is just some examples of the rooms. Doesn't look like a hospital, looks like a home. It's very warm and welcoming. But additionally, we have ACS Empower. And this is not just for our overnight guests. It's actually a community-facing cancer wellness hub that will provide free programming for local residents, caregivers, survivors, and families, focusing on nutrition support, physical activity resilience programs, stress management, and opportunities for connection and healing. So while we have lots of patients that might travel into the area, the benefits of the facility will be right here in the community. This is just some examples of some renderings from a Hope Lodge in Chicago. I'm gonna go quicker because I know we're running behind today. I wanna talk a little bit more about San Mateo County and why here. The county is uniquely positioned within 30 to 40 minutes of leading cancer centers, including Stanford, UCSF, Sutter, Kaiser, El Camino, and more. Nearly half of the patients in the region travel more than 40 miles for treatment, and thousands travel across the country each year to access Bay Area cancer care. Hope Lodge, California would provide more than 43,000 nights of free lodging annually and save families an estimated $6.5 million each year in lodging costs alone. Most importantly, it will also serve Bay Area residents who need to stay closer to treatment. If there are residents in the county of San Mateo who need a place to stay, they will not be turned away if there are openings. And while we are proud and grateful to have a commitment from Stanford, our role is much broader at ACS. We're a convener and we are treatment agnostic. We're in the business of ensuring cancer to care regardless of where a patient receives treatment. So the presentation is approximately, let me see if I can get to the next slide so you can see the numbers. Our project represents a $150 million investment into compassionate care infrastructure in California. We know it will create jobs, generate economic activity for local businesses, strengthen the Bay Area healthcare ecosystem, support clinical trial participation and innovation, and of course, position San Mateo County as a national leader in equitable cancer care. We know the board is considering partnering with a significant gift, which we know would be such a catalyst for further investment. And so I just want to say thank you for having us here today and for your consideration. Together, when we can help. When someone hears the words "you have cancer," they're not going to have to worry about where they're going to stay. Happy to take questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the board or comments? Please go ahead.
I just wanted to say how enthusiastic I am about this project. First off, there is obviously a tremendous need, and just the act of mercy that this project represents in itself makes it so incredibly important. But if that's not enough for you, if that isn't it, the downstream effects economically for our biotech industry and what it means to attract clinical trials here as we give our hospitals the ability to treat those rarest cancers that people travel from all over the Western United States to be treated, absolutely brings this across the finish line. So I can't be more excited about this project and what it means in terms of impacting people and helping those who are really suffering and need this world-class medical treatment.
Supervisor Spear?
I think for any of us who have gotten that diagnosis, there's a sense of kind of drowning. And the fact that map, can you put that map back up again?
Yes.
I mean, that speaks volumes to me, and I think to anyone who lives in San Mateo County, that there's not one in California. There's not even one near in California. And here we would be putting one smack dab in San Mateo County between first-rate 14-karat gold institutions that provide this kind of care. It would be the ultimate gift of human kindness by San Mateo County, and I hope that we will support this today and find reasons to, turn some of that soil over to launch this. How long do you think it's going to take to build this?
Well, great question. We do have land secured from a donor. We're currently on an NDA and looking to share the exact location. Hopefully this fall is the timeline we're working on. And then, of course, we have to work through permitting, hoping to have shovels in the ground in about a year, maybe a year and a half. But if we can get the capital raised, we're hoping to be pretty quick after that. 28, maybe.
Supervisor Gaucher.
No, I want to say thank you. Thank you for bringing this, and I, too, am in support of it. This is what health equity means when you're bringing these opportunities into the region. I don't know where this facility will be built, but I'm always looking for opportunities for residents here for job creations and job opportunities. If we know where it's going to be built or what's going to be housed in just different facilities, how can we then prepare our residents for jobs so that they can stay housed and in their communities when possible?
Absolutely.
So looking forward to this moving forward, but really want to make sure that we're doing what we can to keep our residents in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I will just add that I'm very grateful that that we're considering this item, and I think about the many residents or former residents of this county that have had to move away because of the housing crisis, and I think that makes this project even more important, not just for our neighbors that are 40 plus miles away, but also for our former residents who have had to move away, and if they find themselves in need and in need of treatment, we do have world-class institutions very much surrounding us everywhere, and that's a benefit. So I'm excited to unlock those treatment options to more families and avoid them having to be put in even more difficult situations. So with that, we will move on to public comment and then bring it back for a vote.
All right, we'll be doing public comment on item number 12, the grant funds to the American Cancer Society. Do not have any speaker cards for chambers, so we will go into Zoom. I'll turn it over to my colleague, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have 2 hands raised for Sabrina and Michelle Stevens. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I come in the peace and love of Jesus Christ as one of the people, Surrey jurists, who hold all political power. I rise in opposition to item 12 because every act of the county government must remain subordinate to the United States Constitution and the California Constitution. The First Amendment protects the people's right to petition government for redress of grievances. The 5th and 14th Amendments guarantee the due process and equal protection of the law. Article 1 of the California Constitution further declares the people possess the inalienable right of liberty, property, and privacy. American Master's Law teaches that delegated authority cannot be delegated public officials and fiduciaries of the people's authority, not owners of it. Government may only exercise powers lawfully granted and constitutionally restrained. Another maxim, fraud destroys all contracts. Any government action lacking transparency, informed participation of the people, or the constitutional clarity undermines the people's trust and lawful consent. The people created government to secure rights, not to diminish them. I urge this board to reject item 12 until it fully complies with the constitutional protections, due process of law, and the consent of the governed. Paid taxes are not free. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Stevens, please unmute and begin.
Hello, board. I come to you as a child of God with the love of Jesus Christ as one of the people. I'm opposed to number 12. The constitutional government requires accountability, transparency, and strict adherence to the rule of law. The 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution reserves undelegated powers to the people in the states. Likewise, Article 1, Section 2 of California Constitution states plainly that all political power is inherited in the people. And I also I'm going to go off my cuff here and let you all know, I have been a recipient of the Ronald McDonald House. That is a house that is solely run on contributions. To be able to take taxpayers' money and hand it out like that is a burden on the whole community, not just the people that are suffering. I have been one of those people, and I do understand that contributions are needed, but to tax everyone in the community is not the way to build trust between the government and their
Thank
people.
you. That's your time.
It is not fair to tax someone for
With
something
everyone
that they
has
will.
held your time. And that concludes public comment, Madam President.
Thank you. I'd love to hear a motion on this item. Great. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear. Supervisor Mueller.
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher.
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa.
Yes.
And President Corzo.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will now move on to our study session on Article 34. It was for a time certain at 1 p.m. We're now at 2:51. So we will get started on that. Let me pull up my notes here. Okay. So, good afternoon, and I'm excited to start this conversation. This is a conversation that began over 2 years ago, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to discuss it as a full board today. As many of us know, Article 34 is an often confusing and misunderstood issue, and it's one that many, even within the housing space, have never heard of. But it's one that has had deep impact in our state, and one that has a difficult history. And I do believe it's one worth discussing as a board. So today we will hear from our county attorney's office, our Department of Housing, and the Housing Endowment and Regional Trust about what Article 34 is, how we can address it as a county, and what that would enable for us and other jurisdictions. And then we'll hear from, actually, we're going to hear from Brian Godby first because he has another meeting to get to, and he's been waiting very patiently on polling. So he'll be presenting polling to us. And I just want to review some of the goals for this study session. And then I'll pass it over to Supervisor Gaucher, who's co-sponsoring. So number one, our goal is to learn more about Article 34, to allow the public to learn more about Article 34, about how a potential unit authorization could be implemented and the innovative housing models that would be enabled by an authorization. We'll also share updates or hear updates on Article 34 outreach and polling efforts, and present options or recommendations, and then finally receive feedback from the board. Now I'd like to pass it over to Supervisor Gaucher.
Thank you, President Corzo. As I reflect on what I'm hearing from District 4 residents, housing continues to be one of the most pressing and evolving challenges we face. Costs are rising faster than wages, and too many working families, seniors, and vulnerable residents are struggling to find stable, affordable housing. Article 34 states that no low-rent housing project should be developed, constructed, or acquired by a state public body without a vote. Our existing pipeline of affordable housing developments in San Mateo County are owned and developed by private developers, mostly nonprofits, as is the case for most affordable housing across the state. The county functions like a bank, providing financing to help make these projects pencil, but we don't build or own them ourselves. Article 34 could be a mechanism to directly acquire existing housing and operate it as affordable housing, and explore and implement innovative models of county-owned housing, including workforce housing. This is a complex issue, and there's no single solution. But it's clear we need to continue exploring every tool available to us to meet the scale of the need. For me, this study session is really about understanding what role Article 34 plays in the broader landscape, and whether there are opportunities, these opportunities create more flexibility for public agencies to build, preserve, and acquire housing. At the same time, I think it's critical that we approach this thoughtfully and collaboratively. Our cities are our key partners in this work, and their perspectives are essential as we think about any potential pathway forward. I'm especially interested in hearing from my colleagues and from cities leaders about how they are thinking about these challenges, what concerns they may have, and where they may find alignment. Ultimately, my goal is to better understand how we can work together across jurisdictions to expand housing opportunities while being responsive to the needs of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll add something before actually allowing County Executive Mike Callaghy to speak to this. I think you've seen this board discuss this item over the years, but I wanted to add that the truth is that Article 34 is a relic of essentially I'm just gonna say of like Jim Crow, like racist exclusionary efforts in the I want to say, I can't remember, 60s or 70s.
1950 it was passed.
1950s. There we go. Even further back, and it's one that I think is absolutely. It's something we need to change. So, County Executive Callaghy.
Thank you, President Corzo, members of the board. Clearly, this is a racist, segregationist provision of the Constitution that I think we're all embarrassed by, and definitely needs to be changed in the 21st century. And certainly, we can be leaders in this. The question is, how do we go about doing it in an informed and comprehensive way that really everyone can get behind? And to that extent, I was asked to go out and interview mayors and city managers, and they did, and this goes back probably about a year ago now, I did get to the vast majority of them. I don't think I got to all of them, but I did get the vast majority of them. And I think that they certainly were aligned in their thinking that this is something that needs to be addressed. The question of was really how it would impact them, and would they lose some autonomy. And what the majority of them said is that they certainly get behind this if, in fact, they didn't lose that autonomy, that if it was done in collaboration with them for affordable housing projects in their cities. And I believe that is something that we could do, we should do, we've always done, quite frankly, and we still do. Anytime we build an affordable housing project, we go talk to the cities and work with them, and 99% of the time that works out just fine. But with this being raised, it does, at least in my view, provide an obstacle for certain situations where the county tries to build or acquire affordable housing on its own by not using a private developer or a nonprofit. And it's something that is in the power of this board to change with the voters in this county. And once they're educated as to what it is and what it isn't, I think you'll hear from Mr. Gabi that there is support for it. And I think that certainly we can gain support at the city levels if we structure it the right way.
Thank you. I'd now like to turn it over to Lauren Carroll, our staff expert on Article 34 from the County Attorney's Office.
Were you going to have Mr. Godby speak first, or?
Let me see. He has until 3:45.
Excellent.
So I think we'll move him up a little bit, but yeah, please go ahead.
I just wanted to say a few words, though. I think that I just wanted to introduce Ms. Carroll. I mean, she is among the, we're lucky to have her in our office. She is one of the statewide experts. If you look at government, law offices, I don't know that there's an attorney in the state who's got more sort of direct recent experience with respect to Article 34. So we, again, are fortunate to have her, helping us as we work through these issues.
Thank you, honorable members of the board. I have a presentation that should be coming up. I appreciate the introduction from Mr. Niblin, though don't quiz me too hard. All right. So I'm here today to talk about the history and context and legal groundwork for Article 34 so that it can inform your conversation today and moving forward. All right, so first, what is Article 34? It's a provision of the California Constitution that was passed by voters in 1950 that requires voter approval before public agencies develop, construct, or acquire certain low-rent housing projects. And it applies to the definitions there, but it's essentially any development. So any development in urban areas, rural areas, apartments, other living accommodations that are designated for persons of low income that are financed in whole or in part by the federal government or a state public body. So it's quite broad-reaching. As I'll discuss, there are some limitations on it, but it essentially applies to publicly financed affordable housing projects. I also wanted to emphasize that what Article 34 does not do is it doesn't affect other land use requirements. I think there might be a misconception among some that Article 34 elections by themselves enable public agencies to right away develop affordable housing, but affordable housing projects are still subject to all of the other legal political hurdles that any other housing project are subject to. Article 34 just adds an additional hurdle for housing projects that are affordable under the definition of Article 34. So how did we get Article 34? In the 1940s, there was a huge influx of federal funding to the states and here in California for things that at the time were called slum clearance, urban renewal, to develop other types of affordable housing projects that were not welcome by a lot of communities at the time. And frankly, a lot of it was white communities being concerned about communities of color moving in, and also misconceptions about what affordable housing brings in terms of the crime, disrepair of buildings, things like that, misconceptions about what affordable housing means. and people being concerned about these new types of projects popping up in their communities. And so, in particular, some residents of the city of Eureka tried to pass a voter referendum to block affordable housing from being developed in their community. And the California Supreme Court said, no, you can't do a voter referendum for that. And so they said, challenge accepted, and they got on the ballot that November, Article 34, which says that voters must approve affordable housing projects in California. And it was passed by the state, or voters statewide. So since then, there have been 4 attempts to repeal Article 34, most recently in 2024, but they've all been unsuccessful. And the reasons why the legislators and others have pushed to repeal Article 34 are, there are many. One is that it makes developing affordable housing more expensive and time-consuming because you have this additional hurdle of having to have an election every time you want to develop affordable housing. Additionally, it has this disproportionate impact on marginalized residents who need affordable housing because market rate housing doesn't have to go through these hurdles. Other types of housing doesn't have to go through these hurdles. It's only affordable housing. Also, California is unique here. California is the only state in the country that requires voter approval of public affordable housing projects, which just shows that it's not, that other states don't consider it to be a necessity. And also, of course, the segregationist history that we've discussed. So, of course, we do have affordable housing projects of some kind or affordable housing efforts. So how have local governments satisfied Article 34 thus far? You can have a project-specific vote where you say, hey, we're the government, we want to develop this particular project, let's ask the voters to approve it. That's actually very rare that that happens, as far as I know, at least in recent history, because it, as you all know, holding an election is time-consuming and costly. So usually, the other ways that local governments satisfy Article 34 include structuring the project to fall within a legislative exception, which are essentially areas where the legislature has determined that Article 34 just doesn't apply. And some of these examples are listed here, but I'll highlight the top one. It's projects that are only 49% affordable and 51% market rate or more. So essentially, it's only partially an affordable housing project. And there's a few other examples listed. There's even more. That's just a few. Sorry, I keep breathing into this mic. And the other way that is more common lately, or maybe not becoming more common lately, it's another common way, is asking voters to approve a bank of affordable units. So to discuss Article 34 unit banks, they authorize jurisdictions to develop a certain number of affordable housing projects over time without identifying particular projects. So this could be asking the voters to approve a certain number of units, several thousand, several hundred, et cetera, over a certain period of time, without saying where or exactly when the projects will be developed. But therefore, during that, if it's passed by the voters during that time period, the local government can develop projects without having to go through that Article 34 hurdle every single time. And these have been frequently used over Article 34's 75-year history here in the Bay Area and greater Northern California. I'm leaving out some jurisdictions, I'm sure, but I know that Santa Clara County has one, Alameda has one, Sonoma, Sacramento, San Francisco, City of Berkeley, City of Oakland, South City, and maybe even more. And moreover, the California Supreme Court has confirmed that unit banks do satisfy Article 34 and are legal in that way. So San Mateo County somewhat stands out in the Bay Area for not having a unit bank, but in 2022, South San Francisco voters approved a unit bank, which allows the city to annually develop 1% of the total number of the existing housing units in the city, with any unused units carrying over from year to year. And then in 2024, this board considered a very similar ballot measure, but decided to take no action at that time. And with that, that's my overview of Article 34. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So back to the board for questions, and then we'll have Brian Godby present polling afterwards. Any questions for my colleagues? Supervisor Spear?
Thank you, Lauren. Why can't cities just do this themselves? I mean, South San Francisco has done it. Other cities can do it. What are we trying to fix here, since we already have so many exceptions to Article 34? You listed a couple, but there's a list that's probably a page long of exceptions. So is the suggestion here that the county is going to create a bank for itself to build low-income housing only in the county jurisdiction, or are we going to build them all over San Mateo County?
So I'll jump in here. I think as we hear more from other presenters, I think your question will be answered. I think specifically from Hart or County
No, I
Attorney
think
Williams?
that's right. I think there's some policy questions, because the answer could be many different things depending. But I think Mr. Godby might be touching on some things that could be relevant to this. I think some of the other speakers will have some things that'll help to illuminate the point, and then maybe we can address any questions after that.
Can I make one comment on
of course
that? That in other jurisdictions that have done a more regional measure, I think Sacramento County is one example. They've done it in a way to address it as a regional problem. That's been one of the policy goals behind it, that regional coordination.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller?
Yeah, so when Article 34 was passed, obviously you didn't have today's state housing laws, right? So today, a city has to go through a general plan that takes into account fair housing and making sure that housing that there's affordable housing that's developed in resource-rich areas. There's an extensive housing element process that goes into all of that, correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right, so city right now, every number of years, it gets its RENA requirements. It has to go ahead and develop a plan where it's going to put its affordable housing, put together a general plan, and then figure out how it wants to go ahead and plan its city. And it's required by the state that it puts affordable housing in resource-rich areas in its city, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, and so while I understand what Article 34, how it was originally created, today Article 34 can also be viewed as an insurance policy for a city that, for instance, the county is going to have to, that it has it in its pocket to say, the county, you need to comply with our extensive general plan housing element process, which takes into account resource-rich, affordable, fair housing laws, correct?
I think that is one argument some might make in favor of Article 34 today, yes.
Okay, all right, I'll leave it there.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Let's take it online to Brian Godby to share polling with us.
Okay, thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Pleased to be here this afternoon, and thank you, Madam President, for rearranging the schedule for this item. I appreciate that as well. Next slide, please, and we'll jump right in. The survey that we conducted was an online and phone survey, and you can see the breakdown by the various modes up at the top. Yes, there are still some people that answer their phone, their landline phone, and do take surveys that way, and it's really important that we make sure everybody has an equal opportunity to participate. Having said that, the vast majority of our responses come from a text invitation to an online survey, and you can see the numbers there as well. The universe of people that we surveyed were likely November 2026 voters this year in San Mateo County. We were in the field from the very end of January through the very beginning of February. The phone survey was about 25 minutes long. That's still our metric for gauging length, because in an online survey, somebody could start, go have dinner, watch TV, and come back hours later. And so the phone is a better method to measure the length of the survey. The sample size that we were shooting for was 600, and we completed 609. And again, among the likely voters in 2026, that gives us a margin of error of plus or minus 3.97%. Next slide, please. So diving right into the data, the first question we asked was sort of a general climate setting question, and we asked, are you satisfied or dissatisfied with the job the county is doing to provide services? The top bar is the current survey. The bottom bar is the survey on the same topic that we conducted in the summer of 2024 among likely November 24 voters. This, of course, is likely November 26. So you see when you add the very and somewhat together, you're at 65% satisfied. In 24, a slightly different voter universe, but number very similar at 60% in round numbers. For counties asking this question about services, this is a pretty good place to be. Obviously, we have a lot of cities in San Mateo County that provide services as well, and more people are more familiar with those. So they might be somewhat higher, but for a county with that situation, this is pretty good. Next slide, please. The next slide speaks directly to the affordable housing measure that we've been talking about. And this was, you can see the wording on the right-hand side of the slide. The text was authorized by County Council, so we meet all the legal requirements for a ballot measure in California. Most notably, it can't exceed 75 words, which this does not. And then and you can see that it says, without increasing local taxes, shall the measure authorizing local public agencies based in San Mateo County to develop, construct, or acquire affordable housing units for essential local workers and low-income persons, including families, seniors, persons with disabilities, veterans, teachers, firefighters, nurses, and emergency responders throughout San Mateo County on an annual basis in an amount of up to 1% of the total housing units existing in San Mateo County, with any unused units carrying over into subsequent years be adopted. The shall, the measure authorizing and be adopted is, of course, required wording in that somewhat strained area by state law. When we add the definitely and probably yes together, you see we're at 67% yes. That's for a measure that requires a simple majority to be successful. That is a very, very good place to start. At this point, they don't have a lot of information other than the wording in the ballot question that you see. So that's a great place to start. Obviously, there's definitely yes and probably yes, and we'd be happier if it was more of a 45, 25, a 20 split, but it is 31 and 36. So there's probably some work to do should the board decide to move forward and put a measure like this on the ballot. And also in 2024, the same or very similar question got 62.5%. So again, whether it is an improvement in the level of support on the natural or just a change in the voter universe from the larger 24 to the somewhat smaller 26 gubernatorial turnout, there is certainly a notable difference. Next slide, please. The next slide talked about a couple items that the measure would accomplish. And the way we did this is we presented each of these items in a random order. These are the top few. And we've ranked them based on our intensity scale, which you can see across the bottom of the slide. So much more likely is a 2, a somewhat more likely is a 1, and no effect is a 0, somewhat less likely a -1, and much less likely a -2. We do that because if you just add the percentages together, you could have something that was 40% much more likely and 20% somewhat more likely. That's 60%, of course, but you could have the reverse as well. It could be 20% much more likely and 40% somewhat more likely, still 60%, but clearly not the same 60% based on the intensity of the respondent's sentiment. So we rank them this way first, but then we do add the much more likely and somewhat more likelies together to give you a real world perception of what the level of support for each of these items might be. And at the top of this list, at 64%, we have housing in San Mateo County has become increasingly scarce and expensive and is unaffordable for many low-income residents, including elderly, those experiencing homelessness, and persons with disabilities, veterans, et cetera. That's 0.77 on our intensity scale, but it is also 64% of the voters that are more likely to support this measure based on hearing that information. Second is San Mateo County is committed to reaching and maintaining functional zero homelessness, where every unsheltered homeless person in San Mateo County who chooses assistance will be provided interim or permanent housing at 0.67. It's a little bit lower in the lower 60s. And then finally, the construction, development, and acquisition of low rent housing projects by public agencies in San Mateo County will provide jobs for the region at 0.62 or 58% in round numbers, at least somewhat more likely to support the measure. Next slide, please. The next set of questions over 2 slides is more informational statements that are factually correct. And here the methodology is largely the same, although the scale is truncated. So it's just 210, and that means that everything works the same, but you can't compare this 1.29 with the previous slide, but you can compare the percentages where we have added, again, the much more likely and somewhat more likely. So at the top of this list is the measure will not increase taxes in San Mateo County, and that was part of the ballot question that we used, and that's at 1.29 or 71%, at least somewhat more likely to support that. So clearly that's a very important component of the measure. Next, the measure would provide workforce housing for teachers, nurses, firefighters, emergency medical workers, and first responders. Again, that part of the wording in the ballot question, but this validates the importance of having that in there. The measure would allow affordable and workforce housing to be built at a much lower cost than the current $1 million per unit. That's important information for the voters. The measure would help victims of domestic violence find affordable alternative housing. And finally, in our top tier, which is a group that is statistically tied, but numerically different, the measure would help senior citizens, the fastest growing group of unhoused residents in the county. And then on the tier 2 at the very bottom here, and again, tier 1 is statistically significant when it's different than from tier 2, but within tier 1, they're all essentially tied. So in tier 2, the next grouping down, the measure would help provide housing for low-income public servants such as city, county, and school employees at 66%, at least somewhat more likely to support the measure. So again, still above the 2/3 threshold, but we only need a simple majority for this kind of measure to be successful. Next slide, please. The next slide continues the second tier of the informational items. These are important, but to the measure, but clearly not as important as the first one, but they are still in the 60s, and you see an illustration of why we rank them by the intensity scale rather than by the percentages on them or their own, and that does the same thing that I described earlier. The measure modernizes our housing laws so we can build homes in the communities desperately needed without wasting taxpayer dollars. At 1.06 or 63%, still at least somewhat more likely to support the measure based on that. The measure overturns a discriminatory law that was a relic from the 1950s, as the county council said, at 1.05, virtually the same level at the top of this list. The measure removes barriers to providing affordable housing for senior citizens. The measure allows local communities to decide appropriate density of new affordable and workforce housing. High rents are out of reach for thousands of seniors, disabled teachers, student nurses, firefighters, and emergency first responders. And finally, the measure will help public agencies to address affordable housing crisis much faster. Again, all of these are in the mid-low 60s, which certainly is above the simple majority threshold. Next slide. So after we've presented them with a variety of information that we've summarized in the previous slides, we came back to our ballot question a second time, and there is a little bit of a drop, but it is not a statistically significant drop with that 4% margin of error that I talked about. That's plus or minus, of course. So this is within the margin of error. But most notably is that at 63% for the final test, we are significantly above the simple majority threshold for this measure. But the same thing I noted earlier, there's still a substantial chunk of probably yeses. So that does suggest that should a measure go on the ballot, there would have to be a campaign supporting it to explain the things that we've been talking about from the survey data. Next slide, please. And the follow-up to the final ballot question was just changing the rate of the total housing units. And so this is it basically, instead of 1%, what if it was 0.5%? And you can see here, now we're at 59% instead of the 63 that we were on the previous question. So whether it is 1% or 0.5% really isn't a significant difference. And I think there's no reason in the data here to reduce it to 0.5% because of that. And next slide. That's the data that I have for the board today. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions? Okay. Brian, could you just review, so to summarize, the 2024 polling results are not as good as 2026 polling results in terms of voter sentiment for a
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, Supervisor. We're almost 5% higher than we were in 2024. That could be a result of people being more focused on affordable housing and being more supportive on the natural, but it could also be the difference in the universe. The 2024 election universe is a much larger, it's of course presidential election turnout, which is the largest we see. Gubernatorial years are the second largest, but there is that difference, and we can't really say, whether it is the first reason or the second reason.
Okay, thank you. Hearing no questions, we can wrap that up. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we will now move on to hear from our Department of Housing Director, Ray Hodges, to provide context on how the county could implement an Article 34 bank.
Excuse me. Yes, good afternoon, President Corzo and honorable board members, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Mates. I'm Ray Hodges, Director of the county's Department of Housing, and happy to be here today to briefly explain how the unit bank that was previously mentioned could function. And this is based on what our team learned from investigating other banks in jurisdictions that Lauren listed a moment ago. So it really is meant to be a pretty simple process. We would seek to avoid legal review or project review of the requests that come to us, and instead we would just be focused on the unit count that comes to us. So to start out, on an annual basis, DOH would request our planning department's count of the number of housing units existing in the county. And this number would be used as the baseline for calculating the units available in the bank, in line with the limits that are described in an approved ballot measure, if that moved ahead and was approved by voters. So if a developer wished to utilize units from the Article 34 bank for a proposed project, the developer would make a written request to DOH for that number of units. And we would have them provide a copy of the notice to the manager of the jurisdiction where the project is proposed. The notice to DOH would be accompanied by a statement that the project is subject to Article 34, whether the developer has identified any exemptions or exclusions from the article that the developer believes also applies to the project, and how many units the developer intends to draw down from the unit bank. And so upon receiving notification from the developer, DOH staff would confirm that the unit count is available and respond to the developer to inform them that the units have been allocated. We would not perform a project review, a zoning review, any of those sorts of things. We wouldn't be performing a legal analysis of whether the project is subject to Article 34, and instead we'd only be determining whether the bank had sufficient count to satisfy the request. We'd allocate units on a first-come, first-served basis regardless of financing sources or the location of the project. So DOH would periodically calculate the number of units that have been drawn down against the authorized bank to determine the overall balance of units available. And we'd prepare and submit a report annually to the county CEO and the managers of each of the jurisdictions in the county, updating the count of the Article 34 authorized units and the remaining balance at that point each year. So just to summarize, we'd be administering and monitoring the count of units, but not making any legal determinations regarding applicability of the article or weighing in on any development approvals or financing approval decisions on behalf of the cities. And I'll stop there, but happy to answer questions or wait till the end and answer questions then too.
Thank you. Let's go ahead. Any questions? Nope. Okay. Thank you. And now I'd like to welcome Armando Sanchez from HART.
Thank you, board presidents, supervisors, Mr. Callaghy, Niblin, and Mates, for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Armando Sanchez. I'm the executive director of HART, and I am here to give an overview of HART's outreach to key stakeholders across the county regarding Article 34. I think we have where do I point here? Oops. A second here. Sorry, let me get to the right slide. So I want to start with who is HART. So HART is a joint powers authority and created by the cities in the county of San Mateo to address housing needs here in San Mateo County. Our primary function over the years has been to help develop large-scale development housing across the county. To date, we have done over $35 million, invested over $35 million across 22 affordable housing projects in San Mateo. In the last couple of years, the HART board, which is composed of 2 supervisors and 9 city elected officials, gave us a direction to expand our mission and to start acquiring properties to preserve them as affordable housing. At the time when they created this program, there was very wide support among the board members. It was a time when Article 34 was not in anyone's vision. And as I said, there was very broad support. That support has obviously softened a little bit because of the concerns regarding Article 34. In an effort to advance the potential for an Article 34 measure ballot, we set out to conduct outreach with key stakeholders. We talked to council members, city managers, labor, Congressman Mullen, to share information and get feedback. This is who we outreach to. We didn't succeed with meeting with everyone, but several of them we did. In our outreach meetings, we presented the key obstacles to Article 34, which means the first obstacle is it delays projects and increases costs, and it impedes the acquisition of existing buildings for affordable housing uses. We presented to stakeholders what an Article 34 bank would be like, as described by Mr. Hodges. In particular, we emphasized that Article 34 bank would enable public agencies to acquire existing properties and deed restrict them as affordable housing. For example, in the context of preservation, HART could acquire buildings and deed restrict all of the units as affordable in order to prevent the displacement of tenants. And we could also go into the creation of affordable housing. I also want to note that frequently one of the things we are asked to do in terms of larger developments is to acquire. If you remember the old redevelopment agency, when we used to assemble sites, we used to buy one piece at a time, then another piece, and then another piece, and eventually have a developable site. Many times we are asked, we have had occasions where this has been requested of us, and there is existing affordable housing on the site. That brings up an Article 34 problem for us. So we do run into it during our role as well on a lending basis. Our outreach included a call to action. We asked everyone we spoke to reach out to you as supervisors and let you know how what their opinion was on it, and to stay informed about Article 34. In that respect, to stay informed, we created a website that provides factual information of Article 34. During recent times, a lot of misinformation has been put out there, and we're trying to just provide straightforward, unbiased information about what Article 34 does do and does not do. And to address that, I have to say it is not a construction and development issue. It is an acquisition and preservation issue for the most largely. Lastly, I want to close by letting you know some of the feedback we got from those that we did meet with. The basic replies we got were, how is Article 34 going to be allocated? And now we've been able to answer that question. Another one was, how will a ballot measure be codified? They don't have the exact language, so they feel that not having the exact language, it's hard for them to really give us input of how they feel. How cities will maintain some kind of local control continues to be an issue. And they requested consideration of setting up a cap for each city. When we first spoke to them, they were talking about a minimum. How do they ensure they get a fair share of the affordable units? Now that the bank process has been established. Now the conversation is switched, and they're asking, how do we make sure we don't get all of the units? And so now they're asking about a cap. And lastly, they request an advance notice before any project is announced publicly. I'm just providing the feedback here, but I think I can tell you that in general, cities are supportive. They just want to know how it works, and they want to know that they will get information well in advance from the county in order to support something like this. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions about how it impacts HART or overall efforts to be innovative and do new things with a power to not be challenged by Article 34. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Supervisor Mueller?
Were this any of the cities who said they were supportive willing to send a letter of support or asked to send a letter of support or pass a resolution?
We did not ask them to do that. We realized that that is a politically loaded action to do for them, so we did not push for that. We said, just let supervisors know privately how you feel about it.
Okay, so, all right.
Thank you. Supervisor Spear?
So what did you answer when the question was, how do we maintain some kind of control?
I think that they're, and I'll be frank here, I think they just want to be informed of projects being presented. I don't think, most of them say, generally, we can be supportive of every effort that is done to create affordable housing. We just want to be involved in the decision making and the process was their concern.
So if a developer comes, you referenced your example was a developer. Well, a developer can build low-income housing now and not be subject to Article 34, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's not really anything new, except that they would already have a predetermined number of units in a specific city, or they'd have a predetermined number of units that they can shop around.
The difference, the Article 34 is that a municipality, like a county, so it restricts a county. It doesn't restrict a developer. So it restricts a county.
Private developer can do whatever they. They don't need to comply with Article 34.
That, but where do they go with their units? I mean, you've got this bank now, correct?
Yeah, the bank would be the way if we were to put a measure like this together, I think what the bank would be available for projects that are actually subject to Article 34. The bank would be irrelevant to a project that doesn't need to comply with Article 34.
So a developer wouldn't come, but a city could come or a county could come, correct?
Yeah, Armando, when you said developer, then did you mean a public agency that wanted to develop?
So a public agency that wanted to do, what I meant was and I use the word developer loosely, it should be a public agency or a private agency who wants to acquire an existing project that is funded with public funds. I am not talking about construction, I'm talking about acquiring an existing fund. So if you have a private agency that wants local funding to do 100% or over 50% affordable housing, they would most likely be subject to Article 34. So it is a question of acquisition of existing, not development.
So can I ask a follow-up question?
Go ahead.
So, and I want to make sure, because you're representing that the cities are in support of this, but they don't want it, but we're not putting them in the position to say so publicly because of political reasons. So I'm going to ask you pointedly, did you guys ask a city if they have gone through a housing element process and they've designated areas for affordable housing, if they would be supportive of the county or some other agency subject to Article 34 coming into their city and buying property outside of the areas they've designated in their housing element to build affordable housing?
Supervisor, again, we did not ask that question specifically because we were not talking about, development. We're talking simply about acquisitions.
So, thank you. Do you have questions for Armando? Okay.
President Corzo, can I answer Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
I specifically asked a question close to that, Supervisor, and it was, if you had basically veto right over a project that was brought into your city, would you be amenable to an Article 34 type of ballot measure? And the answer overwhelmingly was yes. If they wanted to basically have control over any product that was brought in.
Then why would they be unwilling to say, then if that's the case, why would they be unwilling to say so publicly by sending us a letter or by sending us a resolution?
Yeah, I'm not sure that was ever asked. I certainly didn't ask that. I don't know if.
I did not ask that.
So-
I didn't want to put anyone in that position.
Yeah, I think I can address this. So the intention of this study session is for us to explore and say, for example, if we wanted to draft something with exactly the language that Mr. Callaghy just shared, that would give cities reassurance, tangible reassurance that they would still have local control. And Lauren, if you could help clarify this point, existing zoning and existing, like all existing processes for housing would still apply.
Yes, that's correct.
So,
But it doesn't apply to a municipal, it
Well,
doesn't apply to the county.
of course, a county is subject to intergovernmental immunity, so that
Right, it doesn't apply to a county.
But that is part of the existing law. But you're
Right, that's a major loophole. So, but
if we could close that loophole.
Well, the way that you would close that loophole, and I don't know if the cities would do it, but I'm just going to throw it out there, is if you went to a city, to all the cities, and you said, we would like to do away with Article 34 in the areas you have designated for affordable housing in your housing element. Because that way there is no argument with them. They've already said to the state, we want to build in these areas and meet our RENA needs in these areas. Why wouldn't they want to empower us to go in and build in those areas?
I think that's a great question, and I think that is exactly the kind of feedback that we were hoping to get. You sound, Mr. Coolidge, you seem like you want to say something. No? Okay. So thank you. I think we'll have more questions. I have some discussion points, and I, love feedback from my colleagues on this. So just to recap. Again, California is the only state in the nation with this constitutional restriction on affordable housing. It limits our toolkit to address our affordable housing needs. I think we are, there's lots of data and news articles that talk about how expensive this county is. I think the more tools we have at our disposal, the better. I think, so I heard a point earlier that I'm curious about, and I want to explore here. Lauren, you mentioned something about the right for, this came from Eureka and it had to do with the referendum. Citizens would still be able to do that, correct?
So what the California Supreme Court held in the case that spurred Article 34 was that voters in that particular factual context, at least, did not have the right to disapprove of that particular federally funded affordable housing project via voter referenda. I can't say what would apply in any given situation, but what they essentially did was, by enacting Article 34, was create a process for a voter referenda on affordable housing projects.
Okay, but existing efforts for referendums don't rely on Article 34. That's a separate, they're separately allowed to do that, correct?
Yes, Supervisor, insofar as the law provides for a referendum process with respect to zoning, with respect to any particular, we'll call it legislative action, Article 34 has no bearing on that. That's a separate and distinct, process that may be available to residents, voters, or what have you in any particular jurisdiction. Article 34 is an additional requirement on top of that.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that point, that citizens would still have that right. They just wouldn't use Article 34 to...
Insofar as the right exists, absolutely, Article 34 would not, or the presence of a unit bank, for example, would not, vitiate or sort of do away with other requirements that might exist or other rights that might exist.
Thank you. And then, so on the points of preservation and workforce housing, and I might have Armando come up for this one, an Article 34 bank could be a game changer for HART. Do you want to talk about some of the recent actions that Hart has taken around preservation and how the preservation model that could benefit our county?
Certainly, Board
To
President.
deliver workforce housing specifically, right?
Yes, exactly that. So, just to be very brief, every time we have a boom in our economy here, there's always the risk of displacement for our lower income communities. Property owners, private equity, specifically, has been super active buying properties in our communities, and they, raise rents, evict people, slap paint on, and raise the rents even more. So this is a constant battle we have during every boom. So that is why our board wanted us to develop a new model to try to preserve more existing units. So we dove into it. We did our first acquisition in the city of Redwood City, an 8-unit apartment building. And what happened there, it was a real challenge for us because Article 34 existed and we didn't know. Eventually, working with our attorneys, county council, we figured out a loophole that we could work around, and we were able to acquire the property by saying it was already occupied by low-income people, thus we were not creating it. So we were able to do that acquisition. We want to expand the model. We use more private funds to do it and much lower public subsidies to do this preservation, but it has really come into play. We also want to do more in terms of workforce housing, acquiring larger buildings and do conversions. There are cities who are very interested in doing that, have the money and have given us directions to do, but every time we do something like this, we have to keep Article 34 in mind. And as I stated before, we've had one opportunity to buy a property that could later be developed into affordable housing, but it's going to be held for many years as affordable housing, and we know, that could be an Article 34 violation for us. So these are the challenges we face, not only in preservation, but also in land banking.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I apologize, colleagues. I have a long drive ahead of me this evening, so I'm going to be excusing myself soon. So I'll just put where I am on this. On this issue for myself, I can't see myself doing this without a formal acknowledgement of some sort by the cities that they are supportive of this, whether that be letter or resolution. But if we're doing it, they're doing it with us. And then secondly, where I would find myself most supportive of this is because having been a city council member and a mayor, knowing the sweat and the blood and everything that goes into a housing element process, to really focus us within the housing element areas designated by a city, which are very tough actually to develop. And so to have the county come in as a partner with the Article 34 clearance out of the way, I think is something that would empower those cities, and I could see them supporting that. But those are my comments on this.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Supervisor Gaucher.
I would just say, I hear you from someone who's been on the council. We know we want to build affordable housing, but I've talked to some of our local jurisdictions, and they still have some concerns, and they would love to have a bigger conversation. Redwood City is building housing. What does it mean to Redwood City to move forward? They want to understand is everybody coming in and doing the same? So I think we still need to have some conversations with our local jurisdictions to understand better what's going to happen. So I suggest that we still reach out, Mike, team, reach out to the cities and have this conversation.
Okay. I wanted to talk a little bit about RENA as well. So I think if we could come back with, and actually maybe the attorneys could give some direction here could we write a potential measure with the language that Supervisor Mueller suggested, that as long as a unit bank would allow for the county and Hart to comply with housing element designations, that they could move forward. Is that possible?
Yes, Madam President, we can certainly take a look at trying to put some language together that would make clear that the Article 34 bank would apply to development in locations that are, sort of consistent with the a particular city's housing element, and housing element. I guess that's what I could say. we obviously need a little time to work on that because, again, ordinarily government agencies are exempt from, we hadn't really been thinking of it in candor just because government agencies benefit from intergovernmental immunity. But by all means, let's take that on and work on that.
Thank you. And then to Supervisor Gaucher's point, if we had cities express support within the next month, because we're working against the deadline to place anything on the ballot, it would have to be by June unless there was an emergency meeting. Actually,
you'd have to do a special meeting. That's right, because it's August 7th is the 88th day prior.
Meeting.
So it would have to be a special meeting if we're going to put something on the ballot prior. And we'd have to.
It would have to be a special meeting?
Well, just that you don't have any regular meetings scheduled after the end of June 19th? until after.
So let's say if within a month, councils were able to send letters of support.
Right.
We could do it.
Yes.
It'd be a big lift, but it's not impossible.
Not impossible, correct.
Yes.
Brian Cool, just to say, if this were an ordinance, it may have to be on a regular meeting, at least for the introduction of that ordinance. So just that clarification. Otherwise,
but this would be a resolution or an ordinance? Would it not be a?
I think if it goes on the ballot, I think it has to be we have to double check and see if it has to go by ordinance. Yeah. There's a couple of open issues here.
Okay.
And I think it may actually be the adoption that needs to be at a regular meeting. So
that's probably right. Yeah.
So,
the calling of the election and the consolidation of the election with the general election in November is by resolution, but the legislative act of the board may have to be by ordinance. We'll have to double check that.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of the way I see this and the way Armando presented this in terms of HEART's existing work around preventing displacement, I think is really a tool that we haven't had, and one that recently, local, I can't remember, I think this is public, but a local educational leader is exploring for workforce housing and is on the up and up until the point where they potentially cross the 49%.
I'm sorry. I don't quite understand.
Oh, okay. So in terms of preventing displacement, that's the NOAA model that you've talked about. But there's this separate, does the County Office of Education's recent purchase fall into this?
Well, they have not purchased yet.
Oh, okay.
But
potential purchase.
It does not in this particular case because we've structured it largely with private funding.
Mm-hmm.
But, we are also at the 33% level of affordability required, and it's a preference, not a requirement. So we have structured it, again, in a way that circumvents the problems created by Article 34. It is a challenge to have to do these things, but, we find ways when, we really dive into it.
Okay. So I want to just share a hypothetical because I know workforce housing is an area that we've been discussing but haven't really dug into, and I'm going to move this. So if the county were to purchase land in partnership with the local city, we could develop 100% affordable housing, and if we had this exemption, it would be allowable. And that's not something we're able to do now. Is that correct?
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay. I think for me, that's one of the biggest potential values. I know we want to retain workforce. We have an issue, I think, 70% of our employees live out of the county? Something like that. And that is, I think, concerning for a lot of people, especially when it comes to public safety. And then, again, I'm going to just wrap up here, but I think we saw polling that shows that over the past 2 years, voter sentiment on something like this, and again, the voters don't dig into the details. I think that's our role and our responsibility. But they recognize that we are continue to be in an affordable housing crisis. They support generally wanting to do something, and I think, again, this is a way to add more tools to our toolbox. And then, in terms of decision points, I think, cities and the county and heart, local jurisdictions within the county is something we would want to limit this to. And I'll hand it over to Supervisor Gaucher. I think I saw you wanting to speak.
I think that you've hit that. This is where we want to go. I look forward to seeing the language so that we can share any new language with the cities and jurisdictions to make sure that our elected officials are on board with us, and city managers, so that we're having those conversations moving forward.
And I'll endeavor to have those conversations. I would suggest that we make it very simple and not specific to areas of cities, though, and simply say that anywhere in the city would require the permission and collaboration of the city with the county to proceed. I think it would be much cleaner that way, and certainly cover every situation that we may encounter. Again, it's all about having their permission to do it.
Okay, just for clarity, though, I think Supervisor Mueller's point was that if this was limited to authorization for areas within existing city general plans, et cetera, you're saying that would be much more complex to keep track of, and it would be a moving target.
I think it would, because it's very narrow. I think about our own general plan. It's very narrow, and say we wanted to buy a apartment complex for county employees, for low-income county employees, somewhere outside that area, we wouldn't be able to do that. This would be, it would capture the spirit, because it's all about doing it in collaboration and getting the permission of the cities before we proceeded, and that would really cover every situation. Now, they may not want that that employee housing in that area, and they can certainly object to that, and that would kill it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other comments? Supervisor Spear?
I'm still very confused, so I'll be upfront about that. I think that if we want to do a project with a city, or at least have their support, and move into, let's take San Carlos. There is a project in San Carlos now. We had the approval of San Carlos in order to move forward and do it. What makes this Article 34 discussion different? And
It's a really good question, and this is where the confusion lies. That actually is going to be a nonprofit mid-pen building that project. If the county wanted to build that project ourselves, or San Carlos wanted to build that project, or if we wanted to buy an apartment building and hold it in the county's name, we would not be able to do it under Article 34 without taking it to a vote of the people. That's the distinction, but it's a really good question.
so let me just add one other point, and then I think Mr. Dibblin wants to say something. We've got to not be a bully in this process, and we're getting a reputation of being a bully. So it's got to be something that we do in concert with a city. And even then, if we were to have this decision, they would still have to go to their city council meeting or not?
They could set up a process of any way they would want to do it, and maybe it's informal with the city manager, polling their board, or them taking it to closed session, or them, if they could find a way to get it to closed session, or they formally discuss it at a council meeting. It'd really be up to them. But you're absolutely right, Supervisor. The language be very explicit in that anything that we did would be in collaboration and cooperation with the city.
And then the funding would come from possibly the county and the city.
It very well could.
I mean, the most appealing thing about this is making sure we retain rental property in our hands or in a community's hands, so that it's not being picked up by the venture capitalists or the private equity firms that then just jack up the prices. We want to retain quality housing for are moderate and low income residents. And that's one way of doing it. But then we're in the rental business, right? Then we're
Potentially, yes. We potentially could be. And the other thing, it would apply to Hart too. So Hart would have to get the permission of the city or the county if they decided to pick up units within the city or the county for low income housing purposes. So there would be cooperation. There would have to be that cooperation with the city or county to do that.
But then do you even need a bank?
Potentially not.
I think the bank the bank comes into play because absent a vote on an Article 34 bank, it's the electorate itself that has the right to demand the vote. So the bank would still be, I think, useful in that regard, because you're asking the voters ahead of time to say that we're okay with these developments, rather than at the time that you're doing the project or proposing the project.
And it would somewhat limit the amount of projects you could do. That might be appealing to the voters.
Okay. I don't think it's fully cooked yet, is my concern.
Yeah, I think the intention was to bring it to our board and see if there's what we think we would need in order to fully cook it. Because we've had discussions before, and this was really to get feedback, to get clear feedback. And then I'll share a hypothetical to your point. So let's say there's an existing building I'll pick on Burlingame, and I might actually read this letter from Council Member Brownrigg, if I can find it here. But let's say the county and the city of Burlingame agree to purchase an existing 50-unit market rate building. We could purchase that and then convert it to affordable housing without having concerns about Article 34. We could convert it to over 49% affordable housing and bring actually more RENA units. They would count for RENA because we would be creating affordable units through a preservation model instead of waiting 10 years to build a 50-unit affordable housing project. I think that's really the appeal, and that's the potential. So let me see if I can find this letter. But actually, I think we've gotten some direction. Do we need anything further?
I think we need to take public comment. I don't know if we have yet. Yeah.
We do. Absolutely. Let's move on to public comment.
All right, we'll be taking public comment on number 5, study session for Article 34. We do have one speaker card for Chambers, Dylan Finch.
Hello, Madam President and board members. My name is Dylan Finch, and I'm just speaking for myself today. I live here in Redwood City, and I'm supportive of the measure. I think if we can get more affordable units with less money, that's great. That's a huge win. And as long as the county continues to work closely with the cities on the ballot measures language and where the housing is built or acquired, I think it can be beneficial for everyone, especially with the suggested provisions about focusing on areas designated by the cities for affordable housing, or by having requiring that local approval. Thank you.
All right, we'll be going to Zoom. Final call for item number 5. We'll start with Sabrina and then Natalie G. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I come in the peace and love of Jesus Christ as one of the people, surrogers, who hold all political power. I rise in strong opposition to agenda item 36, acceptance of a $100,000 grant from Silicon Valley Community Foundations on behalf of the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative for planned housing development on county-owned land, plus the related appropriation transfers. The Constitution grants local government no power to partner with private foundations to advance expansive housing policies using public assets. The U.S. Constitution's 10th Amendment reserves to the people all powers not delegated. Accepting private grants to pursue specific housing agendas funnels outside influence into county policies and expands government activity beyond the enumerated limits. California Constitution, Article 1, Section 1 guarantees every person to the inalienable right to acquire, possess, and protect property. Using county-owned land and public resources for subsidized housing planning burdens the peoples with taxes and risks future regulatory takings or density mandates that infringe upon private property rights.
Thank you. That's your time.
That's your time, Sabrina. Okay, next we have Natalie G. and then Chris Sturgeon. Natalie, please unmute and begin.
Hi, my name is Natalie Geis, and I work in San Mateo County. Many of my colleagues have hour-plus long commutes, and many make at or below the area median income. Many jurisdictions in our communities are having difficulty meeting our RHNA goals, especially at the low and very low income limits. Removing hurdles and making it easier and more flexible to achieve those RHNA goals is really important, and it looks like you are taking steps to do that. I'm supportive of this this movement, and it appears that there's a lot of community support given the polling. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Chris Sturgeon and then Michael Aruza. Chris, please unmute and begin.
All right, good afternoon, board. This is Redwood City Councilmember Chris Sturgeon. I wanted to first thank Madam President Corzo and Board Member Gaucher for bringing this back. I have always been very supportive of addressing the atrocity that is Article 34. And while I do recognize that some of my colleagues back in Redwood City have expressed concerns about potential for lost property tax revenue, what I realize is that Redwood City continues to be very much visibly segregated, and that we can see in how we have equity priority communities in Redwood City. And in the interest of aligning with our principle of equity, it's time for us to address this loophole and meet our RHNA goals, as well as de-restrict affordable housing for all. So I'm fully supportive and would be happy to bring a resolution of support to the Redwood City Council as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. All right, next we have Michael Aruza and then Pat W. Michael, please unmute and begin.
My name is Michael Aruza. I am hold on. Can you hear me well? Okay. My name is Michael Aruza. I'm a Redwood City resident. I'm calling in support of the ballot measure. Right now, California is in the midst of a really severe housing crisis. And unfortunately, because our cost of living is so high in the state, we're actually the state with the highest poverty rate when we adjust for the cost of living. So we clearly need to be doing much more to build more housing and especially more affordable housing. But Article 34 ties our hands behind our back. We need to be pulling every lever available to us, and I fully support making it easier for counties and cities to explore building affordable housing or acquiring houses to convert into affordable housing, since I think that's a very promising model that's shown some good results in other states where it's been applied. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Michael. And next we have Pat W. Please unmute and begin.
Hey, thank you. 11 seconds. Okay. So when I was a child, I attended a private school where we studied the Bible every day. Lately, I've heard talk at the national level about the United States being a Christian country. Now, I'm not one of those people that think everyone needs to be a Christian. But my point is that Jesus would be the first one to say that affordable housing needs to be available. Okay, so that's what I wanted to remind folks of. Thank you.
Thank you. And then lastly, we do have Pam D. Jones. Pam, please unmute and begin. Pam? Pam, can you please?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I was able to unmute. Thank you. Pam Jones. I live in Menlo Park in the Bellhaven neighborhood. I grew up in East Palo Alto during the 50s. I am extremely familiar on a deep level of what redlining is and the intention of Article 34. And I support a ballot measure and anything that will mitigate the grave harm that Article 34 has done and continues to do. The Apartment Association and the realtors, particularly the California Realtors Association, were very intentional with this this measure, with this constitutional amendment, which is why we have not been able to move against it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Okay, we are bringing it back to the board. I'm going to summarize what I've heard. I think we have direction to come back to the board in June with potential ballot language that projects would comply, potential projects, I'm sorry, that an authorization would be in collaboration with city approval, and that we provide a guarantee that external agencies work with HART potentially as well, and that the county and HART do comprehensive outreach to cities. We do have, is it 23 cities? 22? 20. Oh my God. I don't know why I always want to add 3. I'm like, I always want to add 3. 20 cities, that is many jurisdictions. It would be difficult to get them all in just 1 month, but that we do as much as we can. Okay, thank you so much. We did public comment. We have provided direction. We will now move on to item, let me see here.
I think we're at 13.
Okay, thank you. It's these long agendas get complicated. Item number 13, which is a Measure K item from Supervisor Gaucher.
Again, today I'm going to read them together. We can take them separately, but I'm pleased to bring forward 2 additional District 4 discretionary Measure K items. The first is to support Live in Peace and the Bike Shop and Safe Routes to School programming. This investment helps sustain a program that provides free and low-cost bicycles, bike safety education, and hands-on training for young people to become bike mechanics. They are hiring young people and teaching them to work on bikes in the bike shop. It creates a safe and supportive space where youth can build skills, gain confidence, and stay engaged in positive activity. By supporting the bike shop, we also help ensure that families in East Palo Alto and North Fair Oaks surrounding communities continue to have access to reliable transportation and critical safety resources. Next, I'm going to read the one on item 14. The second item is to support Job Train's Child Development Center in Menlo Park by funding their meal program. This investment helps provide nutritious daily meals to young children and families with limited resources. While many families qualify for assistance, there are still gaps that leave some children without consistent access to healthy food. This funding helps close the gap and supports children's development, learning, and overall well-being, while also helping working families stay stable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Public comment, any questions from the board? Hearing none, public comment for item number 13, please.
All right, public comment for item number 13. We do not have any speaker cards for chambers, so we will be going to Zoom. Did we want to make a motion to combine?
Yes.
I move that we combine 13 and 14.
Okay, I have a second roll call.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller, absent. Supervisor Gaucher? Yes. Supervisor Canepa? And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes. All right.
Public comment, please.
Public comment for item 13 and 14 for Measure K District Discretionary. So we'll go to online, and we have Sabrina. Please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I come in the peace and love of Jesus Christ as one of the people who hold all political power, sui juris. I rise in strong opposition to agenda items 37 through 42, the cluster of Measure K resolutions, and the contract amendments, including the funding increases for inclement weather homeless shelters, Clarity Human Service Software, the Big Lift Library Initiative, COLAs, and the Life Moves, and the Samaritan House, and the Vocational Rehabilitation's Record System. The United States Constitution, 10th Amendment, reserves the people all the powers not delegated. Selective redistribution of tax dollars through Measure K to private providers and nonprofits is not an enumerated power and constitutes unauthorized wealth transfer. California Constitution, Article 1, Section 1, guarantees every person the inalienable right to acquire, possess, and protect property. Forcing all taxpayers to subsidize these specific programs without the consent violates this fundamental right. The American maxims of the law are clear. Any equity against for free men is not to have free disposal of their own property. The main object
Thank
of government
you.
is to
All right,
protect
that is your time,
immigrants.
Sabrina. All right, and that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Any questions or a motion? Okay, is there a second? Oh,
That was the motion to do them together.
That was to combine. So we need a motion and a second to approve both of these items.
so. Yes. Okay, motion by Gaucher, second by Canepa. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller is absent. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And Supervisor Canepa? And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That concludes.
Actually, it does not.
Oh, it does not.
Item
Sorry,
40, I think. That's
No,
that
it's
right?
item
29
and 40.
29 and 40, okay.
But at this point, we can discuss the procurement at the next quarter because it's a long day. But I really wanted to just have the staff talk about the improvements and changes they've made, but we can do that subsequently because I think everyone's really tired.
Okay, so just for clarity, are you suggesting that we hold both items, or is
No,
there a motion?
I'm suggesting that we now vote on both items simultaneously.
Okay, roll call vote.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Mueller is absent. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa?
Yes.
And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes to hear item 29 and 40, or to approve them.
Actually, we haven't taken public comment, so
Yeah.
that was to combine the
That was
consideration.
combined. So
Okay.
let's hear them now. No, will we hear from someone on these items, or
It sounded like Supervisor Spear, as long as the board as a whole is okay with it, sounds like she was fine with foregoing the report at this time and just hearing public comment and then,
Okay,
and then
got
taking
it.
a vote on the matter.
Okay. So let's move on to public comment, please.
All right, we're doing public comment on item number 29 and 40. We do not have any speaker cards in chambers, and I do not see any hands raised online. All right, that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve these items?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call vote.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Mueller is absent. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Supervisor Canepa? And President Corzo?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, now we are adjourned.
All right, the time is 4:15
Thank
p.m.
you.
and the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.